Fam, what's up? What's up? Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys joining me today right here on Bama Football on YouTube. You guys are having an amazing start to this amazing day. And let me know where you're coming from inside the comment box. I appreciate you. Let me get you this all set up. There was a great article that I read this morning by Chris Lowe. It was talking about Nick Sabin and retirement. I want to talk about that. I also want to talk about some comments from Nick Sheridan, who was on I think he was on the Cole Kublick and Greg McElroy this morning. He's talking about Parker Brailsford and Brockmeyer. Looks like there could be a position battle there at the center position. Love it. Love competition. And even Coach Kapilovic said that recently as well. So let me know where you're coming from inside the comment box. I appreciate you guys being here this morning. Good morning, Daniel. What's up? I see you inside the comment box as well. Kind of roll through those and then we'll get the show started. There's one of Coach Sabin's beautiful grandchildren. That's a picture courtesy of Kristen Sabin. And we're going to talk about Coach Sabin, his retirement. And I think one of the biggest points about that particular article, and I think it reflects to me as well, is he said for the last 50 years, he's always been in a hurry, whether it was like, meeting to meeting, whether it was like game prep, whether it was like driving to the lake. It's like, why are you always in a hurry? I kind of found myself, same thing, I found myself like always in a hurry. But I think like with that, like some people are just built different. I don't know. Let me read some shout outs before we get going. And the call-in line is open. I put it at the bottom of the screen as well. You can call in all show. Call-in line number is 205-850-1994. Special thanks to residents in Ocean City, Maryland. LPR is the promo code. And then, of course, Rogue Shop promo code is Bama. And then Demetrius Maynard is a sponsor, just a viewer like you. So if you're interested to be a sponsor, let me know inside the comment box. I'll shoot you my email. We appreciate you guys being fan funders. Most importantly, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. We understand that, and thank you very much. You can become a fan funder of this YouTube channel by hitting the hyperlink up top. You get access to different emojis that you could use inside the comment box during our live shows or different types of videos. So let me run through a couple shout outs and then we'll move forward with the show. Of course, Alabama basketball plays on Thursday, and you do have a practice availability today. Not to watch practice, but we do get to talk to the offensive coaches as well as some offensive assistants. So good morning, Cynthia. Appreciate you being a fan funder right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Chris out in New Jersey. Thanks so much, man. Calling from the 973. We always appreciate you. Thank you very much. Paul, what's up, man? Good morning to you. Thank you very much for being here. Cynthia is like dodging the rainstorms. I'm telling you, like the rainstorms here in Tuscaloosa. Last night there was a thunderclap that it was like shook the entire house. This morning got the workout in, and it was pouring rain. It rained the entire time during the workout. So I had a rain jacket, but my rain jacket got stuck like on the top zipper. So I was like trying to like fiddle with it while we were doing our workout. But it was good. Everything was, I feel really good from the workout, but it's raining. But you got to push yourself even when it's raining, right? Just because it's raining or it's not ideal doesn't mean that we stop. So that was kind of the message for myself mentally, was like, got to push through it. It's not always going to be nice and warm, whatever it is. I mean, today it was miserable, right? But we got it done. Let's see. We got Jeff. What's up, man? Good morning to you. I appreciate you being a fan funder. Oh, man, I really like the avatar as well. Dwight, what's going on, man? I love that undefeated, man. That's what's up. I really appreciate it. Yeah, did you see that? The bridge that collapsed in Baltimore? What was crazy about that, and I'm sure you guys have seen it right now, is it was a tanker boat, right? A tanker ship. It hits the bridge in Baltimore. I lived in DC. I have never personally went over that bridge in Baltimore. But what was interesting about that is the way that it hit, and then the entire bridge collapsed, right? I don't know. I'm not like an engineer. I don't know how bridges work, but it seemed like it hit that far, column of the bridge, then everything just collapsed. It's terrible. And I think there was 2 survivors, which is just amazing. And I think they're looking for 5 the last time that I saw it. I read it early this morning. Hopefully they can, come up with all 7 survivors. That would be a miracle, to be honest. I mean, that bridge looks huge. Daniel, what's up? Good morning to you. I see you as well. Dwight saying it's Taco Tuesday. Yeah, it is. You know what? Taco Tuesday I still feel that Taco Tuesday is underrated, which is sad because, Taco Tuesday is like That's it. That is life, right? I'm trying to think of like Taco Tuesday spots here in Tuscaloosa. I guess I don't know if there's like a special anywhere that does Taco Tuesdays. I like to go personally to Antojitos. I think that's the best restaurant in Tuscaloosa. On Wednesdays, they have what they call like a caldo. A caldo is a soup, but you can't, if you don't get there before 11, like the soup is gone. And then on Fridays, they do pozole, which is really good. And usually I know like if I'm going to hang out like on Friday night, I will get the pozole during the day so I could have it like Saturday morning when I'm, just chilling. That's kind of like a pro tip. Cynthia is saying it is very raining down. Sarah Lynn. Corey, what's up, man? Oh, Corey, you're good at what you do, man. Thanks for the dedication and passion before. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, man. It's more of like a passion that kind of turned into a job. And I don't really even see it as a job. Right? Like this is what I would do. Like if I had all the money in the world, this is what I would do anyways. I love to content create and I love to rap with you guys. And plus I'm a morning person. That's why I moved the show to the morning. And now I've seen like a lot of people move to like the morning part because I just felt like it's a good way to start the day. But we also stream in the night. And now that we have a bunch of content creators right here, a bunch of great content creators, we crush it. Call line is open at the bottom of the screen, 205-850-9094. The question, what's up? Good morning to you. I appreciate you being here. Todd, good morning, man. Jermaine, Todd's like, roll mother. Todd, I see you. Jermaine, what's up? Good morning to you. David, good morning. Quentin, what's up, man? Bama boy, saying the morning crew. Patrick Sims, what's going on, man? Taco Mama's good. They is really good. And I love their chips and salsa, for sure. I like that. Ruben Poole was like, run the thumbs up. We appreciate you. Kevin Lynch, what's going on, man? Appreciate you. And got Nicole in here as well saying good morning. So yeah, we're rocking the morning show. We'll have tea up in a minute. So yeah, we're just getting the show going. We got Ty and Merrill coming up at 10. I love those two together. We always talk about our different approaches with the shows. And of course, like how we cover football in March and April is going to differ from how we cover football in May and June, and July, to be honest, right? July is kind of the kickoff to the season. Is SEC Media Days. We plan to be there in Dallas, which will be pretty cool. But like during the season, it'll be more strategic in terms of how we run the show. And what I mean by that is be more rhythmic. Like I might have my 8:00 show again. So we'll just kind of figure it out as we go forward. But like right now for March, this is what we're doing. AJ, I don't know. I'm currently blocked by Aaron Suttles on Twitter, which I think is really weird. I talked to Jay McPhillips the other day at practice. He's like the executive director. It was cool. Rapped with him for a little bit. I don't know if we'll ever work with them. I would like to work with them, but I think a lot of people view us sometimes as adversarial just because of the amount of subscribers that we have. And as you can see, there's a new YouTube show that pops up all of the time. I think a lot of people feel that you can just start a YouTube channel and have kind of instant success, but and maybe you can, but I think with it, a lot of people forget and they don't realize that it's the content creator. Right? You have to have a really good connection and you have to be consistent with your delivery. There's a lot of different elements. You just don't turn on the camera and it happens. So whatever the case is, we run our own lane, and I've stopped honestly trying to ask for an interview with Coach Kalen DeBoer. I've stopped asking for interviews with Nick Sheridan, with Kane Womack. I'm not going to beg. I've already asked. And if I'm not going to get those interviews, that's fine. And because you're not entitled to anything, right? Like I have no idea why they don't want to come on the show, and that's their deal. But I'm not going to talk bad about the coaches. I'm going to just report the facts. I'm not going to talk bad about Yay Alabama. I think you guys should definitely support their product, and I think you guys should support all of the products, honestly, whether it's Rivals 24/7. On 3, whatever it is, I don't care. Like, do your thing, support those people because they earn a paycheck just like everybody else. But in terms of asking for like interviews, I'm not going to do that anymore. It's pointless. I've already done it. I could show you the emails, and that's it. So that's kind of where we stand. But I am going to talk about the Alabama Crimson Tide, and I am going to report, honestly, and that's always going to be my approach. Read a great article this morning. T, what's up?
Good morning, Undefeated.
Right, T? Like, we have sent out.
Oh, yeah. We've emailed multiple
Yeah,
times.
and it's honestly, like, I'm not going to bullshit. It's like they don't, like, the SID, like, doesn't like me 100%. And that's fine. I have no idea why. I have treated him with the utmost respect. I have been on my P's and Q's. Coach Smook is doing a great job, but I'm not going to beg anymore. So I'm just not. So I'm done with that. But we're running our race here. So how you doing, T?
I'm good. Feeling good today.
There's a lot of rain out there.
It is. And it was pretty loud last night too, huh?
Those thunderclaps. It was crazy. Yeah, the thunderclaps getting crazy.
Right around 1.
That's how it always is. Like, if you're accustomed to Tuscaloosa, you know that you're just, I mean, this is the storm season. So that's how it is. It's fine. And when I first moved here, you kind of had to I had to get used to it because honestly, I kind of had like storm anxiety.
Oh yeah, me too, for sure.
But then as I lived here, I don't, it doesn't really,
Yeah, you kind of get like desensitized, I guess, because there's so many of them.
Yeah.
So.
I think we have a call. We'll take, and the call line's open the entire way. There's a 256. Hey, good morning. You're online with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on line with and where you calling in from?
This is Daryl from Huntsville.
Daryl, what's up, Coach? I appreciate you calling in, man. Welcome to the show. I appreciate you batting lead off on Tuesday, March 26th. Yes, we're live. Coach Daryl, what's up, man? What you got, man? Welcome to the show.
Well, Cal, I got this for you.
Yeah.
The victor goes the spoils. You ever heard that before?
Yeah, I love it.
Well, guess what? You're victorious. Stay victorious. Don't talk from a ledge of defeat because your time is coming.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And even though you may not be able to see it right now, you might have that left eye closed and the right eye closing from punches. But in the end, you're going to succeed.
Yeah.
And they see that.
For sure.
And a lot of times we have to realize something. People don't like success. All you got to do is look at Alabama. That's why Alabama's hated.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's why everybody's talking out the side of their mouth about Alabama. Oh, Alabama's an all right program. They despise us. Stop it. Quit it. We know you despise us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really good point.
So at the end of the day, if you stay victorious, in other words, you keep grinding, you keep pushing, you keep pulling, you keep climbing, you keep rising to the top, they can't stop you.
For sure.
And they know they can't stop you.
Yeah, and it's been interesting.
So your time is coming.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And what's been interesting is kind of since we've added Coach Smook and he's done more of the recruiting, I've heard from other entities that cover recruiting. They don't like Coach Smook in that space. And I think it's because he's doing a really good job building connections and he's doing his own stuff. And I think it's amazing because I don't even think Coach Smook has like 3,000 followers on Twitter. And we're not backed by we have a Facebook. We don't even push stuff. We're honestly just organic, like from YouTube. So, I've got a couple texts really from the On3 crew. I'll just be honest, that says they don't like the way that Smook is covering recruiting. I'm like, dude, Smook is like, he's out here working like everybody else. Right. So, honestly, I didn't even get back to those guys, to be honest. But that's kind of where we're at. And we're kind of viewed as this adversarial, like in this arena, which is so crazy. Because if you follow me on Twitter, I hype up all of those guys, honestly, because it doesn't matter to me. Like, there is enough people that follow Alabama football to pay everybody's bills. Think about this, okay? How many people watch Alabama football games? 10 million, right? Like, there's enough to go around. Like, there's never going to be a monopoly on Alabama football. There's just not, right? I mean, you look at all of the other websites and the national sites, they have to live off Alabama football themselves too. Go see it, right? They can't live off Iowa. They can't live off Clemson. And we talk about this every single day. They have to talk about they have to talk about Alabama football. Anyways, I am really proud of the whole crew. And these guys they didn't like go to school to be content creators. I feel that they are really good on camera. I feel that they are entertaining. I feel that they are doing the best at, their craft. And we're always talking about it. None of those guys are perfect. I didn't go to school for this. They're just good at their craft. So we want to continue to spotlight those guys covering Alabama football. And, we're trying to, continue to, have that approach. I don't know if you were able to read this morning, and I recommend that everybody go read Chris Lowe's article. It's a short article. Usually he puts together kind of these like lengthy articles, but this one was about Coach Sabin's retirement. And Coach Sabin said this. He was like, over the last 50 years, he's felt like he's always been in a hurry, right? Going here, going there, and never really had even a chance to kind of think about kind of like what he's done. And he's not like that. But I think it's a good reminder to us all. Like, I love this photo. And this is courtesy of Kristen Sabin, his daughter, with his grandson. It's like, some people are built different. I'm kind of cut from that same cloth. Like, I never stop. Like, Sundays, I'm up, I'm ready to go, all that stuff. But sometimes I think it's important just to enjoy like this present. Don't think about what happened yesterday. Don't think about what happened, and where I find myself, like being in the present, is when I'm on the show. Because I don't have time to think about the future or the past. Like, I'm here. So I think that's why, and I think you guys can feel that too, right? So you see that like authenticity within the approach when we're talking like Alabama football. So I thought that was a really good article. That's why I'm kind of leading off with Coach Sabin in kind of his retirement. I mean, it's a huge deal. I mean, you're talking about the greatest college football coach ever. And I don't even think it's arguably. I think it's ever. So what else you got, Coach Darrell, as we talk about Alabama football or, Coach Sabin's retirement or anything under the sun regarding Alabama football?
Well, I'm going to talk about you for a second, if that's all right, Kyle.
All right.
Kyle, I remember when you were at the other channel. And where you are now and where you are then is 1,000% different. Because when you first started the show, I called in and I said, I can see the joy that you have, that you're free from where you were. I can see it.
Yeah.
I can see the enthusiasm. It's palpable.
For sure.
I can see it. I can feel it. Yeah. I mean, I'm ready right now. I'm getting ready to watch when I get through. I'm going to watch me a couple of Alabama football games on YouTube. I sure am. I mean, I'm fired up right now.
Yeah.
Because you're real, you're authentic.
Yep.
And you don't take any crap from anybody. And I love it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you built this channel and you got great things to come. There's no false debates. I can't. That's why I haven't watched ESPN. People think I'm like, I have not watched ESPN Sports or ESPN formats for over 12 years. And the reason is because it's all contrived. It's all fake.
For sure. Yeah. Yeah.
So, because I remember when I was doing radio, I had the administrator of the program I was doing. I did 3 talk shows. And what he basically said is, I want you to, all the people that came on the show, he would tell them, I want you to be opposite of Darrell, so we'll have a good debate. Don't agree with him, and that's fake.
Yeah.
If you making a point, and I mean, because people like it like this. Well, Kyle told the truth and Darrell told the truth. Wait a minute. How can both of them be right if they're not saying the wrong? If they're not saying the same thing?
Yeah. If
one of them is saying something different, and the other one has a factual point, and he doesn't agree with it, well, how can he be right too?
No.
So stay where you are, Kyle. Keep rising to the top, and I'm going. Which I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put your site on my Facebook page. I have a Facebook page.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Where it's called Eastside Basketball Reunion. All the guys I played basketball with, and still, I'm gonna put you on there, and you'll be permanent on there. As long as I'm on there, you'll be on there. You best believe that. Thank you, Kyle. As always, I'm not gonna get off and let somebody else talk football. I wanted to talk Kyle today.
I appreciate you, man. Thanks, Coach Dell, man. Appreciate you, man. I'll catch up with you next time.
All right.
All right, man. Take it easy. All right. We got another 256. We'll get to it in just a second. Kyle Henderson and Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. Definitely run the thumbs up on these videos. And we appreciate you. You got the schedule today. I'm leading off the show here at 9 a.m. And then at 10 a.m., you have Merrill and you have Ty. Mm-hmm. And then at 11, you have Smook.
11, you have Ty and Merrill again, and then 12, you have Smook.
Oh, so they're going 2 hours. Wow, I like that. Wow, that's cool. All right, so you get a double dose of Ty and Merrill, and then you got Coach Smook with Smook Scoop. And then today, 3:25, they have practice. So I would guess like 5:30, I'm going to get out there and get the player interviews, stuff like that. So you got player interviews and coaching interviews with the offense today. So what you're seeing right now is basically just B-roll from the last time. B-roll is basically means just footage. Caleb asked inside the comment box about if I found a church or if T's found a church. For me personally, this workout group that I go to, it's been really great. It's kind of where I find my spirituality, to be honest, because these guys, there's either like a Christian message or there's just a message from other men about whatever, that whoever leads basically leads the message. And for me, I like it because that's kind of where I find the spirituality, right? Surrounding yourself with these positive men. And I get a lot from it. Like today, they're talking about kind of Easter week and that it is like an important week. But with that, you kind of like almost like the message with Coach Sabin is like stop and like appreciate the now. So I'm really big about kind of the group, and I get a lot out of it, honestly. So I really like to surround myself with positive people. I think it's helped me mature more as a man. And I think when I lead, I try to instill kind of that mentorship that I can who people are younger. So F3 is my workout group, and I get a lot from it. So that's kind of where I find my stuff. But there's so many churches here. My mom, when she comes up here, she goes to the Catholic church, and then of course I've been to like Church of the Highlands. Capstone is another church, but there's a million of them. Let's go to the phone lines again. We got a 256. We'll take it right now. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Man, what's up, Kyle? It's Luke from Weaver.
Luke, what's up, man? Good morning to you. I appreciate you calling in, man. Thank you so much for being on the show today. I hope you're off to a really good start on Tuesday, March 26th, man. Come with it. I appreciate you joining the show.
Hell no, man. It's raining outside. I can't let the dog out. He's going crazy.
Yo.
I was trying to call in, maybe get you to catch me up a little bit, man. I've been buried in the baseball team and the basketball team. So what's going on with the team? How's Milrow looking at the practices?
Well, you know what? Milrow has been looking really great. And I think, honestly, someone said Austin Mack's name just now. He's honestly been looking really good, too. I don't know if he's past Dylan Lonergan. I have no idea. He's third taking the reps, or at least he was the other day. The truth of the matter is he looks pretty good. But Jalen Milrow is that guy. Coach Kalen DeBoer said that he's had no issues with the cadence, that he has taken all of the first team reps. But, what was interesting this morning is that Nick Sheridan, who was on the Greg McElroy show, said that there's a pretty good battle right now at the center spot between James Brockemeyer and transfer in from Washington, Parker Brailsford. So let's just look at the offensive line real quick, right? Because everybody know who's coming in, and that is Caden Proctor, right? So you have Caden Proctor potentially coming back. No, or he is coming back. But I'm saying, like, he has to win his starting spot back. I don't even know when he's going to get here. And I don't even think Coach Kalen DeBoer can talk about Caden Proctor just yet. So he has to come back, win that spot. But let's just say he comes back. He started every game last year. Then you have Tyler Booker. If he stays at that left guard position, he started every game last year. Let's just say Parker Brailsford wins this competition at center. Well, he started every game for Washington. Well, and then you go to the right guard and you have Jaden Roberts. Well, he started almost every game. And then you have a battle for right tackle. So my point is, as these position battles emerge going forward, you have a lot of talent and a lot of experience within the offensive line. Other guys who have stood out so far, and I'll just talk offense right now, Caleb Odom at the wide receiver position. He's been a monster as a freshman. Heard really good things about him. And to be honest, Justice Haynes is that guy. I think the combination of him and Jam Miller in the backfield, I don't want anybody to forget about the running backs. Like, these guys are going to have a monster season. And Justice Haynes is like, he's such a great person. There's a lot of videos out there on him, and I'm really happy for the kid because he's humble, he's ultra talented, he's an NFL type guy, and Alabama's certainly lucky to have him. What else you got, Luke?
Man, that really sounds good, bro. I feel like if the offensive line is cohesive, then we ain't got a problem. Honestly, on offense.
Right? Because I mean, look at all the firepower that they have. I think last year, I think the offensive line certainly was an issue. It might have been the biggest issue on the offense last year. So I think if they can tighten up in that regard, and that has a lot to do with the players, and it certainly has a lot to do with Coach Kapilovic getting the right guys there, making sure that they play at the right weight too, because it seemed like Caden Proctor played really heavy, and it seemed like J.C. Latham even played really heavy, which made those guys slower. At least that's what it looked like. I don't know. I felt like they, played a little bit bigger than they had to be. So I guess we'll have to see how it goes. On defense, I mean, your two inside linebackers look great. Kane Wommack's defense, a lot of intensity. You have these guys who just joined, like Damani Jackson and Keon Sabb, already making waves. There's Tim Keenan right there on your screen. I mean, what's not to like during spring football, right? Everyone's pumped up about everybody. I think that where we're at right now is a good spot.
So, okay, Caden Proctor coming back, that feels like he's going to start. Now, I know this is talking a little trash, or not trash, but, a little out of what we know so far, but Caleb Downs did take Ohio State off his Twitter.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, look, if you wanted to break, the internet, that would certainly do it. And there's the whole Scott Cochran thing that I think we probably debunked yesterday, about him coming back to Alabama. Is probably more about him, having to do with like his son and recruiting. He's a 2026 guy. Now, I don't know if that's for sure, but kind of adds up to that. But yeah, I think that, they're in a good spot. I guess when you look to this team, I don't have really questions about a lot of it other than the offensive line. And now I'm kind of curious to see who emerges as that right tackle. If it's going to be Elijah Pritchett, Nyquil Bentrade, Wilcom Formby, somebody else, I don't know. Oh, and remember, if you're a coach out there, definitely make sure to go to Alabama's coaching clinic, which is coming up. I think it's the 4th and the 5th, or the 5th and the 6th. It's like that Friday, Saturday. So if you're a high school football coach out there, definitely register. You can register at Alabama's official website. So definitely check it out. That give you an opportunity to hear from Coach Kalen DeBoer and the rest of his coaching staff. What else you got, Luke?
I mean, not to be down on the offensive line or offensive lines, period, but I've never been so interested in the offensive line in my life.
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping they get better, but what you think about this basketball team right now?
Look, the basketball team, they're going to have their hands full, of course. Every team is. I mean, we're talking about the Sweet 16, right? Every single team is elite at this point. I think with the basketball team, they have enough firepower to do whatever they want. As we know, they struggle with teams who are bigger inside. North Carolina isn't that big of a team, but it is North Carolina. They are a number 1 seed. It is in Los Angeles. They were just in the East Coast. They have to fly all the way to the Staples Center to play this game. Alabama just flying down from Spokane, Washington. The game's on Thursday. I think North Carolina favored by 3.5. Look, Nate Oates has this Alabama brand of basketball here. It's more than relevant. If he's able to beat North Carolina, my goodness, that is what Alabama fans want even more, because they know, Alabama, I think, is now a for sure Sweet 16 team. But now, get to the Elite Eight, a Final Four. It is Caleb saying North Carolina by 12. Latrell's going to play, which will certainly help out Alabama. What's your take on this game, Luke? Because I know you love Alabama basketball.
Man, it's okay. So the last game we played was ugly on the offensive side, and we played better defense. But can we do that against North Carolina? I mean, I understand, like, a lot of these Cinderella teams, you know, they're just in smaller conferences. It doesn't make them bad teams. They're lower seeds because they're in smaller conferences. Now, if we play defense, like, I guess, I don't know, like, okay, so one thing I saw last game in the defense, and I wonder how this will go against a better team, is they're on their heels a lot. That's why they don't rebound well. They're trying to fly all over the place, and they're just a little out of control. And when you're on your heels, that's why you get so many fouls. They fall for the pump fake like no other, and they'll jump right over the dude. They don't even jump up straight. They just
it kind of remind me of that big block that Grant Nelson had like early in the game. He looked like he jumped like, I don't know, 12 feet in the air. He's so tall.
No, yeah, and I'm telling you, we get some good stuff playing like that, but I feel like there's a fine line between tenacity and being out of control, you know? Like when they're getting, okay, this is what I think it has a lot to do with trust. Okay, so you need to be able to trust that if you get beat around the 3-point line or the free throw line, that someone's gonna, especially playing in zone, they play a lot of zone. When you get beat, you need to be able to rely on the man behind you. And if you can rely on the man behind you, then you're not going to get on your heels and try to get in front of them and cause a foul. That's a blocking foul all day. And that's what Pringle and a lot of these other young guys, Pringle's not a young guy, but some of these other young guys are doing. I feel like if they come out there and play a good game on defense, that this is a very favorable team for us to beat.
Yeah, and you know what? They did play back in November. The game went into 4 overtimes, actually, with Alabama winning 103-104. Mark Sears in that particular game had 24 points. He was 7 from 11 from 3-point land. No, that was a long time.
You played North Carolina this year?
No. That was like 2. I'm sorry. I'm looking at like an old schedule. But still crazy to think. Like Mark said, that was 2 years ago. Sorry. Rewind that. Anyways, I think that so let me ask you this. North Carolina is not a bigger team in the paint, but we've seen Alabama struggle with bigger teams like Florida, for example, who's beat them 2 out of 3 times. Purdue with that monster inside last season. You're right, PK. That was last season. My bad. But do you think that that's kind of the only thing that kind of Alabama will struggle with, like kind of going forward if they do advance to the Sweet 16? Like, is that kind of their Achilles heel, or do you see, other issues with this team? Because when they're hot, they have enough firepower to literally beat anybody.
Yeah, they can beat anybody if they can shoot, but there's a problem. Like, we wouldn't see Houston until the final game we ever saw Houston, but that'd be a team. Their defense. See, we've had trouble with teams that'll play us out on the 3-point line. These teams that are really determined to stop us from shooting the 3, and it seems like a lot of these high-seeded teams have been the ones, that. And they play a little bit better defense, and that's my only problem. Look, everybody steps it up in March Madness.
Yeah,
I've seen we're doing it right now. We had to step up with defense. Our offense wasn't as good last game. But man, if we're not like that on both sides of the ball this time, I don't see it. Now, North Carolina, who's in the bracket next to us?
Let me pull up that.
Like who
Let me pull up the bracket real quick. Like who would be the next matchup? All right, so you have UConn, you have San Diego State, you have so they played the winner of Clemson and Arizona. Arizona's the 2 seed and Clemson's a 6.
We don't want to see Arizona again.
Hell no. And I think
we don't want to see Arizona again.
No, I mean, look, I think it's going to be. I don't know what the line is between Arizona and Clemson, but I think it's going to clearly be Arizona in that particular matchup, right?
I don't see that as a good matchup for Clemson.
Yeah, I don't either.
So honestly, regardless, I mean, getting to the Elite Eight would be good for the school, but I think that's where we stop.
Yeah, I'm looking on the schedule here because they already played. They did play. They played Clemson earlier this season. That was right before they lost to Purdue. They lost to Clemson. Actually, that was a game here in Tuscaloosa. I mean, Alabama's.
Yep.
You know what's interesting, and they did lose to Arizona as well. Back on December 20th, 87-74. I think Alabama.
That's what I like about Nate Oates. Nate Oates will do a crazy out of conference schedule. He gets us ready. I like that about that coach right there.
You know what's crazy is Alabama overall. I think they are 2-7 against top 25 teams, but they have played like that. That schedule has been ultra challenging. All right, Luke, I got to move to my next caller, man. Make a final point, man, before I get to my next caller.
Man, after all the other stuff, pay attention to this baseball team. We had a bad weekend against Georgia, but we did beat Tennessee 2 out of 3 times.
Yep.
We got a good squad if we can get some of this pitching together. So watch this baseball team. If you have, for all the callers or all the people listening, if you have YouTube TV, then you can watch all the games that aren't on the SEC network on ESPN under the SEC Plus network. You just got to log in through your TV provider, which would be YouTube TV.
Yep. Well, I appreciate you, Luke,
watch
man.
The baseball games, man. Yep.
Thanks for calling, man.
Have a good one, man. I got to get this.
All right, man. See you, Luke.
Damn dog under control.
All right, man. Take it easy. All right, we got a 256 and a 973. We'll get to you guys next. Eric D, here's some food for thought. North Carolina has no bench. If we can drive the ball and create foul problems and keep them half-court game, Alabama will win this game. Yeah, I'm excited to see this game on Thursday night. I think depending on where we're at, maybe we do a live kind of watch-along. Like, this is a Sweet 16 game. T, what do you think?
Yeah, I think we could do that for sure.
Right? I mean, we get the crew together. Who's like our basketball guy?
Merrill?
Right?
Yeah.
Does he? I don't know. Yeah, we like, because I mean, we go so football heavy. It's like we don't necessarily have like a basketball.
Yeah, I just say that because his bracket was the best, right?
Oh, yes. Yeah, no, you're right. He, yeah, in our bracket challenge, is Merrill's,
yeah, I think
he's in first.
Yeah.
Yeah, Smook likes basketball too. All right, we go to 256. Start it right now. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Kyle, what's up with you, man? This is Jay.
Jay, what's up, Jay? I appreciate you calling in, man, from Florence. Yeah, we're just wrapping here with T talking about the Sweet 16 game. Luke is the basketball guy too. So what's up, man? It's been a minute. I'm glad that you're calling in. You know, March is a long month, but this March has been it's been a quick moving March. Jay, I appreciate you, man. What you got, man? Welcome to the show. Take it away.
Man, if we can get Grant Nelson to do anything, I feel like we got a chance against North Carolina. That boy there, he don't do nothing sometimes. I be like, goodness. Well, yeah, man, I ain't no big basketball guy. If we can beat North Carolina, it's going to be a whole bunch of smack talk on my end. So, you know, I hope we get it done. But off the wall question, Cal.
can we not? Is it possible if y'all could do a call-in show with like Coach Smook in them? How would that work?
Yeah, we're talking about that. Those are some things that we certainly have on the table. I think, sometimes it could be like a technology gap, but we have thought about that to have, Coach Smook have a call-in show. So those are certainly things that we're thinking about, and how we kind of like package our shows. We know like Ty does a really good job by himself. And then we like to tandem people. So sometimes we like to do a solo, and then we like to do what we call a tandem, like put two people together, kind of break up the like monotony of the show. So we're still like mixing and matching, even during spring season. Like we have football content. There's clearly enough stuff to get to talk about, but we're this is all beta, really kind of going into the season. So we really have like a locked in formula for the football season. But yeah, those are, the guys when they're together, like Ty and Merrill next, they're great. And so like my tandem is you guys, because I know, I have enough volume with the callers. Like I have 3 callers on right now that I'm gonna get to, so I can get through an hour, or I have T right here. But I love having those guys. The thing with Grant Nelson, look, I think that there's been times where he's come up really big. Who was the game where he came up with like 2 big threes back to back? Those are like daggers. I don't know if he has underperformed overall. He's just I think sometimes you see his height. He's like 6'10", 6'11", and you would think that he has some sort of inside presence. He doesn't. He's more of a perimeter player, and I think that is frustrating. But with that said, it kind of fits Nate Oates' system a little bit better. Now, Nick Pringle, he's the guy that, is inside, and I do like his intensity. And I do like the emotion, to be honest. Look, somebody's pissed off. And, if it's not Nate Oates, I guess it's Nick Pringle. And he came through with it last game. Jay, when we talk about kind of spring football themes and everything going on with the football team, is there anything that has made your ears perk out when, reading your websites or your articles or watching our videos or whatever? Has there kind of been something on your mind or like a theme emerging when you look to Alabama and spring football?
I want to see this new look defense, but I'm rooting for the hometown kid, man. I want Jaleel Hurley out there. I feel like it's his time to shine. I know he got a bunch of young guys gunning for his job, but I feel like you've been there a year. It's time to get it going, Peanut. This your turn. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So that's who I'm with. I want, and then a name that's been there for a while, Jeremiah Alexander, man. I want to see how he's gonna be used, or if we gonna have some like crazy different blitz packages to get like him and Quay Rusall and Justin Jefferson, because we got some stupid fast physical linebackers. Why not on 3rd and 15 just let them go out there and go get somebody? Mm-hmm. So I don't know, but
who's that? Wait, hold on, Jay.
Everything you do, man.
Jay, hold on. Before you go, I have a question for you, and T for you as well. All right, because this is Jay's from Florence. T, you're from Florence. Who's the best high school football player or like athlete ever from Florence? T has no idea. So Jay, we're going to you.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to say Hurley is because of like the 5-star and coming out of high school and all of that. But when I was growing up in high school and stuff, we had a guy. He was a couple classes older. His name was Sean Salford. Man, he played running back, and just go watch his YouTube highlights, man. The man was amazing. He was just short, Yeah. You 5'6", you pretty much, hey, we all had heard that story before, but man, he was that's my GOAT. You know what I'm saying? Other people gonna say other names, but Sean Salford, Alabama versus Hoover.
All right, man. Jay, it's good to hear from you, man. We'll catch up with you next round, man, and thanks for calling in.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, guys. You the GOAT, man.
All right, appreciate you, man. All right, take it easy. All right, next up we got Chris from New Jersey. We'll keep it going. Chris, what's up, man? I appreciate you calling in from New Jersey. Hope you're off to a fine Tuesday, man. Welcome on to the show.
Kyle,
what's
happy
up?
Spring.
Yeah, happy spring, man. It's good to hear from you. Every time I see that 973, man, I get excited. Just as excited as I get when Patriot Life drops 5 fan funders, man. Patriot Life has built the fan funder community for us. Patriot Life, we appreciate you. Always rocking the undefeated within the avatar. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, Patriot Life. Chris, welcome on the show, man. Take it away.
So I'm gonna try to keep this positive. So I'll say this: you and Smook at the practice, that was fantastic. You guys were so excited when you were out in the parking lot with the stools. We all love that. But I'm going to just say one thing. I'm not trying to go negative, Kyle. I'm not trying to go negative, but some of the other people asking questions. I mean, come on, man. I could ask better questions than that. I literally was in my living room going, just let Kyle and Smook ask the questions, will you?
So how it works?
Damn, man.
So what they've done is the coaches now, they speak not all the time in the podium room, but now they speak like in the practice room. So they let us inside the kind of the weight room in like this holding tank. And we have like all our microphones. See, because the biggest thing is making sure that we have the audio right. But there's no it's hard to plug in, and then the coaches don't speak directly into the microphone. So the audio, it's an audio nightmare. So like for somebody like me who is trying to bring live content and like really good audio, I actually thought about an idea today that I'm going to implement when I was running. Luke, I appreciate you becoming a member right here on Bama Football on YouTube, man. So those are the things that I'm always thinking about. Yeah, and how they do it is it's just there's literally probably 50 reporters, and they just keep asking questions. They don't go to specific people. So it's kind of just, it is what it is. So Smook's gotten in there a couple times. I get in there when I can, but it's kind of like a cluster. So that's kind of where we're at. Anyways, man, what else is on your mind? So what I did is I have 2 stools, like literally that I play the guitar on, or when I did play the guitar, and I put those in the back of the truck, and I took those to practice, and I just put those out, and Smook and I went live after practice. But the problem was, and it's never windy here in Tuscaloosa, never. Like it rains all the time. It's never windy. That day that we did that, it was so windy. So I have a solution for that too. So it's always about getting better. So I appreciate the feedback. What else you got, Chris?
Well, I saw it raining on you this morning while you were working out. That was a good little message I woke up to.
Yeah.
Well done. So, all right, so I'm not trying to turn this into negative town, Kyle, but
okay.
Where I'm going with is the Caden Proctor situation. All right, and just hear me out. Listen, we were all wounded ducks when these guys were leaving. They were poaching us, and I don't blame them for leaving, and they were getting money thrown at them. So now this guy, who isn't going to be an NFL star, you and I were talking in the fall when he was struggling that he was going to be fine. Leave the poor kid alone. He's 19 years old. I mean, I'll to you and everybody in the chat and the fam and undefeated. How many stupid mistakes did you make when you were 19 years old? Give me a break.
Yeah.
So we got to welcome this guy back with open arms. This stuff is, I'm seeing some of these comments like, no, we don't want, yes, we do want him. And 100%, he's going to start next year. He's the left tackle for Alabama. And hopefully they will. I know Coach Sean was saying, J.C. Latham, they took some weight off of him for the NFL. They're going to take some weight off for him probably by the first game of the year. But, Kyle, come on, man. This guy's a 19-year-old kid. I know he's in a big, giant body, but, we got to cut this kid some slack. We don't want him back. Come on, Kyle.
Yeah,
so
I think.
My 2 cents. I'm not going too negative in the spring. I'm not going too negative, but, we just got to be, happy that he's coming back. To be, that's all. That's my rant.
Yeah, with Caden Proctor and with college football in general, I'm not really I think this is a really good learning lesson, not only for Caden Proctor, but for all of the prospects out there, not specifically at Alabama, but at everywhere. Because think about this, and it takes us a long time to learn, different lessons in life. They happen at different points in our lives, but like the grass isn't always greener at a different place. It's just not. And it takes time to get comfortable, to find yourself. Ken Proctor had a really good thing here. And sometimes I think, in his particular case, maybe Iowa sold him on something. He's from there. They produced really good offensive linemen in the past. And, look, he went out there. He understood that that's not the right place for him. He has every right to come back and work his way with the new team. He's got to earn it, like Coach Smook has said inside the comment box. And he's got to work his way back with the team. He's got to come in here and, look, just be real. Be like, look, guys, I want to be a part of this team. I understand that I got to earn my spot back. I gotta earn your trust back, but I'm here. I'm gonna get to work. I'm gonna get to practice and do everything that I can to be a teammate. I want to be a teammate of you guys, and that's it. So I'm excited for him to come back, and I think it's a learning lesson to everybody that, hey, just because he goes somewhere else is like, because I have no idea what's going on with Caleb Downs or whatever, but I don't know. Sometimes where there's smoke, there's fire, and I think that this transfer portal on April 15th, it's gonna be crazy, like something that we haven't seen before. So those are the things that we're tracking. Anything else, Chris?
No, he's gonna 100% earn it back. I see Smook in the comments in here. Smook, he's gonna earn it back. But one last thing, Kyle, and you and I have spoken about this like several times. You know what I think is happening, and I think it's going to come out more and more, and we should talk about this more and more. Is remember Evan Stewart leaving A&M?
Yeah,
he said because what he got promised.
Yep.
Didn't come.
Yeah.
And people are throwing out, hey, I'm going to give Kyle Henderson $3 million. I'm going to give Smook $3 million.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden you're like, where's the $3 million?
Yeah.
So I think it's a big, there's collectives, there's NIL, there's there's legalities and contracts, and it's a lot more complex than anybody's making this out to be. So I think that's a little dark side of the NIL, and I think it'll bring people back to the middle, if you will. So that's the last thing I have to say. But something interesting that we just need to keep a hold on. And sooner or later, I think you or Smook or whoever's asking the questions, you're going to get a hold of Caden Proctor, and somebody's got to say to him, like, did they fulfill their financial obligation to you? And was that a reason why you wanted to come back? I mean, that's a legitimate question now. Mm-hmm. These guys are like semi-pro players.
For sure. So, yeah. No, you're right.
Anyway, there's my rant. So very interesting. Always great to talk to you. I love when you guys, and still, tell Smook, no uni. I'm still looking for I like the microphone. Still no uni, Kyle. So, listen, come on, man. So listen, have a wonderful day. Keep up the great work. We're all happy for spring. We're all excited. So roll tide, my friend.
All right, man. Take it easy, man. Appreciate you calling in. That's Chris calling in from New Jersey. We can go back to the phone lines in just a second with the 256. And I appreciate you guys being here. And definitely hit the thumbs up today on the show. Following myself at the 9 o'clock segment, at 10 o'clock, you have Coach Merrill and you have Ty Hayes from Around the Table Sports for 2 hours. And then you go to Coach Smook. And then this afternoon, we have offensive player interviews as well as offensive coach interviews that we will bring you right here to Bama Football on YouTube. And then, T, do we have the evening schedule? I'll let you get to that.
So I think we're going to do Smook at 6, Sean at 7, and then Jarek and Merrill at 8. But
okay.
Jarek and Merrill and Smook might be flipped. So
okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, so that's good. That's kind of the evening stuff. And and I've said this like many times, how we cover football in our live shows now will not be the same how we cover football during the season. Right now, because the schedule with the practice is all over the place, we're streaming every day, but it's just, our schedules are morning and night. But during the actual season, when things are more rhythmic, we'll have, kind kind of a more formatted schedule. But right now, we appreciate you guys being here and being a fan funder. Think about becoming a fan funder. Only $2.99. You can hit the hyperlink above this video. I don't know if T's posted it yet inside the comment box, but we appreciate you. Kyle, what's up, man? Appreciate you. And I appreciate your name, man. Kyle, recognize Kyle, man. It's a good name. I appreciate you. George, what's up, man? I always appreciate you being here as well. So thanks so much for your support, not only here. I've seen you on Twitter too, George. So I see you everywhere, man. Derek, what's up, man? Good to see you as well. We go back to the phone lines at the 256. Hey, good morning. Thank you very much for calling in. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, this is Greg from Athens, Alabama.
Greg, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much, man. I look forward to your commentary. T and I were talking about your call before. I know you really like basketball, had some really good takes about basketball, but thank you very much for calling in. You're on the show, man. Welcome, and take it away.
Oh, yeah, well, of course, I enjoy your show. Appreciate everything you do, all your content, all the guests, and I really appreciate that. I'd like to just comment maybe on basketball a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I'd love to talk football. That's still my favorite, but I'm a basketball junkie also. I just, heading into the game Thursday night against UNC. When you look at Ken Prom, I think Carolina is ranked 14th. So when you look at the Final Four or the number one seeds, they're the worst rated of the number one seeds. The other three are 1, 2, and 3. They're 14th. So that gives me a little bit of hope that they're maybe a little overrated. I know they've lost some games in the ACC, and I've watched them play several times. We just got to have Reitzel needs to play. It's going to help. It's going to hurt if he doesn't play. It's just going to be about guards. The tournament's all about guards, always about guards. The more guards you have, keeping your turnovers down, making shots, getting to the free throw line, getting assists, are always huge in a good NCAA run. I loved our defense against Canyon. I thought we played with a lot of intensity. We still foul way too much, but, they're good about that. They're one of the top teams at drawing fouls, but we still foul a lot. The caller commenting on Grant Nelson, I couldn't agree more. Mm-hmm. I don't know what's happened to him the last 3 weeks. He just disappears. Well, for one thing, he gets in foul trouble every game he sits. And a lot of that's due to because our guards can't guard anybody. They get blow by drives. He has to step up to help, and then he'll get a ticky-tack foul.
Yeah.
But I think my son's a college coach, so we were talking the other day, and we don't use him correctly a lot of times like we did at the beginning of the year. A lot of times we'd ISO him, put 3 or 4 guys on the other side of the floor, let him go one-on-one, because usually when he's 6'10", you're going to draw somebody about your size. He's a good little ball handler. He's got great moves inside when he can go one-on-one, but we don't do that very much anymore. Yeah. It's sort of like we're just, he's on the perimeter. He's not a great three-point shooter. He's very inconsistent. I just wish we would use him a little more, and but the same thing. It's just going to be a tough game. It's going to be a tough matchup. They got a lot of weapons. They got a lot of size. We don't do really well with physicality. We're still got some older guys, but they're guards. Our young guys are young. We're not very strong yet, like Jared Stevenson and all those guys. But what about a game? Muhammad played great the other night, got those 8 or 10 points, really saved the day.
Yeah, because didn't he have the last 9 of, was it 15 points in that game?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, last 10. I think he got 10. He got 10 straight points.
Yeah.
He's not a great shooter, but he's a junk guy. Well, if you're out playing those guys that can just have good junk game, they can drive and just score. It's not nothing fancy. They're just fit. He just plays hard. How many times did he tip a ball to get a rebound or get a steal, or he calls a walk that one time when they switched? He does all the little dirty things. That's somebody you got to have. He's only 6'7". He's from the Bronx. He plays hard, and I'm glad he's getting to. And he made all his free throws. You watch him shoot. He struggles. But they're ugly. They're ugly makes. They hit all the rim, but they went in. So he was huge. We needed it. So
let me ask you about Mark Sears, because it was surprising to me that was his first. No, double-double of the season, right? He had 26 points and 12 boards. Maybe it's not surprising. I don't know. But talk about his play, because you just mentioned earlier is that you get to this round, right? Now we move into the Sweet 16, the tournament itself, a lot of guard play. He's playing elite basketball right now. Does he have that it factor to take Alabama where they need to go? I mean, what do you want to see from Rysel as well in terms of the guard play and what is your take on Mark Sears? Because, I mean, he is certainly proven to be playing at an elite level right now.
Absolutely. Like if Mark Sears was like 6'3" or 6'4", it would be it would be crazy. If the guy is maybe 6 foot, maybe a little more than 6 foot, but the guy has a uncanny ability to score insides over big guys because he's really strong. He comes off 2 feet.
Yeah.
He gets great angles. He knows how to use it. But like in the last game, they have a lot of shot blockers.
Yeah.
He scored some inside, but how many times was he kicking it out, and that dump off to Pringle for that massive dunk late in the game that was huge.
Yep.
I mean, he's just a smart, heady player. I don't think, the last 2 or 3 games, his turnovers has been really, really low considering how much he touches the ball. I mean, he doesn't come out of the game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he doesn't come out of the game. He touches the ball a lot. And he's just been playing like lights out. And all the other guards have still been playing pretty good. Rysel really helps us on defense. Of course, he can shoot, but I just hope he's going to be okay to play.
And I guess my last thing before I let you go is, and I talked about this yesterday, is the brand of Alabama basketball and what Nate Oates has done with the brand. Because now I think when people start to look at Alabama basketball, they're expected to be in this spot. Hasn't it been amazing to watch kind of the brand evolve? Because people want Alabama basketball to be here. The SEC is a gauntlet. It's overshadowed always by Kentucky, who is now an underachieving basketball program. Tennessee's been hot, but Alabama basketball, Auburn, under Bruce Pearl, they always get the headlines, but Alabama basketball under Nate Oates, he has something cooking. And, with Greg Byrne, getting him a new contract and this $18 million buyout says a lot about the direction of Alabama basketball. And I know people want this new arena. I have no idea if it'll come or whatever, but just the brand of Alabama basketball, hasn't it been pretty amazing to see how quickly the brand has overall increased in the world of college basketball over the last, 2-3 years?
Absolutely, Kyle. And I'm going to tell you what it is. It's our style of play. Kids want to play fast. Yep. They want to be in a flow. I mean, we run set plays, but sometimes we don't. We're unscoutable a lot of times. People want. I laugh at people like, "Oh, Nate Oates, this and that." I'm like, "Are y'all crazy? We've been to the Sweet 16 3 out of 4 years. We won the SEC championship 2 out of 4 years. We're recruiting 5 stars on a on a platform that's never ever been done." And I just laugh at people about we live and die by the 3. No, you have to play better defense, and our team this year is really struggling on defense. Mm-hmm. It's the way the NBA plays. When you play fast, you're going to give up some points sometimes. Yeah. But I just laugh. It's like, are y'all kidding me? But like the arena, I think it'll come. But right now, I think Nate Oates is more happy with our NIL money and our collective for basketball. It's really, really good. People don't talk about it that much, but that's how we're getting 5 stars from all over the country. Because number one, style of play that we don't play from Nate Oates. We're putting kids in the NBA, but we pay pretty good too.
Yep.
So I mean, I just laugh at people talking about. I mean, it is silly the way we're recruiting. It is silly that we're getting so much better. We've never. And I'm 58 years old. I can remember CM Newton and our teams in the 70s. I mean, and all the teams that we've had, we've never been this consistent.
Yeah, 100%. I appreciate the feedback. I knew as soon as you called in, I wanted to kind of pepper you with some basketball because I know you're a football guy, but I also know that you got a forte for basketball. So I was like, perfect timing kind of going in. Maybe you call back on Thursday before that game and we can maybe do some research on the North Carolina Bama game. We kind of do a little preview on Thursday morning.
Hey, Kyle, just real quick, because of football, I just want to say one thing that I love the vibe. Well, number one, I love the coverage you and Smook do, the questions and everything. But don't you love the vibe that we have in football now? You know, not only music, but just the way the coaches are doing. The vibe is so much different. And I'm not saying that Nick Saban was wrong because I love Nick Saban. It worked. But in the era of transport portal, NIL, collective, what we do and how things go, doesn't it aligns with the way players are now? There's not a lot of Caleb Downs that want to be coached and mentored. Like, 10, 11, 12 years ago, all the players that we get wanted to be pushed. Not that they don't get pushed. I'm just saying it's different. It's different athletes now than what we have now with the vibe with coach. It's different, but it coincides with what kids want.
Yes, and I think that was
and that's why our recruiting. Yeah.
Well, no, I think you're absolutely right. It was brilliant of them to really open up things because I think Coach Sabin and his name speaks volumes, right? Like that's him. Right. But what they did strategically is genius. Open things up and let you see more of Alabama. Let you see that the foundation is still here. Let you get access to these great minds of these assistant coaches. Who would have thought, right? And what's happening is it's working perfectly because now, even though it was always a place that had stability and still is, you're getting to see even more. And it's worked really well for recruiting. He's landed 6 prospects this March. Alabama's number 6 overall in the country recruiting. He's been able to go all over from Los Angeles, Abdul Sanders. He's been able to go up to Maryland, Zamir Smith. And of course, right here in his own backyard, he's been able to flip Antonio Coleman. You got Daryl Johnson out of Georgia. So no, he's been, I think it was these guys, I'm serious. There's a strategic think tank that thinks about all this stuff and them opening it up. I think it's showcased a lot of these positivities that is going on in Alabama. And of course, things worked under Coach Sabin, but I think, there's a different way to do things, which is great. It was a really good play by the football program to get things open up, but I appreciate the call, man. Please call again, maybe on Thursday. I'll get the basketball guys to call in. Luke, Greg from Athens, and, some other basketball guys, and we'll do a preview on Thursday, but I appreciate it and definitely appreciate your time this morning. Call again next time.
All right, roll tide, Kyle. Thank you.
Yeah, roll tide to you, man. All right, good stuff, man. I appreciate it. And Patriot Life coming through with another. Can you get that up, T? With another 5 fan funder memberships, T.
Yeah, thank you, Patriot Life, killing it as always.
Yeah, Patriot Life doing his thing. And I think we have. Looks like we got. Do we have Ty and Merrill? Ty and Merrill. Let's go ahead and get them on to the show. Fellas, what's up?
What's up?
What's going on?
Oh man, just talking some basketball. Merrill's bracket. You still in number 1 place? Number 1 place. First place.
First. Yeah, I mean that's surprising. I'll be honest with you. I'm just kidding. Actually, I picked that on purpose, but no, man. Hey, there's some. Gonzaga's one that a lot of people don't like put to go all the way, right? I mean, I got screwed by Kentucky like everyone else did, but the other teams though were pretty consistent with like where they ranked. So that's I mean, in the end, it is mostly luck. Let's be honest here.
Hey, what's up, Sean? We see you inside the comment box. Ty, are we doing brackets? Do we do brackets in Denton, Texas?
Nah, man. I care about football, like period. I'm going to be honest. I've watched 3 college basketball games all year. I watched 2 or 3 NFL games just because on Sundays I'd have to rewatch all the college football games for the Bleacher Report College Football Pick'em show. Wanted to, I was very competitive in that. I really wanted to take the gold home, which we did. But because of that, this past year, if it's not college football or mixed MMA, anything like that, I haven't watched it.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot that you do mix them, and I feel you on Sundays too, because I've watched so much college football on Saturdays, or I've worked all day. It's like Sunday, and then I also do like a morning show on Sunday covering college football. So, but the only time, like, because Caden loves the 49ers. So, so we peel back and we go to the Buffalo Wild Wings or whatever to go watch the games. But hey, fam, you got Meryl and you got Ty for 2 whopping hours coming up next. And then you got Coach Smook. Later on today, we got practice coming to you probably like at 5:15. You got offensive coaches and offensive players. Coach Smook and I will be there. So a lot to come your way. And of course, we are streaming tonight. T, one more time, what's the schedule for tonight?
I think we're going to go with Smook at 6, Sean at 7, and then Jarek and Meryl at 8.
Okay, yeah. So we're streaming tonight as well. But enjoy the next segment coming up. We appreciate you guys being here. Thank you for supporting me, Patriot Life. Thank you so much for taking care of all the fan funders. You guys do your thing. Have a great show, and we'll talk to you soon right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Have a good segment, guys.
Check out.
The man, as always, Kyle Henderson. Once again, Jake, you know how I do. Every single time, I've got to give credit where it's due. That comes to 3 people. And I know some of you might say, Ty, you say this every time. I say this every time because the truth needs to be heard. Especially in today's climate, the truth needs to be heard, and we need to recognize good people. So 3 people before we kick this off, as always. Shout out to Kyle for creating the platform. Shout out to T for doing everything in the background, the amazing graphics you see, all of that comes by her way and does an amazing job in the background. Unbelievable to be able to work with people such as Kyle, such as T, such as Smook, such as Jake, such as Coach Sean, Coach Jance. We do an unbelievable job over here in terms of what Kyle has allowed us to do to the people who Kyle has picked out. You see the camaraderie we all have, the interactions. That's Kyle, man. I mean, he's the one who allows this to be possible. That's T. And last, but certainly not least, at the end of the day, none of this is able to continue going without all of you in the undefeated. And I genuinely can't express my thanks enough to all of you, which is why I'm sure to let it be known every single day how much I appreciate all of you, how much I appreciate Kyle, how much I appreciate T, and Jake, certainly how much I appreciate you and the coaches. With all that being said, my man, how you doing today?
I'm good, man. Like I was telling Coach Sean yesterday, I think I'm like losing my voice a little bit, but it's all good. I don't know what's going on, but but no, it's good, man. Everything's been all right. You know, it does suck though. You know what happens to me, and I gotta tell you, man, like every single time, I don't know what. Hey, Patriot Life, appreciate you, brother. With that $20 soup chat, hey man, keep it rolling. Roll Tide, roll. Patriot Life, you know, man. Appreciate you.
Truly, I don't even know what to say to Patriot Life half the time. It's just like I'm at a loss for words.
Yeah, I mean he's always in here just getting after it and being a contributor, and I appreciate that. I mean, all of you guys truly are too, and that's a big thing. I see you, Coach Al. What's going on? I know there's a bunch of people in here saying what's up. I know I see Monica in here too, and Paul. Jared, what's going on? Jared says, run those thumbs up. Make sure you do that. Hit those thumbs up for us. We really appreciate that. Become a subscriber, fan funder, see our exclusive content. I love that stuff. And there'll be more and more as the season rolls into more of the season, because that's kind of where we're at right now. But I was going to tell you, you know what? It happens to me all the time, is I always break my phone. My phone. Oh my, like, I have to have Apple Plus coverage for the Apple Plus Care coverage or whatever, because my phone, I don't know what it is, dude. I go through like 8 phones a year. Like, it's insane. It's insane. So
the wildest phone crash out I had is when I worked at the Denton Country Club, and I was out there on the range, right, just like.
Yeah.
As you do, you know, we took turns at the country club. Everybody goes out there. You have your turn to range clean. So it was just dusk. I'm out there cleaning, and this one of the guys up there, he wasn't even paying attention. He hit a ball and shanked it, and this thing curves, and it hit my phone in my pocket. Luckily, it didn't hit my leg. It hit my phone, but just, I mean, shattered. It looked like I got hit with a bullet. It was wild.
Yeah, that is gnarly, man. That is not like it's like if you get hit by a golf ball, right? Is that what you're talking about here?
Yeah,
Right?
the golf
Yeah,
ball.
I mean, like
Boom.
you get hit. Oh, dude, it's happened to me like one time. It's like getting hit with a paintball with like no padding, right? So we're in high school. We go out to these. We called them the jail trails, right? Out in like, where I lived, there was a lot of space. It's a small town, and I'll tell you, man, we got to jail trails after school, and we would paintball. No, I mean, you put on a mask, but that was it. You had to take it like a man. I mean, you had to go out there, take it like a man. It was crazy, man. It was crazy. Yeah. Trust me, man. 80 years, a lot. Like, I don't know how it happens. Be honest, it could be the fact that like kids could be an aspect of it too, but it's also the fact that maybe I just set it down or I don't get like the cases right away, or honestly, like, I'm out there running around doing stuff, but it might just fly out and hit something. I'm one of those notorious people where I like leave it on like my car too, and it'll drop off when I go to drive away. Yeah,
That's tragic.
Just dumb stuff like that. Like, gosh, come on, man, don't be dumb.
Listen, speaking about tragedy, the first topic I think we definitely have to start off with today. Josh Payton yesterday always does a great job. He got on and he was talking about how, hey, things are about to change in college football. And he basically said, if you think this is the wild, wild west, you haven't even comprehended what's going on here. And his whole thing was, we're not going to get the changes that so desperately need to be had in college football until this spring. But the way he's talking about it, the way some of these people I know in the industry are talking about it, there are going to be a lot of unhappy campers come this spring. I've heard from two different people outside of Josh that right now there are whole position groups that are currently going through spring, telling everybody on the team, hey, yeah, I'm locked in. I'm locked in. They already have their destination picked out. They already know where they're going the second. They're just using this as practice time to keep in shape, to keep good before they dip.
Yep.
And he's saying whole rooms. He was saying there was one coach that said, yeah, I already know like half the people in this room, they're not going to be here in the spring. We're going to process them out. I already know who I'm replacing them with. And it's funny because right after he said that yesterday, just earlier today, a guy from Auburn hits the transfer portal from the defensive back room. So, ladies and gentlemen, we need to start off with this right here. You guys know I have been ranting against the current structure and the current inaction of the NCAA for as long as I've been allowed a microphone. If it was up to the NCAA, they wouldn't allow me to have a microphone because I have no love for them. Jake, I got to hear from you, man. Did you get to hear Josh's soliloquy, for lack of a better word, and what did you think about it?
Well, so no, I didn't get to hear much on it with Josh, but you kind of probably gave me a good idea with what you were just saying, just with this transfer portal and how these groups are just about to and these teams are about to be kind of decimated, but at the same time, like they already have plans in place, right? And so, it just goes to show like why we need to maybe look at this and really have it fixed. You should not be doing these things, especially in spring. I mean, maybe that's the best time to do it if it's going to happen is spring, right? Because then at least you still have fall ball to get your team in order. But to have this constant turnaround with team, I mean, it's like an NFL free agency twice a year. That's insane. You can't see these massive changes and think like these teams are going to be the same after these changes too. So even though we see a team in spring where we're like, hey, this looks really good, this team is going to thrive going into fall ball. But then let's say we have a couple of change up or coaching change ups, or maybe some guys don't agree with where they're at on a depth chart, right? Instead of like working your tail off to earn that place, you have a lot of guys are bouncing. And so I don't necessarily agree with it. I do think you could get one. I could see where the benefit is with one. But even then it should be circumstantial, right? That's where at least where I see it from a standpoint of transfer portal.
See, when I look at the transfer portal, I think you have one transfer for free. You could have a second transfer for free given a massive circumstance. Your coach leaves, right?
Yeah.
That right there. Okay. now you can go about it. But this West Virginia judge, for those of you that don't remember, put in an injunction a while ago about the one-time transfer, saying that, hey, this violates antitrust. And ever since then, there has not been anything the NCAA has done to try and combat that. In fact, whenever they put in that injunction, the NCAA just put up their hands. And I've said this time and time again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're frustrated that the NCAA is not acting on anything right now, I am right there with you. But we must understand that their inaction is calculated. Their inaction is based out of self-preservation, because they know the more they push, the more they poke the bear, they're not going to get that hand back if they keep trying to challenge the judicial system. That's why they go to Congress and say, please, please bail us out, because the courts have already gunned for us. Like, we are not going to last there. It has to happen through Congress. But Jake, it's just so wild, all the changes we've had so rapidly. I mean, you think about just 8 years ago what college football was as compared to 8 years now, and think 8 years into the future. Yeah. It is wild to think about. And listen, in college football, there are haves and there are have-nots. Luckily, for all of us sitting in this room, Alabama is a have. Okay? That's why you look, Nick Sabin, the greatest of all time, retires, and yet Alabama is still one of the top 3-4 most loaded rosters in all of college football. Why? Because Alabama is a have. Okay? But the greatest lie, I think, Jake, that we were sold, and I really got to get your opinion on this, and the undefeated. You guys know I value what y'all think. I love talking. I love having that discourse with all of you. One of the greatest lies I think we were sold, and listen, I'm a proponent of NIL. Yeah. But I think one of the greatest lies we were sold is, oh, this is going to do more for the have-nots and have them be on a bit more of an equitable playing field with the haves. And everything I always hear is, well, Bama and Georgia can't stockpile a bunch of talent. Ladies and gentlemen, how many players from Alabama or Georgia have left and then gone on to be a stud somewhere? Or how many of them have left and unfortunately it remained more or less an analogous situation, right? Demoy Kennedy went to Colorado, was super excited about what he would do. He's no longer at Colorado. Yep. He just transferred out. He's not on roster. So that was a top 40 prospect in the nation. I think what people aren't realizing is people like Sabin and now DeBoer, people like Kirby, they would walk into Louisiana, not LSU, but Louisiana, UL, point to their best player, and that best player hops on the helicopter with them, and they're on their way back to Athens or Tuscaloosa. Louisiana is not walking into Tuscaloosa or Athens, pointing at the best player and getting them to jump ship. That's not happening. The haves will inevitably benefit more than the have-nots. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, and that's, I mean, 100%. Like, I mean, we see now with our, I mean, a good example is like from Caleb Downs' perspective, right? You see how much money he gained just from that standpoint. You see kind of had that choice of anywhere he wanted to go. You see other guys in the portal. There's guys that sit in that portal for a minute and they never get touched, right? To have an opportunity, the idea was to create opportunities for guys who may be buried on a depth chart or in a position where they needed a new fresh start, right? But now you aren't necessarily seeing that. It's being used to almost create superpowers. It's kind of very similar to, I would say, some of the NBA teams that loaded up with talent, right? You know, you look back at like Miami Heat when they brought in like LeBron with, who was it? Wade was there too, and several others, right? And to win like a championship. That I don't agree with that, man. Like, if the guys aren't committing to the school to play for that school, like I said, it's one thing to have that one transfer under circumstantial situations, but just to go and sit there, right, to look at it from a standpoint of loading up teams to try and win, to maybe save your job. Like, we see that right now, like with a couple of coaches we've brought up, but just from a standpoint of that whole portal, it's not helping the guys who maybe it was meant to help, right? It's crazy. It's crazy to me. I just do not. I can't even fathom, because I look back during the time frame I played, it wasn't there. You didn't have that. I mean, I had a coach that left right after I signed my letter of intent. The coach who recruited me left. The guy who came in was the one school that didn't recruit me out of the Pac-10. Well, you think I want to play for that guy? You know what I mean? Like, come on. You got to think about those things.
How would you have felt if there was a circumstantial rule at that point that would allow for, because see, this is where I love talking to you about this.
Mm-hmm.
I can only look at this from an analytical perspective. I can't look at this from a boots on the ground perspective because I wasn't a college football player. That's why I love wrapping it up with you, because as a former player, how would you have liked that circumstantial rule where the coach left and now you have an opportunity to go somewhere else? Would you have been in favor of that, or do you like the system that was in place?
No, I would have been in favor of that for sure.
Okay.
Like I said, it runs into such, because you develop. I think the thing is, and here's another key factor on that, right? Is here the thing about it from this standpoint is that you look at like the coaches and you look at like guys, and they talk about this a lot, is their relationships with the coaches. Because when you first get in there, what's your relationship like with the coaches? How do you fit in with this team? Then do you look at the scheme? Does it fit the way you play? Do you see yourself thriving in the scheme, right? And then on top of that, like one of probably the most important thing too is like from an education standpoint, have you thought about like your future? Because I think a lot of kids do not plan for football to end. That is one of the biggest things that we see. Like football is your life. You get all this attention from however young, right? And you just focus on football. It becomes your identity. And when football is done, right? When football is done, then from there, you need to make sure you have a plan after that. And football does end. For a lot of guys, they don't make it to the NFL. Some guys get to try out, some don't, right? But yeah, so I mean, that's where it was. And it's interesting, I think, from that standpoint, that if you consider those relationships very early on, especially I think you have to think of those first maybe 2 years if you're a redshirt freshman, then at that standpoint, that's where you would say, okay, can I move on from there and go somewhere where I had another relationship? Like if a coach doesn't come in that I don't have a strong relationship with, because I'm looking to that person as a mentor, as someone I look up to, as that person I want to learn from, right? That's a big part of my commitment. So that's something to think about, and why I'd be okay with that circumstantial like transfer.
Yeah, that's why I really wanted to have that conversation, and thank you for that insight, my man, because this is a nuanced conversation, right? It's not as simple as transfer portal good, transfer portal bad, right? Like there's a level of nuance that we have to unpack here. That's what y'all know. That's exactly what I'm going to do. We're going to look at this from all sides. We're going to present all sides of the argument. That way you, the viewer, can form the opinion you believe is best, because we have our opinions, but my job isn't to push my opinion. My job is to look at things from all sides of the equation so that those watching, those viewing, those interacting can form their own opinions, right? And I think that's one of the things that's so awesome about this. Now, two things before we move to this question right here. One, we're in a precarious position when someone like Lane Kiffin, who could be dubbed the Portal King, if anybody can put that Tiger King mullet on him, I'm sure Blaze could find him something, right? Blaze could get Lane Kiffin. If you're watching this, contact me. I have an unhinged individual that I could send your way. I don't know what would happen, but it would be entertaining. Ball's in your court, Lane Kiffin. Ball is in your court. I'll be waiting on the call. Whenever he has utilized the portal to the degree he has, getting an LT, I mean, not an LT Overton, a Walter Nolan, both came from A&M. I apologize. All of this right there. And he is coming out and saying, yeah, this is bad for the sport. Yeah. I just robbed the transfer portal blind. I just got all this talent, but this isn't sustainable. That's when I think people start taking a step back and saying, oh, even the people that are quite literally profiting the most are coming out and being like, yeah, this isn't sustainable. This isn't what we should be doing. And that to me is interesting. The other thing I'll say is if anybody is sitting here thinking that Jake and I are at any point against NIL, I think it couldn't be further from it's the farthest opposite from that. Jake, I don't know about you, but I loved Sabin's idea of revenue sharing and still allowing for instance, Dr. Pepper, whenever they did the NIL deal with DJ Uongalele or Beats, right? Or now Jalen Milroe with the protein powder. That's what NIL was supposed to be.
Like 100%. Like that's exactly what it's supposed to be.
Let's do revenue sharing and that.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the thing. I mean, that's how it's supposed to be used. And at the end of the day, using it in any other way to get players on your team is not the correct way to go about it. That is, I mean, that turns it into, again, it turns it into this is like a more, NFL has its own thing and they've done their own thing obviously for a long time. But I think like to have these again, it's like you have multiple transfer portals, you have all this off-season movement, and it just causes everybody. You talk about like, for Nick Saban, even, a perfect time for him to kind of step out was now, because it is so chaotic on the standpoint that who wants to manage all that as a coach? That's why we see all these coaches leaving, and it's been talked about, right? Like as a coach, you love developing players, and the recruiting aspect can be a lot of fun, but there is also a lot of time put in. Well, now there's even more time because you're managing even more of your own roster. You're having to figure out, all these extra little things, whether, players are money aspects that are through the roof for a high school guy that's 18 years old or 19 years old or 17 years old. I mean, 100%. And then you have all the transfer portal windows. It's just chaos. It's chaos to manage.
Well, one of the things you said that I love, who wants to manage all that? And ladies and gentlemen, over the past 3 years, there's been an emergence in a new type of employee for college football teams. Shout out to Courtney Morgan.
That's right.
That's why now you have a general manager. Now, Sabin was rare. Sabin did it all. And that's the last of a dying breed. The cats that could truly do it all.
Yep.
But it's not necessarily that there are guys like DeBoer. I'm sure he has the ability to be a CEO, to be a recruiter, to be a football coach, but it's becoming too much with the transfer portal, early signing day, regular signing day, this transfer portal window. Everything is all over the place. Get you a GM, allow them to handle that, and you be focused on your day-to-day, right? A few years ago, I read a book about how presidents of the United States, and this is fascinating, the people around them limit their decisions throughout the day, right? Like most of the time they have their suits picked out for them. That way they're singularly focused on the most important aspects of the job. All the little, what socks? I'm like, no. That's all picked for them so that they are singularly focused on the most important things, so that they're not bogged down with these little tedious data. And I know it sounds wild, but that's just something that I've always found interesting. And now it's coming into college football. And I think that's super, super interesting. Now, I did want to hit this question right here. Rocket Town, thank you for being in here. Says, Ty and Merrill, do you think that the pros negatively view the flip-flopping around by these college players? Do you think it negatively impacts their pro prospects at all? Jake, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I do. 100%. I think maybe if you have one, it's one thing, or maybe if you have one in like a circumstantial situation, because we have seen a couple of players who we've discussed who, maybe had some family stuff going on or had some other things going on. That was actually really important for them to have that second opportunity. But I think overall, the teams will look at that and they'll say, okay, you remember there is, when you go into testing for the NFL, they do look at your personality. There are a whole bunch of tests to see who you are as a person. It is like an extensive background trying to get a federal job for like the FBI. They go in depth on you. That packet on you as a person, everything about you is thick. It's like the Bible thick. So they want to know because they want to make sure you're reliable, right? It's still a job. It's still a career. In the end of the day, they need you from a standpoint to come in and help the team, not be a distraction, not be a somebody who causes issues in the locker room from a standpoint that it's just going to hurt the team. Like with that same concept of team unity is there at the NFL level, and even more so, it's probably even more important because you need that so strong for these teams that, like, the teams that do win the Super Bowl, right? Like Kansas City has that with their coaching staff. They have some key players that keep that locker room united, and they can bring in and fill the gaps with other guys, but they have to fit their system. That's why we see their success. New England Patriots were a perfect example of that. You want to talk about the Patriot way. That's a great example. And again, it's funny because Nick Sabin and Bill Belichick basically came up together through different coaching ranks. So,
yeah, I echo a lot of the same things Jake said in terms of that question, Rocket. I think that there are some that will have, like he said, the circumstantial, and they'll be more or less good to go. But one that always comes to mind, right? And they've only transferred once, but it is a situation I'm keeping up with because it is a sad situation. Keontae Goodwin was with Kentucky. Alabama actually recruited him. This was when Coach Wolford was at Kentucky. Coach Wolford got 2 big wins over Bama that year. Keontae Goodwin and Berrien Brown. He was involved in both of those recruiting battles. Well, Keontae Goodwin ends up transferring from Kentucky to Florida because he had family that had unfortunately gotten ill, and he wanted to be close to them. Prayers to that situation. Hope everything.
100.
But that's an individual, Merrill, where if we find out that up in the spring portal, he's like, okay, the family thing has subsided, but I'm not particularly crazy about this Florida thing. I came here because I needed to be near family. I'm going to transfer to Arizona. You're not going to hear much of a peep from me because I'm going to look at that one and say, okay, you had some circumstantial stuff that I get. If you're just not pleased with your environment for no reason, that's where if I'm a scout, I'm going to start asking questions. You better be sublime. You had better be a can't miss prospect. If you're on college number 3, you went to 4 different high schools, you had better be that dude.
That's right.
And quite frankly, we just don't see that dude transferring around a whole bunch.
No, we don't. I mean, in the end of the day, like for most of the time, those guys who are successful, right? They aren't necessarily leaving. I'm going to be honest. I was surprised that Caleb Downs left. Now, everybody has said it more so had to do with his dad's point of view, right? And I know it was a relationship based thing, but it would have been nice to maybe even see him go through spring ball to see if he could build that relationship. I think he would do really well under Colin Hitchler, right? And continue.
And Caleb Downs can't start at Ohio State if he transfers after spring. You know what I mean? He's going to instantly walk into a starting spot,
100%.
even if he transfers after spring.
Yep. And that's the hard part is you see some of these guys, I mean, you're like, come on, man, like you got this opportunity here to do good. But at the same time, like, if they're like, hey, and he did take his time for the most part. I mean, more so than anyone else. And you look at where his thought process was and obviously what his family wanted him to do. And, and that's fine. That's fair. Okay, deal. I get it. But yeah, to have these like major guys move, you don't see it as often, maybe in the quarterback room, which was interesting. I think this offseason, like all over, from Miami's quarterback and Duke's quarterback and Kansas State quarterback, USC's
Malachi Nelson to Boise State now.
I mean, yeah, and that was a shocker for me. I'm going to be honest with you.
I never really understood how he was going to fit into Lincoln's offense.
I didn't either. I didn't think it was probably the best pick for him. I think he, got sold an idea. I mean, because he's a great player. I love watching him play. But he got sold on something that maybe again that you really need to think about how you fit. That's why I love like KD's offense. If you look at the standpoint, they really what they're targeting in they're targeting in you, they really go after a style of player, right? Like in each position. You look at who they go after from a standpoint of recruiting, and they have a style for each position. You can go and watch all those guys that they're going after their film, and they fit that similar play style. They fit similar length, size, speed, athleticism. Right. There's a style for each position. And I love that. I don't know necessarily that all other schools do that. I know they pay attention to that, but not to the extent I think KD that's why I love Courtney Morgan. I mean, he's talked about that before. Like, and truthfully, that's probably why they brought in, guys like Jatavius Sanders, because they understand the type of player they want to look at, and they want their team, their back end team, right, to look at and go after that fits the system and fits their needs. I love that. So
yeah, 100%. Great question here, John. Very fair question as well. He says, well, question, Ty, if every athlete starts saying I'm leaving because of being homesick or family issues, what then? Just a thought. More than fair question, John. 100% more than fair question, especially in the landscape we are now. Luckily, I think my counter to that would be just based on the evidence we already have. And what I mean when I say that is I would argue that homesickness or family issues is a minority of why people are transferring right now.
Oh yeah.
I think it's that way in a massive, I don't know the word I'm looking for. I think that's the case in a massive way. So basically my point here, John, is that we already have an open transfer portal, and we don't see a mass swath of people just waving a wand and saying, oh, I'm leaving because of family issues or homesick. You have a few, but I just don't think that that's going to be like a major thing, because here's also the thing. You look at was it Des Walker with UNC?
North Carolina. Yeah.
He had to prove the family issues. You know what I mean? He had to go through multiple appeals processes.
Yeah.
It wasn't just as easy as a swipe of the wand and he got what he wanted. He had to prove that. So
Seriously.
Very fair question. But I think that those reasons why people transfer, being family or like you said, homesickness, and to me, family is a far more one than homesickness. I would put much more emphasis on granting a kid a second transfer if they had family issues, as opposed to if he's just like, oh, I'm homesick. Because if you're homesick, I'm going to be like, hey, I feel you. And that you're well within your right to be able to do so. Might have to sit a year. Right.
Yeah.
Like that's, so I think very fair question, but I also think that it's not going to be as rampant as we may believe, just because we already have the model in front of us, the transfer portal, an unlimited transfer portal. And maybe in April, I'll be eating my words. And if I am, John, you already know, I have no qualms with being wrong, because it's an opportunity to learn. And so we definitely will revisit this conversation after April, because maybe I am wrong. But that's just my opinion on the matter. Thank you very much, John, for the question. Jake, do you have anything you wanted to add on that?
Well, I would just say, I think overall, again, like we aren't going to see that as often, right? Because these guys if you're doing this process correctly, okay, and that's the key thing to think about here. If you like from a recruiting standpoint, if you are a recruit and you're going through figuring out which school you want to be a part of, then you are thinking about every factor. You're developing the relationship. You're thinking about, how you fit in. You think about how you feel at the school. How close do you become with the guys on the team? Like, start working those relationships. I have to give a lot of credit to our freshman class, even our upperclassmen for sure at Alabama, but the freshman class, you look at those guys and how they treat the recruits coming in, and it's not a show. They actually do care. Ryan Williams, KD and the coaching staff was a part of him committing, but at the same time, it's his relationship with the guys on the team. You spend majority of your time with the guys on the team. Okay. Those are your best friends. That becomes a brotherhood. That becomes people you stay close with for the rest of your life. So how is that relationship? And I think that's key. And I think that you wouldn't necessarily, because of those relationships, and I do think a lot of players are thinking about that, we're not going to see as much homesick or family issues. I think, again, I've talked about this in the past. I do think that you get guys who start to get this imposter syndrome a little bit and mentally get in their own heads when if you're a young guy, maybe you're stressed out a little bit, right? And you're trying to learn this new system, and you're doing the best you can, but you get this imposter syndrome and you start to think things that you tell yourself stories that aren't true, right? This happens a lot. We see it all the time. People, and it's not just in football. It happens all the time. Like you tell your things that aren't true. That
I
a
can
lot.
speak to it.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Ty.
Just doing YouTube, man. Like
Oh, yeah.
I'm someone who I didn't have consistent internet until I got to college. Get to college, I study political science, I study conflict resolution, how conflicts start, how conflict ends, specialize
Yeah.
in that area, coup proofing. I mean, geez, I very lucky, guys. If you're from the North Texas area and you have a child thinking about the University of North Texas, I had always intended to go there for a bit and then transfer, right? Hopefully continue getting my grades right and then transfer to an Alabama. And I was blessed to have some of the best professors. I mean, out there. I had a professor that used to put away people for the United Nations War Tribunal. Like,
Whoa.
just awesome stuff. But when I started the YouTube channel and I started finding success in college football, I myself had that imposter syndrome because
Yeah.
I'd always been a college football fan, but now I'm teaching myself the game of football in a way that I can talk about it. And I experienced that because
Yeah.
it was like within a year or two, within 2 years, the channel's thriving, and that's a very real thing, Jake. And I've loved that you've talked about that.
100. I mean, it happens all the time. Like guys get you fall into something maybe you don't quite expect, or in a success maybe you don't quite expect as fast, right? And maybe it's an area that you are not necessarily an expert on right away. Maybe you're learning about it, but and that's what I highlight these freshmen, or even like maybe good guys to look at that this seems to. That's where you talk about like the sophomore slump, right? That's what that is. It's imposter syndrome. Like these guys had early success, whether it's the NFL, NBA, I mean, whatever sport it is, but they get these early success and then they start to think things, almost overanalyze, overthink it, and believe stories that they're telling themselves about things that are going on that are not necessarily going on, right? Sadly, be honest with you, people do it in relationships all the time. You see that all the time, right? So I think from that standpoint, like you have to go back and remember your basics. Remember those relationships are key, and thrive off of those relationships and take it one step at a time. Appreciate the process. And there was a comment earlier that said, Jay Diggs kind of said this. I think guys would be less inclined to keep transferring if their ability to be paid by schools is hard capped. The school is forced to declare how much they are paying each player. I mean, I could agree with that 100%. I think we hard cap that, and guys know how much. It should just be equal. You come in, and then the rest is all truly NIL based, like truly based on name, image, likeness, like we've seen with Dr. Pepper beats Celsius. Celsius did a big one with Bo Nix. They did it with the running back from Michigan. They did it with Michael Penix. I mean, that was a good one. Right. That's where you can earn that extra. And that obviously you'll get that by playing and being recognized in the sport. Right. So I agree with that 100%. But
great points. And it was Alec Morris. I was mistaken, Caleb. When you said David Cornwell, I was like, oh yeah, I remember him transferring. And I remember a quarterback from that room transferring to UNT, but Todd coming in, getting us right, saying it was Alec Morris. And that is correct. So yeah, that's my mistake as well. But you're right, Caleb. He says, I guess it's from the same quarterback room. That was my confusion as well. I knew that Cornwell had transferred, and I knew that you had a quarterback from that room go to UNT. Forgot that Morris was the guy. But yeah, UNT, great college, not necessarily a great football team. They that hurt my heart. You know what? Before we move on we'll talk some offensive line, because that was a major point this morning, and we had some comments about number 77, Jaden Roberts, and whether or not we think that he could play. From John, left tackle. We'll dive into that, but here's what I will say: in my fraternity, every Saturday, I'd help go set the tailgate up. I'd tailgate with the guys up until about 10:30, 10:45.
Yeah,
and then I'm heading back home. And everybody's like, Ty, you're not going to come. You love college football. Like, you're one of the most college football obsessed people we know. You're not coming to the game. And I would say, no, I'm going to watch real college football. I'm going home. I'm going to watch real college football. That's what I'm doing. I'm a Fiji, Todd. Yep,
Fiji.
I'm a Fiji. NIL can't be hard. Hall of Fame college football with Jason and the coach. Shout out to Hall of Fame college football. Great content. Has been a massive supporter of my channel. Has been on my channel several times. Great guy. Love having him on. Thank you for coming in here, wrapping it with us. He says NIL can't be hard capped whatsoever. Okay. Actual pay-for-play contracts can be, but not NIL, which is why I really like the notion Sabin put forth of let Gatorade come and pay you whatever you want. Let beats, like you can, if you're a star player, because someone, I think it was Dave. Hey, he knows. Are you really? Man. Are you a Fiji as well, Todd?
Oh, that's cool.
P, my brother. That's awesome. That's really cool. That's really cool. Yeah, I used to have the Fiji flag. Actually, Todd, if you go to my channel and you go back to the very first videos before I had all of the studio, back when this was a spare bedroom and you can see there was a couch back here, I had a Fiji flag. Fiji myself, man. That's so cool, Todd. That's so cool. But we had David in here and he made a great comment.
Okay.
He was saying how in NIL in this current model, you have players getting crumbs relative to some other cat making $1 million. Under the model I am proposing, and under the model, I can't say I'm proposing it because the model Sabin proposed, the model I'm advocating for, everybody's going to make more money. The players will be better taken care of across the board, but then your Bryce Youngs will still be able to capitalize on their superstardom because they, like Sabin always said, have created value. That's 100. A beautiful model. And I love that. I love that point, Hall of Fame, because you're right. And that's why I think let Gatorade pay you whatever. There should be an organization, not necessarily for each team, but for the conference that handles name, image, and likeness for the conference, where they can go to this agency and it's like, okay, Gatorade wants to engage with Jalen Milroe in a campaign for their new flavors. That way you cut out the universities and you can try and cut out any shady business dealings. You have it all more on the up and up, and you have the revenue sharing. And man, I just don't see, because I said this in another show and people were genuinely opposed to the idea. And I'm like, yeah, but aren't we after more equity? And the answer I got is, well, we haven't ever had a bunch of equity. And while that may be true, I want to pose it to you like this, ladies and gentlemen. What would you think if your favorite team, whoever they may be? I'm a Minnesota Vikings fan in terms of the NFL. I don't know why I'm a Minnesota Vikings fan. I never felt like a super close tie to Texas because neither of my parents are from Texas. We just lived here for the horse business. Not to say anything bad about Texas. That's just, I never felt like that innate grasp by the state, right? But what would it be like if the Vikings had to abide by the salary cap, but Green Bay and Chicago had 3 times as much salary cap as they were able to work with relative to Detroit and Minnesota? That wouldn't be fair, but that's exactly where we're at in college football. That's exactly where we're. And so why not push for equity? Right?
Agreed.
Why not push for equity? I don't know.
Agree. No, I mean, I'm right there with you, man. 100%. Like spot on as far as what you're talking about. That's what I was referring to is like, these guys get their, through the contracts or whatever with the universities, get their base, and then they get their, based on how they play through their NIL deal. Right. I think we would be able to eliminate and really cut down on this crazy movement, where guys are bouncing, getting paid, and coming back.
But it wouldn't be the organization taking care of anybody. Like I don't disagree with you, Poet. I don't disagree with you at all. The organization's job wouldn't be to necessarily take care of the big or little guy. It'd be to ensure that it's not someone from the university trying to back end funnel their way of enacting pay to play, right? Like if you have an alumni that has a company and they want to do it, that's fine. I can't legislate companies advocating or NILing students, right? That's what this is about. I do see your point though, Poet, but I also think that the organization wouldn't be there necessarily to advocate to the player. It would be there to ensure equity for all players, if that makes sense. And maybe I am misled, maybe because this is something that I'm just thinking about. It is something I'll have to thinking about. No, I'm not asking them to contact or prioritize.
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't be that. It'd be Gatorade coming to them. They're not going to Gatorade. They're not advocating on behalf of the athlete.
No, yeah.
They're just there to ensure equity from the companies entering in.
That's right.
But they would not be in a position where they have a list of guys they're actively going and finding deals for. That's the companies come to you, not the
That's
other
right.
way around. In my proposed scenario. But once again, that might not work. Patriot Life with the 5 gifted stubs.
I like it, man.
10 since I've been on here.
It's daily, man. Daily. I love it.
And the 20. So thank you so much. Contact players once Gatorade dies. If you could type that in again, Poet, because you might be onto something. I am in no way claiming I'm right. This is just the idea I'm floating, right? Like I'm just looking for a way to try and help the situation. And I'm not. I meant when companies go to them, sponsors. When companies go to them to sponsors players. Gotcha.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll see. Now, I do want to hit this comment up here. I don't remember who said it. I'm going to look for it, but Jake, I'll have you start on it while I bring it up. That way I can aptly give credit to who asked it. What's your thoughts on Jaden Roberts' Ty? John Benitez says, Ty, do you think Jaden Roberts, 77, would be better left tackle? I'm going to start with you right after I acknowledge Seth the gentleman, who, by the way, Jake, just said this is better than ESPN.
Wow, thanks, Seth. Wow,
I agree.
Appreciate
Seth.
that, man.
I agree.
ESPN
lost their way. All right, it is what it is.
Yeah.
He says, "Roll Tide, roll, everyone." Much love to the undefeated. Much love to you, Seth, helping keeping this going. But back on that question about Jaden Robertson left tackle, Jake, what do you think?
I mean, yeah, he's versatile enough to do it for sure. He's athletic enough. I mean, the guy is a beast, right? Like you look at him from a overall strength standpoint, and I mean, I'm sure that dude doesn't like. I've seen guys like this. I remember there's a guy, Donnie Matiaki, played defensive tackle. He had like an 8-pack. He's 310 pounds, like 6'7". He's huge. And that's Jaden Roberts is kind of like that, right? He has this like very strong athletic build. He can move, but honestly, I like him at guard. To tell you the truth, I think you solid up that middle right there. We had talked about moving guys before. You and me, Ty, we did a video that discussed that. It's funny because in that video I discussed these guys dropping down in weight so they could just move better. Right. It wasn't like these guys need to lose weight because they're way too big. No, it's just so they can move and be more athletic and be able to feel better in the sense of what they're getting after. They're strong as hell. That weight doesn't do anything compared to your strength and explosiveness. Right. And so I say this, man, that's where I would say these guys, it was discovered that a lot of them did drop weight. And they are in excellent playing shape and they feel a lot better. They actually talked about that in an article. And from there, I think we see like between what we have right now on the field, the product that's putting out the work the guys are doing, who are being looked at from the offensive tackle. I just saw something that like, Jaden Roberts supposedly, or not, Caden Proctor, right? Lost like 25 pounds already. So that I'm interested to see from there, right? Like these guys are going to be in phenomenal shape. Like I think everybody knows right now that's kind of the mindset of which way we're going. And we're putting guys who, I mean, all you got to do is look at David Sanders Jr., the #1 offensive tackle being recruited by Alabama in the nation. Okay. Go look at him and tell me that guy could start today. Okay. FYI, he could start. He is that good. I think he's the #1 player in the nation. And I think in general, like look at him, watch him play. Be honest with you. Go watch him play. Watch the way he moves. Dude looks like he's a freaking tight end running out there. A giant tight end for that matter. Right. But that's a great example of what they are looking for. right? So he could do it, but I like him I like each guy right now, right where they're at.
Yeah, I agree. He has. Ricky Smith said, "Sorry, had to leave to tune my guitar." Completely get it, my man. Happy you're back. Happy you're back with us. I agree in terms of his versatility. I do like him where he is currently, though, and I'm going to tell you why. Because right now, I think Alabama could have an argument. Now, it has to be shown on the field. I'm not crowning anything until I see it on the field, because I crowned that I thought the offensive line would be much improved last season. They were 129th in the nation in sacks allowed.
Yeah.
So guess who had egg on their face? This guy, right? This guy. And so I'm not crowning anything until I see it. But I'm also human. And I'm also not good at hiding things from all of you in the undefeated.
Yeah.
I think if everything works out, you look at the three, Alabama could have one of the best interiors, and not in the SEC, in all of college football. Between Brailsford, Booker, and Roberts, that's nasty. The other thing I will say, and Smook could attest to this, whenever Jaden Roberts came in, I was on a show with Smook, and we were talking, and I said, guys, this affirms my point.
Yeah.
The second offensive line, and I said it actually the week before he came in. I actually can't wait to talk to Smook about this at the 12 o'clock hour, because he's going to remember exactly what I'm talking about. I watched the second unit for Alabama's offensive line, and I thought to myself, I don't necessarily think that they're better, but they certainly look more athletic than the first unit. They were getting in space easier. They were getting to the second level quicker. And guess who is the guy I referenced in that video? I said 77 on the second offensive line was moving better than any of the starters, getting to the second level better than any of the starters. And it's showing that this size they're packing on, it's not conducive to success. So love to hear that Proctor has shed some weight. Going to be interesting to see the battle that goes on at left tackle. Nothing is given. Everything is earned, right?
That's right.
But that's also a great thing. Iron sharpens iron. He is a very talented player. And Jake, you and I said this. You're asking an 18-year-old to play at 300. What was he? 365, 370? At 18.
Yeah, he was huge.
That's not going to work.
No. Come on, man. Like, yeah, these, don't get me wrong. Like, the athletes, especially today, coming out, or a lot of them, they're like superhumans, right? They're big, strong, fast. They can run. But when you get to a certain point, like, you can't carry that and expect to think you're going to be ultimate performance level. That doesn't work like that. And when do you see guys like that in the NFL? To be honest with you, there's not. You look at the average line in the NFL, and I mean, I could pull those stats, but I looked at that, and Alabama is bigger than the average line in the NFL, and bigger than some of these lines that are very successful in the NFL too. So I like it. I mean, and you know, Coach Al just brought something up, and I like this comment. I like Roberts at guard for precisely the reason our inside D line guys are playing one gap. The worst pressure a QB can get is up the middle. So this is a great. I love this, Coach Al. I'm so happy you said this. So if you look at where this offense thrives, right, and it thrives from a quarterback standpoint, because the quarterback's vision, right, is like is this open vision from the standpoint that he's here and it sees out here, correct? And so I think with the guys, you saw it with Penix, where when he had issues, the pressure was coming up the middle on this offense, this last year. And that's where these games you struggle. You saw that with Michigan. Okay. I mean, their D tackle cost hell for especially in the beginning of the game for Washington until they kind of got settled in. Right. But I'll tell you, with those guys in that position, with them being there, and really, you know, you got your dudes in the middle, with your guards and center being that solid group. I'm happy with that, because I do think when we get into place and we have the right guys in place, we are going to have really athletic tackles who can move really well. And again, with our running backs' explosiveness, being able to jump to the second level, Ty, like you said, is huge, right? Like, these guys are fast. They're getting past that line fast, you know? So I'm excited to see that. I really am. And that's where I feel good about Roberts too.
Yeah, 100%. That's going to be very exciting. Now, I don't mean to somber up the mood, ladies and gentlemen, but we do need some prayers. We do need some support for one of our very own and the undefeated. Betsy saying, I'm struggling some, just got back from my mom's funeral. And that's awful to hear, Betsy.
Oh, man, sorry to hear that.
I don't know what I can say to be of any service, what I can do to be of any service, but what I do and what I can say is that people will be praying for you. Tough times are tough, but they never last. And I can guarantee that your mother was probably profoundly proud of who you are, that you were her daughter, that she got the time she did with you, and all of the great things. You said you had your own children. That in and of itself is an incredible blessing. And so I'm very, very sorry for your loss. You will absolutely be in my prayers. And everybody in the undefeated, if you could keep Betsy and her family in your thoughts, in your prayers. If you need someone to talk to, Betsy, please do not hesitate to reach out. Everybody here is here for you. And we are here as a community to look out for one another. Remember, we set the standard.
Yep.
Every single day, we set the standard. And so if
100.
you need anything, please do not hesitate to reach out to anybody, Betsy. I'm very, very sorry for your loss.
Yeah, 100%. Right with you, Ty. Right with you, man. Sorry about that, Betsy. But
yeah.
But we're happy you're here though with us, and hopefully just talking and being part of this group can give you a little bit of upper for the day. You know, and that's the great part about this too. And I had a recent conversation with another member in our chat about how this is a great outlet. This is a great place to come in and join up and be part of a team and part of a group where you can come in and talk and talk about football and talk about things that you enjoy and you love. That's one of the beautiful things about Bama football on YouTube with this platform and having this chat group and seeing very familiar people as you start to develop those relationships, and you can continue those relationships. It's amazing to see what happens in scenarios like that when you become close. So I appreciate it a ton. I have a lot of fun doing this with you guys. So
yeah, life is bigger than football, but that's why this is more than just a football podcast, right? This is for Bama fans by Bama fans. This is for the Bama family. This is for the college football family. We might have even, there are some Texas fans that'll come in here and they'll kind of rub elbows, but at the end of it, they'll send in the comments being like, "Hey, we're just having a bit of fun. Love what y'all do over here. Unbelievable job." And we love coming and hanging out because there's a genuine love for college football here. And that's what makes it so much fun. So this is for the people. This is college football. This is a podcast for the people, by the people, and people are at the forefront of it. And that's why I say, please don't hesitate to reach out.
100%.
Everybody here is here for you. And so very sorry to hear that, but tough times never last, right? Tough people do. Tough times 100%, never last.
Dude. That's the truth. That's the truth. That's it. I love that saying. That's like one of my favorite sayings. That is so true. Yeah. But it's hard, for a lot of people when you're in that moment. It's hard to remember that.
Words are just that in that moment. Words, right? Yep. And I can say, what we will, but it does need to be said. But I understand that pain, Betsy. I do understand that pain at a very minute level. But I'm very sorry to hear that. We did have a question I wanted to get to, Michael. Right before it said, Merrill, Ty, any news on the big offensive tackle Sanders? Now, I think Smook would probably have more on this than I would. Jake, you may know more. I know Smook has been in contact, but articles popping up from major media sites this morning that Alabama made up a lot of ground this weekend. Jake, any thoughts on the David Sanders situation?
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you, Ty. I think your guy to go to for our, especially a lot of our recruiting news in general. I mean, Ty, you have some good inside stuff, and I have a little.
But Smook is much more in depth, right? Like I have
right now,
the general recruiting, but Smook, like you need Bama recruiting. He supersedes anything I have, right? And that's the reality of the situation. I'm not ashamed to admit it, right? He does a fantastic job, unbelievable
Awesome job. I'm super glad that he does. I mean, he does a really great job with like building those relationships. And again, it's a lot of it has to do with trust too, because when you are building these relationships, these kids have to be able to trust you. They can't just, tell you things, and then you go run off and tell everybody everything you just found out, right? Like that's a very, very important. But I will say, so make sure you tune in to the Smook Scoop. And whenever Smook is on, because I'm sure he drops some fun little
He'll be on
nuggets.
with us in an hour.
That's right. And so, but I will say from what you saw, Ty, and I saw the same thing with the articles, it sounds like they were able to make up a lot of ground. He was there with his family. Yeah, it was cool. We saw a picture of him with modern days running back, and that's Jordan Davison, who also had an amazing trip. I think I feel really good about him and Davidson. I mean, the process is long. Like these guys want to take their official visits and see some stuff and get their feelings, which I respect. But I do feel really good about those two. And then the other one I feel really good about, I tell you just from standpoint of recruiting. Well, here, let me finish with David real quick before I jump to the other one. All right.
I love that you're getting so excited. You're going to move on. I can't wait to hear it.
Yeah, this is, well, for me, like that man, it'd be the coolest thing. My dream job, honestly, yeah, from a coach standpoint, is all I want to do is like coach defensive backs. That's it. I love coaching defensive backs, or even like an edge, right? But in the end of the day, also the aspect was recruiting, like being part of a recruiting personnel, right? Like a team, because I just love those relationships, and I love kind of helping these kids through the process. That's what it's all about. Is you want to show these kids like everything that why it's worth it and that what's real, not sell them on some BS, but what's real, right? For these families and kids. So I love it. That's why I get excited. But I think when you look at David Sanders and you look at all of, what he's kind of seen and who he is from a player standpoint, the guy, I mean, he's one of the most athletic guys at tackle I've seen in a long time. How big he is, how fast he is. Just everything about him, right? And Shane, I have coached at that level, 100%. But then I
you're in Florida
now.
Some
other stuff. Yeah,
you know
I know,
what I
man.
mean. That might be an opportunity you check out, my man, for real, because
I
they'll
know.
come
We'll
and find
see,
you
man.
in that area.
We'll see. But yeah, with Sanders, I think he really enjoyed his visit. Like I said, Smook's going to have like the innate details, but you can just see based on articles that things were really good. You look at Jordan Davison, who's also here. He had a lot to say about his, and he's teammates with the dual Sanders at Modern Day. And one of our favorites is Dejon Lee, right? And so cornerback at Modern Day. And we're right there in the mix with both those guys. It helps too that we have some California ties here already on the roster.
Is Dejon Lee transferring to Modern Day?
He's Mission Viejo. Sorry,
I was about to be so pumped up. Oh my God,
he's Mission Viejo. Sorry.
I was about to be pumped.
Yeah, I was. Those are the things, man. And Betsy, we appreciate this real quick. 100. I just want to thank the Undeaf fam and coaches. I needed this. Roll Tide, my fam. Hey, Betsy, we appreciate you. Thank you for that. And again, that's, we're here for you and anyone else too going through whatever they're going through. That's what the part of this process and getting on here and talking with you guys. So
and thank you for allowing us to be a part of the healing process. Truly.
Yep. 100%. 100%. But was that the real David Sanders that hopped on Smook's segment the other day? I didn't. So. Are you talking about
comments?
Did he jump on the other day? I wasn't
comments,
sure.
Yeah, I imagine it was
okay.
him. The only reason I say that, Moon, is because I have had players in the past, and it was kind of the same thing, right? I remember when I first got started, I did a video on a Tyler Guyton as he transferred from TCU to OU. He was actually in the chat, being like, "Oh, thank you for acknowledging my move. Thank you for acknowledging me." So I would imagine that was the real David Sanders, especially given Smook's ability to connect with these players. Steven says it
100.
wasn't.
What?
Maybe it was. I don't know, but I think I've had plenty of situations like that where then. They're in the comments, same thing, picture of the player, and then I get a message on Twitter from that exact same player. Hero Canoe up at Ohio State, that's another one. He was conversating with me back and forth. Great guy. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I like him, but then like I said, Jordan Davison, from a running back standpoint, I have him down. He's number 7 running back in the nation. For him, it's his top school, so he has great relationships here. I think that's impressive what the coaching staff has done overall from that standpoint, right? They just from a nationwide connection. Okay, and then from there. Probably another one of my favorite guys to watch. And I'm telling you what, man, the talent in this class is loaded for 2025. But that linebacker room, yeah, you look at Dawson Merritt, right? So Dawson Merritt out of Kansas, he also was here. We heard a lot of amazing things. I think this is probably his place where he wants to go. Sounds like he's going to play a Wolf. If he were to come here. I mean, the dude's 6'3", 225, 215, 225.
So would
right
you
between.
say, Merrill, that he possesses the thing that you and I have been screaming to the mountaintops about?
Yes.
Versatility.
100%. 100%. You think of Keon Coat, right? And Patriot Life, we see your super chat in here, man, in honor of Betsy's mom and everyone who has lost a loved one. Thank you 100%. Like that means a lot, and we appreciate that $20 super chat, and we appreciate you just throwing that out to everybody. You know what I mean? Like that's cool, and 100% like to everybody. Like everybody feels that, right? And it's important to acknowledge, and it's important to make sure that you give that support to somebody else, and every day that you're working to build people up, right, and make sure that they feel supported as they go through their days and as they go through whatever difficult circumstances or adversities they face in their life.
Were you a Lincoln Park fan, Jake?
Oh yeah.
I will never forget the concert where they had a bunch of the people in the mosh pit get hurt, and they stopped the concert and said, "Hey, we will replay multiple songs. But just let's make sure." And one of the things that has stuck with me since I was young was Chester Bennington screaming into the mic, "When someone falls, what do? Pick them back up."
Mm-hmm.
That's part of the reason why I say we set the standard.
That's right.
If someone falls, you don't pile on. Whether you agree with them, you pick them back up, because that's what the standard is. And we've got to try and maintain that standard. And it's best for all parties involved. Love that.
Yeah, 100%. That's the truth, man. Like maintain the standard and do it every day, even when no one's looking. That's the biggest thing when I think about it is hold yourself to higher standard, even when no one's looking. And Gil, I'm in the Tampa area, still figuring things out. Like I very well could be back in Washington, could be here. We're just figuring stuff out for now, right? Like that's what life's about. It's interesting, man. I've been like a nomad my entire life. just constantly moving, man, constantly moving. But, it's funny. We get back to this recruiting aspect because I know you guys have a lot of questions around these recruiting, and there's so much, there's constant information coming out, right? Like you asked me a week ago, I felt really good about Justice Terry, and then USC pulls a big hire in and sells it with, "I can make you Aaron Donald."
And I don't know if you heard, they moved the needle in a real big way, not only for Justice Terry, but for Elijah Griffin.
Oh, yeah.
They moved the needle.
Which I don't blame them.
From what I was told.
Yeah, let's hear this, man. This is good right here.
This was a super hands-off weekend. Don't get me wrong. Lincoln was there, shaking hands, do what I'm saying. I'm not saying he wasn't involved. Please don't have that be what's. But in terms of like a Justice Terry, 99.9% of his time was with Coach Henderson, right? It wasn't with Lincoln and they had them around these defensive cats over there. Get Justice Terry, really move the needle for Elijah Griffin. Now, can they maintain them? Right? That's going to be something we have to see. But
100.
But that same argument could be made for every college out there, right?
Completely.
Here's what I will say, though, Jake, in terms of USC recruiting, my biggest question for them is, will you take a full class? Lincoln is notorious for taking 17, 18, 19 guys. He's
Yeah.
notorious for taking smaller classes. I
Mhm.
think at a certain point, you got to build. You got to get those full classes. I liken recruiting to eating, Jake. When you
Yep.
look at Alabama's classes, these are full meals.
Mhm.
This isn't a McDonald's Big Mac. This is,
No.
you got your meat, you got your potatoes, you got your greens, you got your iron. These are full, sustainable meals. You
Yeah.
can't hope to build a sustainable football program off of scraps. That's not going to work.
100%.
So he better
100%.
recruit a full meal this time. That's all I'm going to
Yeah.
say. Back to you, Jake. I apologize.
Well, no, you're good. You're good. I love it when you jump in on these. And that's the thing too, is when I think, well, in DeBoer, you have to think about this as a recruit. Like, I love that it makes sense, like where these guys are all getting really excited. Oh, this guy coached Aaron Donald, and he's a great coach. The great coach, but he cannot develop every single one of you guys into Aaron Donald.
Aaron Donald's
And there is only one Aaron Donald. Okay. Like, let's get that. Don't use that. You can set the standard for a work ethic standpoint of maybe like a style you want to play, but dude, don't try to be someone you're not. That is gone through history. Do not try to be someone you're not. It does not work out. And you might do some things to yourself, like we talk about imposter syndrome. Guess what happens when you don't meet that standard that you have set for yourself over and over and over, thinking that you're someone you're not.
One more
right?
time,
Like, be
Jake.
you.
Say that one more time, because that is a powerful point.
Like with the imposter syndrome, right? Like, do not keep thinking over and over, right, that you're someone you're not. Just be you. That happens. That's what happened. That's how you get to that point of imposter syndrome, right? You need to utilize your game, utilize the things you're very, very good at, of course, you know what I mean? But and watch guys who've done things similar and learn from their skill set, but don't try to be something you're not. Like, in the end of the day, you be you, and you stick to what you're good at. And I mean, and that's the thing, is like, I think we get a lot of guys who get excited and imagine their careers looking like Aaron Donald's. And for now, if you there's nothing wrong with dreaming. Like, I'm all about it. Like, have those dreams. But at the same time, you have to understand that process is a very long process, and it's one step at a time. And not just one guy makes you into that. Right. So that's something to think about. And do you want to get buried on a depth chart? Because you're going to be part of the transfer portal problem eventually then. You know what I mean? Like, don't think about that stuff. You know, it's one thing, like, it's one thing you go and you are constantly seeing guys turn over and do a great job over and over and over, right? And you see that where you can compete at a high level and have that competition. I don't know if USC technically has that right now. You know, all you got to do is look at last year and look at their performance levels. It's not there. It's not the same USC as back in the 90s and in the 80s and the early 2000s. Okay, it's not the same USC. It's different right now. So, but I mean, staying at the same time, like, these guys see his coaching ability. I don't blame them. The same thing goes on with DBs at LSU, right? LSU has a very good DB coach. Very good DB coach. It happens all the time. Everybody looks at it from a standpoint of, this guy can make me into this. Well, what makes you into that, yes, is he has knowledge and can put you through drills, but your work ethic, your mindset, and the way you perform on a daily basis and hold yourself to whatever standard that should be held to reach that level, that's how you get there. So, I will say, though, we get back to Dawson Merritt, and I see this comment too, JT83. From all the chatter from the recruits, it seems the staff is staying within themselves as far as presentation, combining the laid back style of new guys with Coach G and Roach. 100%. Like, they're being real. Everybody talks about that. That's why they love Bama, is because they know that the vision is real. 100%. Go ahead, Ty.
Jared says, for Betsy's mom, BFOY Development Fund won people 3 years ago for me, Betsy. Much love to and from the undefeated. Jared, I am very sorry for your loss as well, but thank you so much for your generosity right now. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, because I've seen you in the chat right now being there for Betsy. And that means as much to me personally as this donation, right? Being there for somebody, because that's exactly what I mean. When someone falls down, we pick them back up. Thank you so much for the 1999, Jared. Thank you for being a part of this community. I mean, you guys know at this point, Jill, shout out to you. Jill's been over on my channel forever, Jake. But we recognize you guys. Like, yes, there's a lot of you, but we recognize you guys at this point, and we're always really excited whenever we see these familiar names in here talking, doing all that. Thank you so much for the donation. Thank you so much for the support.
Yeah, 100%, Jared. You're the man. Always enjoy Jared in here. But getting back to like Dawson Merritt, man. So his dad, right? His dad's DB coach for Kansas City Chiefs, Dave. Dawson's a phenomenal player. He fits like, and again, we're hitting on this tie. He fits the mold of what they're looking at each position, right?
Versatility.
I mean, I brought up Keanu Coat, right? Who is like balling out. People are talking about his ability at that wolf spot, versatility. Yeah, 100%. Like everybody's excited to watch Keanu Coat, right? And I mean, I am. I keep hearing about him too. So I think from that standpoint, you look at like the guys they bring in. Noah Carter, great example of that, right? Great example of that. And then
most versatile guy I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, and then you have like Dawson Merritt. I mean, Dawson is very much the very similar style, right? And he already plays that in high school. So yeah, he kind of fits into that perfect. I mean, I feel like that kid is coming to Bama, but again, things could change, overnight with the way things work right now. So it sounds like we got some cool dudes coming in for this weekend. Let's see, who are some of our highlights? We got Michael Carroll in town, which Mike was on with us on a smook one night right after we talked with Luke Metz. So that was really cool. Mike is a stud. I think he's number 2 interior offensive lineman in the nation. Absolute. That kid, he's a beast. Excited for him. We got Caden Strayhorn. He's out of Bradenton, Florida. I think he's an IMG guy. He's another baller, right? Like interior offensive lineman. You got Dalen Upshaw coming in. He's Phoenix City. I know Smook is huge on Upshaw. I like Upshaw, but one thing with him is you got with he's only, everyone ranks everyone different. He's a 3-star guy. He's not a 3-star guy. He's definitely a 4-star guy, right? Again, the star ranking is very interesting. George was in here earlier, was like, hey man, were you a 3-star guy? I was like, yeah, I was a 3-star guy. Should have been a 4-star guy, right? Everybody has like these different things in the rankings. In the end of the day, it doesn't matter. And then we got a bunch of like 2026 dudes coming in too. So I feel really good about where we're going and then this consistency, right? Because in the recruiting, the biggest thing that comes down to is because it's not like the guys go, they commit and they sign their letter of intent that day. Okay. It's all about consistency and build, right? Sabin was the king at consistency and building. All right. And he was the king at making sure these guys knew, what they could offer. And at the end of the day, when signing is about to be here, that's why Sabin was able to close. He was a closer. Right. And that's what you want, right? You want a closer. And so I feel really good about the route and direction we're going within this recruiting class. And then honestly, where I feel best about Ty is the way they are really focusing on 2026.
Well, I have an adjective.
Okay.
I used this adjective in February, the first week of February, whenever they had that recruiting event. Someone might beat me to it, because I'm going to allow the undefeated a little bit of time to guess the adjective I use. Jake, I've said it to you multiple times. It's something I use to say, hey, this was Kalen DeBoer's first big weekend. What did I call it? Foundational. This is foundational recruiting. Recruiting is like building a house, right?
That's right.
You have got to have a solid base or else it will all crumble. If you're not getting recruits off of solid relationships and that solid foundation, you may have them now, but they're gone tomorrow because they will have established a positive foundation and relationship with someone else. Here today, gone tomorrow, right?
That's right, man.
What they're doing in 2026, That's foundational recruiting, ladies and gentlemen. And what do we know about this new
yeah.
staff? This is a staff that
Oh,
cultivates and fosters positive relationships really well, but really quickly. I mean,
dude.
Ryan Williams,
Mhm.
obviously a Noah Carter, a David Sanders, a Dijon Lee, a Luke Metz. They
Yep.
come in, they hear the pitch, and they're like, nah, this is what I've been looking for. This is the
Mhm.
authenticity that I've been looking for. Really
Agreed.
excited for the guys in the future coming, the
Oh, yeah.
2026 guys, the 2027, because
Mhm.
that's where this staff, what they do in 2025 is going to be very, very impressive. But
It
we
will.
all need to understand they wouldn't have been there a full calendar year whenever early signing day gets here. Whenever those
Yeah.
first guys start putting pen to paper, the staff outside of a few guys would not have been at Alabama for even a full year yet. Now, when it
Mhm.
comes to national signing day in February, that's when they will have been there a year. But if this staff lands a top 5 class off of, you like my fake watch, 10 months
Mhm.
of recruiting, of 10 months of relationship building, watch out.
Yeah.
Wait till they have a year. That's all I'm going to
So,
say on that.
well, I mean, it was Saban's second year where he lands his foundational class, right?
Exactly.
And I mean, what's up, Big Bama Brand and Gil? I appreciate you, Gil. But
From New York, the beautiful state.
yo, and Betsy, I saw you say you're going down to St. Pete. I hope you have a great time. St. Pete's beautiful. It's a lot of fun. It's a great time to go enjoy too. I mean, it's the perfect time of year to be down in Florida. I'll tell you that. But yeah. So, but the thing is I miss my little girl. I got a little baby back home, so that's a big part of it. But I'll tell you, you look at like Sabin for that class, that second class, and what he did, and you look at the names. I was looking up because I really wanted to dig into his recruiting classes because I wanted to see, okay, what did Sabin have to work with compared to what DeBoer has to work with, right? Obviously, big difference there. But at the same time, like, how fast was Sabin able to take off? And he ended the first class was number 12, right? But I'll tell you this, that second class, number 3 ranking, and you look at what he brought in, it was phenomenal. But then you look at like the excitement that they're generating, KD and this coaching staff is generating with what would be his second class with 2026. And there's a lot. I mean, you got Hezekiah Harris, number 1 edge, Dorian Barney, number 5 cornerback. Those are guys here this weekend. You got Jackson Presley, Jamar Owens. Jackson Presley's quarterback, Jamar Owens safety, Jontavius Wyman's a cornerback, right? You got Tristan Lyles, who's a stud from 2026 edge out of Phoenix City. And there's way more than that. We had Langston Hogg on and had a chance to interview him or just have a conversation honestly with him and see where he ends up. And then you got Tyler Merrill, who they recently offered. Love it because he has the same last name as me. I don't know, man. Maybe I don't know. My family tree. I don't know too much on it, but it's interesting for sure. But maybe could be. But yeah, I think he's one of the top offensive tackles in the nation for 2026. There's a lot of generating excitement for that 26 class, and I feel really good about it. It's right now. I think what they are doing with the 25 class they are finding those areas that they say, okay, this is where we want to focus in on because these guys are going to be really core to continuing our success because maybe we have youth or we have depth at these other positions, but instead we have these other areas that don't have as much depth, and we want to make sure that we're working to fill those and bring in the right guys who maybe can make impacts early. So I like it. I like what they're doing, man. I'm excited to hear what Smook has to say about all that stuff too.
Very. Now, this is the one thing I will say in terms of 2025 recruiting. Their recruiting has already exceeded my expectations of where they would be.
Oh yeah.
If I'm being frank, I thought this class would be good, but I thought it would come really in April, right? Once A-Day came around and people saw like, oh man, I loved my visit, had a great time, and now I'm watching A-Day, and A-Day doesn't mean everything, but they look good. They look real good, right? That's where I thought we'd start having the avalanche. It's come a month before. I will say this. I am under the mindset that a top 10 class in Kalen DeBoer's first year is a massive success. A top 5 class is exceptional. But remember what I just said. They are going up against the likes of like Georgia or Ohio State or some of these schools that have the beauty of continuity, right? Ohio State's got a great brand. They might not have the Bama brand in terms of national championships, college football playoff wins, but they've got a massive brand. You're going to war with people that have had that continuity dating back years. I mean, you think about it like this. There are certain guys in this class coming up that have been being recruited since they were freshmen or sophomores by a Ryan Day or by a Kirby Smart or by a Lane Kiffin, right? In their present circumstances. So for me, a top 10 class would be spooky. And I know we as Alabama fans have been spoiled to number 1, number 2. God forbid you get a number 3 recruiting class. That's how spoiled it's been over here. But I also know that this is a transition year and they're already exceeding expectations. A top 10 class would put genuinely, and I'm saying this, I'm stepping out of Ty, the Alabama fan, and now I'm approaching you as the college football Bleacher Report analyst. A top 10 recruiting class for Alabama would still be a win and would put all those cats in the top 10 on notice. They would sit there and be like, geez, I worked my tail off for 3 years to get to number 6, and they're number 7 off of a year. I'm telling you, what's happening right now in Tuscaloosa, it's special. I do think a top 5 class is possible, and I think that's where we'll end up. But I am letting you know, I don't want to hear people disappointed in the fan base if we end up number 6. That's still an exceptional class with 10 months of work put into it.
Completely.
I mean, that's a slam dunk. Slam dunk.
This is interesting. This is a long comment by John M. You see that, Ty?
Yep.
Since we put so much emphasis on who's a 5-star and so on, okay, top 25 start at this amount and so on and so on. Do you think that could be something in the future instead of half a mil who's a 3-string? Did you get it a little bit?
John, if you could retype that.
Sorry, man.
My
I
brain
don't
is
understand
mush right now.
Instead of half of mil who's the 3-string. I don't know what you're saying. Sorry, dude. Apologize. Sometimes it's hard to understand.
Oh, he's speaking to NIL. He's speaking to yes. No.
Okay.
I get you now. I get you. He's speaking to NIL, and I get what you're saying now. The top 25 are, but that's why I think the revenue sharing idea, along with maintaining NIL, and you just have an organization not tied to the specific university, but that's facilitating, like Gatorade comes to them. That's where I like that idea, John, because then every player is making money. Every player is making money. And I know Poet earlier, a great point where he said, well, if we do that, they're only going to look out for the big names.
Yeah,
unfortunately, Poet, one of the things that's come back to me is that the big names are the only guys getting the major NIL deals now. Under the model I'm posing, and not I'm posing, I'm advocating for. I apologize. Words matter. I'm not posing it. Sabin posed it. Multiple people have posed it. I'm advocating for it. Everybody gets NIL, but or everybody gets paid, but the guys that have created value, they're going to get the extra NIL. And that's where Sabin has always said, create value, right?
Yeah.
Create value.
Dude, 100%. I mean, that's, again, like we have, I mean, don't get me wrong. There was that report that came out about guys being recruited who got they showed the different pay ranges for guys based on their rankings. I don't know if you saw that. It was pretty interesting. What they're making going to different universities. It was anonymous though, so you didn't know the school, you didn't know who the player was. You only got it based off of rankings. You can look at a guy it'd be interesting to know what coming out of high school. Our top ranked recruit. What's that quarterback's name again? You can't believe I'm forgetting this. Underwood. What Bryce is making going to LSU. Yeah,
well, you remember that Athletic article a few years ago that said that there was an unnamed quarterback.
Yeah,
I know the name, but there was an unnamed quarterback that was getting a $7 million NIL deal. And I'm sure that half the undefeated knows who it is.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I
I
mean,
know that.
top 5-star quarterback. That's I agree. I'd be fascinated to know.
Yeah, well, look at that Jaden Rashada thing at Florida. What they say they pay him $13 million. That whole thing was. That's
Boy, that
crazy to
was.
me, dude.
You want to know what's
Insane.
so funny about that
Huh.
though? It's not funny, but at the same time, it makes me laugh so hard every time I think back to it. So if you go back and you find Jaden Rashada's Florida edit from Hayes Fawcett, there's a picture of a Lamborghini in the Florida edit, right? And this is when he's getting the $13 million NIL deal. That falls through. He ends up going to Arizona State. And the edit for Arizona State, instead of riding on the Florida one, he was leaned up against the Lamborghini. In the Arizona State one, there was no vehicles. He was riding a bike. And I was like, why'd y'all do him like that? Why'd you do that? I love Hayes.
That's good, man.
You bet I caught that. And I was like, what?
It's like the little Easter egg drops in movies and video games. I love that stuff.
So
dude.
funny.
That is funny, man. I love.
And
that.
this is a worry, Poet. I don't have the answer for that, and that is a very well placed worry. And
it is.
All of your comments have been very well placed as well, Poet. I'm just thinking of this as I go, right? Trying to figure out some way to advocate for some change. But great point right here. With a big org comes bureaucracy, and that's true. That there's no debating around that. That is 1,000% true. 1,000%.
That's right. That's right. It's that's the last thing we want, getting involved with the kids and everything. That's why it's really important we get this tamed as quickly as we can. You know what I mean? And then I, again, going back to recruiting classes and these expectations, I look at these classes. Here's the thing. I'm going to tell you right now, my expectations for recruiting is, you need to be there and be within that top 10. I do believe that it's Alabama, but at the same time, get the guys who fit your system, who are athletes, who are bought in and sold, and continue this mindset, right? Along with that standard. And we've almost heard guys talk about Womack raising that standard from a defensive standpoint. Truly, guys are that's how they feel.
Sabin was pulling from his principles.
Yeah, 100%. Almost raising that standard. You listen to Justice Haynes talk about how excited he is for this offense, right? And the coaching staff. They love that they did not come in and try to be anything different than who they were, built off of what was already foundational and part of what is understood to play at University of Alabama. And then from there, right, showed their vision of this, how we can be great with this together. And you want to talk about a selling point. Oh my God.
100%.
Kids who see that, here's the thing, is the kids that are going to come here and play, not just for the script A, but for also that vision, because that's going to be part of it. I will tell you this, these kids are going to give 110%. 110%. And you'll have teams that work and play together. Guess what? I would rather have a team that plays as one, that has great athletes all around, and is player led with love for each other. Because you know what happens? Alabama is always going to compete at the highest level. But when we get against opponents who are tough, where games are tight, those teams win. Those teams with that mindset, that player led, that love, that work together as one, they win. That's how you win. And I'm telling you, you could have the best scheme in the world, but if you don't play together, you don't win. Right? So it's interesting. I want that buy-in. I want those guys. You could be a 3, 4, 5-star. Great. But if you can play ball and you good, right? And you perform, and you want to perform for the guy next to you, and be your very best for the guy next to you, and make sure you don't let your brothers down. Did you ever hear about Womack's accountability circle, Ty?
I haven't.
Okay. Womack has an accountability circle, right? So if you make mistakes, right, you have a chance to make it up the next day. And then on top of that, but if you don't, right, and you continue making mistakes, there's a circle where you got to go out in the middle of the circle, And basically, I think it's basically you got to say your name and what mistake, and you made this mistake, or you let your brothers down, and you do up downs, right? And in this accountability circle to make sure that going forward, you don't do it. I love the fact, and it's not meant to like, to embarrass these guys. It's to say, hey, be accountable to each other, right? That's the goal here, is be accountable to one another. And I think that's what it is by building that together, right? The guys, when they're done, everybody's like, hey, man, they come together and they say, hey, good job. Like, we appreciate you. Thank you for owning up to that. Like, man, that's huge. That creates winners right there.
100%. Want to hit a few comments.
Yeah, let's hit it.
Poetic, by all means, my man. He says, I don't have the answer either. I don't mean to poo-poo without an answer. And that's Poetic. Listen, nothing in life happens without discourse. Right? Nothing meaningful comes without discourse. And within discourse comes pointing out things that could go wrong in no way, shape, or form. And this goes to everybody in the undefeated. But speaking specifically to Poetic, if I say something and you're like, oh, maybe it won't work, please. Yeah. I love having these conversations because I learn, we learn. In no way, shape, or form is that how I'm interpreting this, Poetic. I think you're like me, trying to find the best way possible to maintain the integrity we have in college football. That's exactly how I'm taking it. I don't claim, we're just looking for answers. And in order to come to answers, you're going to arrive at some, bad ideas. And maybe my idea is a bad idea. I have no idea. But in no way, shape, or form do I take it as poo-pooing on anything. No, I think you're contributing to a conversation, and I think that this live was better for your contributions to the conversation. I absolutely think that your contributions absolutely made this live better, and that's what this is all about. I am not here to be agreed with. At the end of the day, whether you agree with me or disagree with me, that's beautiful, right? It's always great to be agreed with, but if you disagree, that's well and with it. I aim to be understood. If you understand the point I make and you say after you leave here, hey, I don't agree with Ty, but I understand how he logically got from point A to point Z. Like, I understand how he got there. I get that. Then I have done my job, because then you have formed an opinion based off my analysis. Whether I'm agreed with or disagreed with, everybody loves to be, I just want to be understood. Right. And Poetic, I think you've done a fantastic job of contributing to a fantastic conversation. So thank you very much. The next comment I'll get to is Hacker Music, who always gives great insight, saying, comparing recruiting to what Sabin was doing isn't fair. He was the established GOAT. He already had a ring before he came to Bama. Let's remember that. Great point, Hacker. If DeBoer has a top 10 class in his first year and then puts an impressive product on the field, they will come. I completely agree. That's why I had a guy who covers OU recruiting straight up tell me, in the background, y'all are still doing Bama things without Sabin. And if you guys go out there and win a bunch of games, college football's in trouble. This is not from an Alabama. This is from someone who has no connection to what Bama is doing over here. And he's hearing all the way in Norman, Oklahoma, hey, keep an eye out. Because if they go out there and are successful, ooh, buddy, college football is going to have something to answer for. Want to hit this one right here as well. Anything you'd like to add to that, Jake? I don't mean to.
No. You're good. Hit that next one. Let's check it out.
Shane says LSU, Georgia, Ohio State, USC, they all have at least a couple of 5 stars already. We have 0. Shane, I will push back against this. We have one for the 24/7 Sports Composite. He may not have gotten the 5-star status yet, but there has only been one class since 2010 that did not include at least 28 5-stars. If Duke Johnson stays at number 28, he will be a 5-star. We're just still in the process of updating all of the rankings, right? So Duke Johnson, I feel, will be a 5-star. The other thing I would add on that, Shane, every single school you listed has the benefit of continuity. LSU, continuity. Georgia, continuity. Ohio State, continuity. USC, continuity. Bama's recruiting just as well, top 10, without that continuity. And to me, that means everything. Anything to add on to that one, Jake?
No, I think you're spot on 100%. And I also think, like, from a standpoint too, just getting back, because I see there's a lot of talk on, like, in the chat about this star ranking and all that. But again, like just wait. Me and Ty discussed this. Gosh, I don't know if it wasn't last time, it wasn't yesterday, but it was last week at some point. We discussed kind of like star ratings and why we think this class you'll potentially see upwards of upper 30s, we believe, within 37 to even maybe 40, maybe, but feel good about 37 to 39 5-stars. I mean, the class has that. So, and I think we do have at least a couple right now. And it is coming. Like regardless though of the stars, in the end of the day, I want the guys who fit the system to help us win, right? Like that's what we want. Again, you step on the field, the stars don't matter anymore. And we appreciate all the work that the scouts do for all these different recruiting, platforms. But at the same time, it's not 100% right every single time. We see that year after year after year, right? And so one thing I did want to say, speaking of not necessarily 5-star, but a 4-star guy, is I just saw this Mo Linguist. If anybody saw him shouting out Onis Konenbani, looks like, from Columbia, South Carolina. He's giving him a shout out on the practice field. That's like the thing to do. But he's a composite 4-star cornerback, number 28, ranked nationwide. Looks like someone that we probably keep an eye on. Typically when the coaches are hollering at somebody on the field during practice or getting warmed up, recruit somebody you definitely want to pay attention to. So, yeah, Onis Konenbani. Yep, cool, man. I'm excited for this kid. That's pretty cool. Heathwood Hall Episcopal School out of Columbia, South Carolina. So, like that, man. I love it.
No, the name.
Yeah.
One thing I would add, Shane said we're really spoiled under Sabin. This is one thing I will add. I think that this 2025 class was a little bit unique because Sabin had jumped out to an early start. That wasn't normal. Dare I say, Bama is jumping out to a faster start than we saw normally under Sabin. Let me unpack. I am in no way, shape, or form saying Bama's recruiting better right now than they did under Nick Saban. I don't have that answer. The class is still ongoing. We're still very early. What I am saying is how many times in May under Sabin did we look and Bama's number 65 in the nation in recruiting? The time they were 65 in the nation in recruiting is when they ended up breaking the record for all-time recruiting class, which A&M did break the next year. But they were 65 in May. And then, boom, they hit the ground running. Oh, I froze. Not a great freeze frame, but it is what it is.
Mine's been freezing today too, man.
Yeah. What I will say is this staff has already jumped out to an early start, and we're only in March. We still have got nothing but time and opportunity in front of us, and I think that is something we need to watch out for. No doubt about it.
And then Todd said we got a commit from a 2026 quarterback yesterday. Locked On Bama said this morning. Did we get a commit from him? Did that guy commit? Did he? I got to look at the kid.
Did they drop a name? Because if they did, that's awesome. But if they didn't, it could be a silent.
It could be. I mean,
I know who they're talking about, but like, you know what I mean.
Brandon.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't know about that one. I mean, yeah, it could be. You got to remember too. What were you saying, Ty?
Shane says that was Georgia. I know Georgia got a commit.
Yeah, Georgia
2026.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be. Jim Stein said it. Okay, maybe. Maybe I don't know if he maybe missed. I don't know. I would think it was the guy who was just here if they were to do that. I mean, the quarterback aspect is going to be a very, very, very interesting one for 2026. I think that's going to be probably the one area we pay attention to a lot, right? I mean, same with 25, but I think 25 is unique because you are late to the game with a lot of these dudes, being now that you're at Alabama, and we're working on guys. And I don't know, it's interesting to see what they do with. Again, everyone keeps bringing up, Juju Lewis. So we'll see, man. We'll see where that goes.
Ty and Jake, what's your favorite recruiting class under Sabin? Ooh, this is a good one.
That's easy for me.
Go for it.
That's 2008. I mean, that Sabin's lock. That class right there is what creates everything going forward. I mean, that's a quick one for me.
That's a good one. I'm caught, man. I'm caught. I might have to go. Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna be biased, guys. I am. I'm gonna go with the 2020. And the reason why I'm gonna go with the 2020, and Sabin, no shortage of great classes, but I always feel a certain appreciation for Will Anderson because that was the video that got me picked up on YouTube, right? Like I remember I made that video, Jake, in October, right? And it had like 20 views. That's it.
Yeah.
It had 20 views in October. I was doing the state championship for Dave Campbell's Texas football. I was on AT&T Stadium's field, right? Like sitting there.
Okay.
And I just had this feeling like, hey, check YouTube. You haven't released a video in about a month. You've been busy with the internship. And for whatever reason, 3 months after I published the video, this thing is running, right?
Yeah.
It went from 20 views to next thing, it was getting 100 views an hour and then 2,000 views an hour. And it just kept going and going and going. And that's how my after that day, I got scared that I was going to lose the momentum. I went 185 days straight, releasing at least 2 to 3 videos every single day.
You're an animal.
Well, I was scared, man. This is what I always wanted to do. I didn't want the opportunity to pass me by. So 2020 is a very special recruiting class for me because that is the class that I mean, you had Bryce, you had Will Anderson. I mean, God, between those two names right there, I can't tell you how much fun I had watching Bryce Young play quarterback. I've always referred to him. He was a wizard. When have you ever seen, and this is for everybody in the undefeated, this is for you, Jake. Have you ever seen Bryce Young and Harry Houdini in the same room?
Man.
Have you ever seen Bryce Young and Gandalf in the same room?
No. I can't say I have.
These are the questions people are asking them. So yeah, that 2020 class for me, really, really special.
Yeah. Well, and they were, man. It makes sense, especially when you say that time like that. In the end of the day, I mean, that's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. I know you had told me that, but it's just crazy to think how much that kind of took off for you during that time frame.
It's the whole reason I'm able to do what I'm doing.
Well, obviously you do an amazing job. Amazing. I love being on with Ty Hayes.
This is when I was posting film reviews. So this is one of the few videos where I wasn't even on camera. It was straight up film, breaking down plays. And I even was like, hey, I don't necessarily know everything, but like, I'm going to let you know right now, even to the untrained eye, this is the best edge rusher the SEC has seen since Jadeveon Clowney. I'm calling it off of his very first game. And I feel very vindicated in that call because he was spectacular.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Do we think William Chunas is Coach DeBoer a future GOAT?
I'm going to hesitate laying that at his feet, right? I'm going to hesitate laying that at his feet. Now, here's what I will say, William. I think that Alabama got the best coach for the job. I do. How many times, Jake, can you say, oh, our coach retired, and who did we get? The coach that was just in the national championship. Forget what happened. That's the guy we got.
Oh, for sure, dude.
That's not normal.
No, not at all. It's crazy. Like, I mean, this is key. Like you just said it, right? He is the best guy for the job. And on top of that, I've argued this before, and I will continue to argue this. In the end of the day, any guy who wins like he has won, right? He doesn't have to come to Alabama. We remember this, number one. He does not need to come to Alabama. The guy right now, his record, his success that he's had already, he already has, he has what, four national championships, one as a player out of those four. He's been let's see here. He's been to 6 total, one as a player. Okay. And he has 3 wins. All right. In national championships. He understands this playoff system because he did it and was very successful at the NAIA level, FCS level, right? And then on top of that, like his record is impeccable. People like it doesn't matter where you go and what people say about him, but especially you go back to where he grew up, people speak very, very highly of him. Then you look at this next aspect, and this is the mind of a champion. I mean, truly, his book, when he has a book someday, it should be a book everybody should read on how you treat people.
I'll read it.
Yeah, well, 100%. Like I will be all. I'm a big KD fan. Like I mean, if I could get hired by that guy, I would follow that guy to the ends of the earth, dude. Just from the standpoint of who he is as a person, right? And I'll tell you this is like from his overall perspective of what he does with his life, how he treats people, how he treats his family, how he prioritizes people, especially in the moments, right? But also, he is the only one who can truly sit there and say, I raise my hand and I feel I can do it without hesitation, right? To follow the greatest of all time college football coach. That's what Nick Saban is, everybody. We all know that. He is the greatest of all time. He is the legend. Okay. And not only do it behind the greatest of all time, but at the greatest program with the most legacy of all time. You know, that says something about somebody, man. Like when you are willing to step up above everybody else. And he did. It's not, you know, I mean, yeah, he was their first choice, but in the end of the day, I don't think you have a lot of other guys who would take that on without hesitation. He does it without hesitation because his goal, right, is to win, because that's what winners do, right? Is you win. So his saying and you talk about his maxims, everything that he stands for, or his pillars of his foundation and his vision. I mean, it fits perfect. Like it's something to be said for him, man. I'll tell you that.
True. We got some great comments here about the 2017 class, Jake.
Mm-hmm.
And guys, if you're answering 2017, you're not going to hear a peep from me.
Yeah.
I mean, that's Tua and Mac Jones in the same class, Najee Harris, Brian Robinson in the same class,
yep.
Jerry Jeudy, Devontae Smith, Henry Ruggs, Jedrick Wills, Alex Leatherwood, Bugs, Dylan Moses, Xavier McKinney. That's dumb.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, man. Like, no, that's a correct
talent
answer.
level. Talent level's insane. If you talk like straight, like talent level, right? Yeah, 100%. But I think mine is based on like, what does the class do for the program in general? Like, what does the class do from a future standpoint? What does that class solidifies Sabin for the rest of his, I mean, that's what creates 2017 class. You can't have that without 2008, right? Or even 2007, but
how many of these guys were first rounders? Tua was a first rounder.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Jerry Jeudy was a first rounder.
Mm-hmm.
Devontae Smith was a first rounder. Henry Ruggs was a first rounder. Dino saying Alex Leatherwood and Jedrick Wills first rounders. I mean, goodness gracious, that is
insane, dude.
That's actually an insane class. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, if you answer 2017, objectively speaking, you're probably right. Right? Like mine's a personal, and I will come out and mine's a personal thing. One, it's also insane. And I know they transferred out, but you want to know what's so crazy about this class, this 2021 to me, Jake? You had Will Anderson, who was the number 1 outside linebacker in the nation. You had Drew Sanders, who was the number 2 outside linebacker in the nation. You had Chris Braswell, who was the number 3 outside linebacker in the nation. All 5 stars.
Interesting. That's an interesting way that you just said about this linebacker group. Very interesting, like from a standpoint of what you saw in their production, what they're going after right now. I don't know. I mean,
I believe he was a second
connection.
Caleb, second or third. I mean, he was. I even thought he was he was undervalued in the draft. I thought he was very undervalued in the draft, no doubt about it. That class, we could say, turned Bama. That class, and this is something crazy. There has never been. I'm going to say this again. There has never been a school put 5 wide receivers in the first round of the NFL draft in 3 years. Bama did it. They had 2 1 year. They backed it up the next year with another 2. And dare I say, if John Mechie doesn't get hurt, they hit 6. That's my hot take. If John Mechie does not get hurt, both J-Mo and John Mechie go in the first 6 first-round wide receivers in 3 years. That's my hot take.
Yeah. I like that. I mean, that's straight up. It'll be interesting to see too if like let's say, you know, we get KD for quite some time, right? If not, like, you know, maybe he does is stay out, right? Maybe college is his thing. That's what he does, and he stays out. And I like it here at Bama, like throughout his career, right? But if we do, from this standpoint, look at the fact of saying, okay, we start really racking it. You look at like the wide receiver group that they're going after for 2025. There are some dudes in that group that I mean, I'm really high on, and they grab them. But then also, you know, a lot of people are not. I think they're not giving like our wide receivers a lot of credit right now of who's already here. Room. I do too. I think they're explosive. I think they all bring like unique traits. I think there's youth, but there's also this experience. And I think guys are going to thrive in this system. You got to remember, the system adapts to it. That's the beauty of it, right? It adapts to the personnel. So I do think, you know, with what they're saying about Milroe, and I made that argument last night on with Jance, is everybody was like, okay, Milroe, you know, this is my argument. Why do you give me facts? Like, give me these details of why you think Milroe. I said, guess what? My argument is this now. My argument is no longer. Can you guys still hear me? Okay, we're good. We're good.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I said my argument is no longer that Milroe is I have to lay out all these facts, or I have to play the stat game, or I have to do all this. My argument is this: just listen to an expert talk about Milroe. You know who that expert is? It's Coach Kalen DeBoer. If you don't believe me, go look at his quarterback history and the way he's coached them all. If he sees something, I believe him. He's not going to say this stuff to the media if it's not true. You think he's just going to build a fake Milroe idea? No. So I don't need to give you stats and facts. I can just listen to the head man who has a quarterback developing king, right?
That we have not had.
Right? And he says this about Jalen Milroe. I feel good, man. That's all. That's the only argument that needs to be made there. You don't need to make any more arguments. It's not like, if you're an expert, then you probably should be coaching QBs at Alabama. If you're not, then it's time to quiet up.
Well, I also Jake, now we have the beauty of being able to evaluate this from an all-22 perspective as well. And I know that might not sound like a big deal.
Yeah.
Boy, does it change the entire way you perceive the game when you can watch all 22. I mean, when I got to go back and finally get the all 22 footage of Will Anderson in his first year, if I would have had that, my video would have been so much more like planting flags in the ground, being like, no, y'all don't understand. Because I titled the video, Bama has a super weapon.
Yeah.
Man would have been an A-bomb, right? I mean, like, that guy is unreal. What I will say, we've talked a lot about recruiting. And though I believe Duke Johnson will be a 5-star just based on past precedent, what I will say is this, Shane, and this completely escaped me. Bama would have had the number 1 player in the nation committed to their class had he not reclassified Ryan Williams. He would have been the number 1 player in this recruiting class. Why do I know that? Because the experts after the All-American game got together and said, hey, who's the number 1 wide receiver? Is it Jeremiah Smith or is it Ryan Williams? There was a genuine discussion. And if Ryan Williams is therefore the number 1 wide receiver, he must also be the number 1 player in the nation, because that's where Jeremiah Smith was. That's how good he was as a junior. So, yeah, he's not in this class, but remember, Bama would have had the number 1 player in the nation in this class had Ryan Williams not reclassified.
That's right. I mean, that's true fact, man. True fact, dude. I love that. I mean, that is the truth. I mean, gosh. Well, and to be honest with you, what's even crazy is this isn't necessarily his, but you look at Austin Mack. He's also a reclassified quarterback, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's he probably would have been the number 1 QB For that, it would have been what
Last year's
class.
This would have been his freshman year. Yeah.
I mean, like seriously,
Josh
like
Pate
that's
was
impressive.
talking about him.
Yep. I mean, he's that good. He's that good. So, I mean, I'm excited, man. I am excited for that offense, and I know we got Smoot coming up here any minute.
Hey, y'all hear that beat back there?
Yeah. Oh, boom, everybody.
Think I'm getting
Coach
down
Smoot.
like this for no reason?
I like it, man.
What's going on, my man?
Good stuff. Good stuff. How are you feeling, Coach?
Feeling good, man.
Yeah.
You guys are crushing it, man. I just had to sit back and admire for a second. That's all.
Not just trying to follow your lead.
Just crushing it. Just out here killing it. 2-hour segments and stuff, killing it. I'm loving it, man. I'm loving it.
Now, Smook, before we turn it over to you, the Undefeated has asked Jake and I a question. And we've answered to the best of our ability, but to be 100% honest, you are the most equipped person to answer this question in particular.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the David Sanders situation. Now, I've given, like I said, and I said this yesterday, you guys want to know how Smook's got the scoop. I said this yesterday, I'm going to say it again. When I have industry people hitting me up, backing up what Smook is saying, and these industry people don't cover Alabama, you already know the scoop is legit. It's there. He's not blowing hot air. There are facts being eloquated by this young man. Smook, talk to us about David Sanders.
Hey, first off, I don't want to take all the credit, man. The direction and a lot of who to go talk to or who to watch, it comes from our team, our whole team, having different connections in different spaces and regions. Jake coming from the Northwest, you got Ty right there in Texas. That's like, if you got to connect in Texas, you're plugged in for a good while, you know. Then you got Kyle, who's been connected to the University of Alabama for 8 years now, like literally connected to the university. He's been there through the peak of Sabin's career here, and then, you know, to the transition now. And then just other resources that, you know, respect what Kyle has established here. You got Coach Sean, who's connected on the recruiting side also, as far as being a coach, being a known coach in the region. And then you got Jance, who just has like these certain connections with head coaches, college, NFL, coaching in general. So you kind of just resource all of those things and you compact them together. And a lot of people think it's just
I can take no credit for your recruiting acumen. I can take and I appreciate that, but let's keep it a buck. I can take zero credit for the unbelievable work you have been putting in. Like, listen, this praise is earned, man. This praise is not coming from nowhere.
Right.
This praise is earned. Now, you're 100% right. Coach Sean's got those connections. Jake's got those connections. Kyle created a platform with 100,000. How many other college football channels out there have 100,000 subscribers in general? How many team-specific sites have 100,000? That's nutty. Yeah. So, yes, Kyle's platform certainly allows, but Smook, it is what you have done with that resource that is commendable. That's that I can take zero credit for anything. You've done great work.
That's funny that Moon Rocker says that, because literally I feel like that's what's been happening. The moment we have conversations with the families, we really get to have just not even about Alabama football, a commitment. It's like, and there's nothing special that I'm saying. I just, you know, Bama football on YouTube, we want to provide an opportunity for the exposure. And y'all don't understand how much y'all's reactions to these recruits that we've been bringing to the platform it's been a real good play. Nobody else is doing it. Of
course, the Undefeated deserves more credit than I do.
Yeah. I mean, everybody talk about Roll Tide Willie, but the Undefeated is going to work on this 25 class. I mean, all of them. So, but with David Sanders, man, I know you was asking about David Sanders Jr. I'm really feeling strongly about his commitment to us. I think there's along with him comes another big name in Ty Haywood, another guy out of Texas.
Ooh, right out of my back. I could hit his high school with the football.
Listen, I know you can. That's why I was telling everybody, getting a pair like them in this class, looking at the amount of talent that's already came with the 24 class, and then looking ahead at the 26 class with guys like Langston Hogg, You got I mean, even in this class too, Mal Waldrop, he's starting to trend towards Alabama. So I mean, just another group of athletic tackles that you, I mean, really can play guard or tackle in this new scheme. So getting the quality, David Sanders would definitely be the guy, though. If you want to sell out for one recruit in this class, I'm going for David Sanders. He's a legit 5-star. Isn't he the number 1 rated player in this class, or is he just
number
one
2? But I think there's a principled reason.
Yeah, and
I think there's a principled argument he could be number 1. All due respect to Bryce Underwood, you are a monster. You are a baller. You are every bit worthy of that ranking. But David Sanders is too, man.
You got a guy that in David Sanders that could play guard and tackle. He could be the number 1 guard, number 1 tackler. So to me, that gives him the number 1 ranking. And Bryce Underwood would be number 2 because he is the quarterback in that class. To me, in my personal opinion.
Oh, no, I completely agree. And Juju's not far behind, but
yeah,
man, Bryce is
Bryce is just different, man. They got both of them have wow factors that kind of just separate them. And it's about what you want. At the end of the day, it's about what you like. You know, I might like orange soda from Sunkist. You might like orange soda, great value version. Like, it is what it is. They both good. You know, however we like it is orange soda. It's just you just pick what you like. And
love that.
So I mean. But with Sanders, man, that would be an awesome pickup. I actually have him on my segment today, not coming on, but we're going to be looking at his film because he is an uptrend alert for him. And when I'm on Twitter and I'm saying uptrend alert, that means look out for this staff to start targeting these kids. You know, I've actually been able to kind of establish, like, not necessarily a personal relationship, but you can. I feel like I judge character and look at tendencies and cycles. I'm able to pick up on things early before they become a big trend. And this staff, they do enough interacting on social media. It's certain things you can watch from certain people that follow these different recruits, and especially when it comes to Bama targets. And I've been having a keen ability to lock in on those type of things. So that's what I've been using, man. And you know, we're about 89-94% right now, in between that range, as far as picking those guys and, you know, building those relationships and getting those commitments.
100%. Now, we have a nice Bill O'Brien emoji.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Cool.
It's kind of like our Petty when he got hired by Ohio State. That's when
I am untethered and my rage knows no bounds.
Basically, he's angry.
I am upset. You know how I feel about Bill O'Brien. I gotta go fight off Blaze. He's. I can already hear him trying to claw through the door.
Blaze cannot come out today.
Blaze cannot address Bill O'Brien, or else I don't have the soundboard to bleep everything out while he's going. So I'm gonna go ahead and take care of Blaze.
Yeah.
Right. I gotta get that under control. Y'all have look what you've done, Chance. Look what you've done, Cynthia. Right, look what y'all have done, guys.
Chance, don't do it, Chance. And you know, Chance he like to instigate stuff. So
I know. And Moonrocka, George. I mean, we got a great community here, guys. Y'all are the undefeated for a reason. Smook, you kill it as always, my man. I'm gonna be in the back listening to your segment, getting some housework done. Hope you have a great segment. Everybody support Smook because he really does have the scoop, right? We got to give credit where credit is due. And this guy right here is doing a phenomenal job cultivating relationships with these recruits. And it's really awesome to see. Smook, have a great segment, my man. Happy to get to wrap up with you for a bit.
For sure, bro. Much love, man. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
Let's go, chat. Undefeated. How y'all feeling today? Let me crank this music up just a little bit. As a matter of fact, let's get it up there, man. I want some energy. How y'all feeling? The rain came, and y'all can hear it in my voice because the allergies are still there. But we are back. We are here for another segment of the Smoop Scoop here on Bama Football on YouTube, guys. Y'all know I get excited to be here with you all. It's always a good time. Let me see, make sure. I really want to bring this over here. Oh, they won't let me do it because I'm sharing it right now. It's all good. We'll leave it like that. I think we're good right there, y'all. Let me see. I'll bring this over here. All right, I think we're good. We'll just do it like this. Boom, boom. All right, we here. All right, y'all. What's good, everybody? Run it up, run it up. How y'all feeling today? 229 in the chat. Look like we up on the likes. We got 190 likes on the screen. Man, come on, y'all. Get them up. We need 10 more likes to get to 200. If you just coming in, I am Coach Smook of Bama Football on YouTube. Recruiting insider, team reporter, director, player personnel, whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter. We are here with Bama Football on YouTube, and we're going to bring you the best live content, reactions, and insider scoop you want. Today, we have our usual Tuesday. We got some recruits. We're going to start with our 25 class today, but we're going to do that after I give y'all shout-outs. So, let me scroll up. Let me get to these comments, man. Woo, Coach Al in the chat. These dudes are awesome. Thanks, Ty, for a good morning. Let's go, Smoot. That's Jay Murray in the chat. What's good? That's Coach Jake Merrill. There go Al Sanders with the nice Smoot emojis. What's up, Coach Al? Appreciate the kind words yesterday, man. Appreciate the kind words yesterday. The support, man, is very greatly appreciated. Everybody in here showing love. I really do appreciate it. To the whole staff showing love, everybody. I love it. I love it. Let's go. Let's go. Who we got here? Who we got? William Chun in the chat. Let's go. We got come on, Mouse. We got Megan in the chat. Let's go. Joseph Davidson in the chat, turning up. Antoine, what it do? My cousin, what's good? Antoine in the chat. Rocket Town in the chat. Let's go. Let's go, man. LaQuisha in the chat, man. Let's go. Cynthia, let's go. Real Rares in the chat, man. Y'all showing love today. Clint Howard, Charles Dotell, let's go. Michael, let's get it, man. Y'all feeling good today, I see. Y'all feeling good. It's going good, Michael. Good to see you in the chat, my guy. Real Rare, I see you, man. I ain't trying to run for president. We just trying to get y'all some good doggone Bama football news. That's it. Cause we don't give a piss about nothing but the Tide. Shout out Roll Tide, really, man. There's some good people over there. Roll Tide Willie. He ain't let the fame got to his head. He a real down-to-earth guy. I love Roll Tide Willie. Him and Chad, man. Good guys. Megan, y'all all in here today. Train wreck, what's good? How y'all feeling? Devin James is in the chat. Let's go, ASG. How you feeling? Jimmy Brown. Monica, my sister, how you feeling? Welcome back. Look, good to see you again today. Chance Fawcett, my guy, the instigator, him and Moon Rocker and all of them in the chat today. We ain't seen Sean today. He'll be pulling up, though. That Cuzzo energy start giving off. Sean and DR334 will be here in a minute. Then Uncle Jay will be here soon, and then Auntie Janet. Y'all know how the family pull up. Betsy, how you feeling? Cedric, everybody in the chat, man. Artez, how you feeling? Caleb, what's good? What's the alert? What's the alert, Caleb? You know, you be all over the socials when I'm live. I like that, man. Everybody. So on 3, hating on recruiting. I can't say nothing about that. I can't nothing about that. We ain't gonna get into that, y'all. With any greatness on the rise, there will be resistance. Remember that. Bama football is greatness on the rise. Bama football on YouTube is greatness on the rise. Just remember that. Yes. Dino, what's good? Yes. All the love, man. Doyo, what's good? Dayo, my fault. I said Doyo. What's good, family? What's good? Y'all, for all of my family, all of my family that tunes in, my cousins and my aunts, uncles that are tuning in. I had my uncle, I was talking to him earlier today, and this is the uncle that's like, personality wise, me and him are one and the same. Look like my dad, I act like my dad, but personality when it comes to going to get it, like taking a chance on life, taking risk. This is the uncle that we connect on a certain level. And so any public speaking or business opportunities that he feel like I could thrive in, he's usually about 100% correct. Like every time he's put an IBO in front of me, I've always found short-term success. And but this endeavor here, this part of my life where I'm pushing for this career right here, is like one of those things. I don't want the short-term success, so I'm doing the diligent things, and that's being reliable and bringing y'all this recruiting news. So coming into today, got a new motivation, looking for newfound motivation every day to continue to be a great content creator, team reporter, insider, recruiting, building those relationships. It's all important to me, and also appreciating you all. And hiccups, our sponsors. Shout out to our sponsors, Resident City Inn. Hold on, let me get the ticker from under here. Ain't no calling right now. See, folks will get mad at me. My fault, Chance. I didn't see you, man. My fault. Ooh, don't do that. Y'all know it be going. It be going and going. I always try to get everybody. John, now you know that's a doggone lie. Don't make me. I'm gonna put you in timeout if you come in here acting up, starting acting up. There's only a few people I look over their names, and you're not one of them. I'm sorry. I had to tell the truth. Y'all know I be travelpreneur. That's my cousin right there. Appreciate you for pulling up. That's home team. Y'all know him and Sean, they go back, and we all connected in the same little chat a while ago. Appreciate you for pulling up, man. Everybody, man. LaQuasia, everybody. I hope I said everybody's name. Y'all know I take that personal. Caleb, all y'all. Y'all know I take that personal. I like to acknowledge everybody that likes to interact, get those comments, and I love to acknowledge everybody. You know, rubberneckers, haters, supporters, fan funders, all of y'all alike. Anybody that's coming here and running the traffic up, I appreciate you. So let's get into it today, man. Got some good segments. We kind of already did the midday roundup with one thing I did want to comment on before we jump into everything. My favorite recruiting class, man. I thought that's what they was going to throw at me before he left. I'm gonna have to go with that 2017 tour class with the wide receivers. That class where Smitty, Judy, Ruggs. Man, let me go pull the whole class up. Let me pull the whole class up. I gotta do this one verbatim. 2017. Yeah, let's do this one verbatim. We gotta get this one out there and talk about it. So let's just go from top to bottom. Alex Leatherwood, Najee Harris, LeBron Ray, Tua, Henry Ruggs, Devontae Smith, Dylan Moses. Jesus Christ. Jerry Jeudy was a 4-star. Xavier McKinney, Jedrick Willis. Oh my God, dog. This class was crazy. Christopher Allen, he didn't even have a crazy career. Ended up being hurt. Isaiah Buggs, Terrell Shivers. Oh my God. Yo. Y'all remember Jerez Parks? Oh my God. My little youngin, Markel Benton, you know, it didn't work out at Bama for him. Wish he would have stuck it out, stay a little bit more focused. But he's doing good for himself and his child right now. I'm proud of that young man. You know, transfer portal for him would have been great. He just got buried on that depth chart, man. It was hard to grasp some of that. Darren Mathis, Shadarius Townsend, Brian Robinson. Oh my God. Major Tennyson, Mac Jones. Man, come on, man. Come on. Joseph Bullard was the kicker. Y'all remember him? He was solid until our guy came, Will Reichert. Man, Shadarius Townsend, he came in and ended up being a wide receiver, didn't he? Oh, man, yeah, that was a class. I mean, 2017 class got to be my favorite. Shavers went to Louisville, didn't he? Yep. He ended up switching, Shavers ended up going when we got the other kid from Louisville. I forget his name. He was there for a year, supposed to be the speed guy. Yeah, man. Shout out Damian Harris. It's sad to see him retire, man. But you know, golly, man. Football does a toll on your body. Terrell Shavers went to Mississippi State. I thought he went to Louisville. No, we got the kid from Mississippi State. I mean Louisville that was like Terrell Shavers. I forget his name. What's the burner, the tall burner we were supposed to utilize? He didn't ever get on the field for real. I forget his name. Woo-wee. Oh yeah, we got action on Twitter. Yeah, so he did go to Mississippi State. Tyler Harrell. They were like similar players. I think Harrell was fast, man. Lengthy guy. Put him in the slot, try to have him be a burner. Not Malik Benson. We over Malik. Malik Benson had the dropsies, which is crazy because you look at his film from the JUCO year, bro he didn't drop many. Good. Antoine, you already know what time it is. I got a little different energy drink today, y'all. I usually don't be on this, but this is some white gummy bear rain. Pretty good too. Hey, but let's jump into it today, man. That's what I was going to highlight. My favorite recruiting class, the 2017 class. Really like that class. Listen, today we got a nice lineup, y'all, of film to watch. When I say these recruits that I'm going to highlight today, all of these are Alabama targets or people that I assume we can get commitments from soon, right? And as we go through them, I'm going to look at y'all comments. I'm going to really try to pay attention to the comments today when we're going and looking at some of these guys' highlight films, right? But I want y'all to really let's evaluate today. So I think I'm gonna remove the border too. But before we get into it, let's pay some bills. Y'all know we got to give some a shout out to our sponsors, Residence Inn in Ocean City, Maryland. Appreciate y'all for doing what you all do for the channel. Rogueshop.com. We appreciate you all with the CBD, Mr. Kyle Henderson, Mr. Rubbing on them back himself. And then Demetrius Maynard of the Maynard Group, Big Money Meats, man, a business mogul out in Hoover, Alabama, man. They doing big things. He and his wife and their company. Proud of what they're doing and happy to see for them to be sponsors of Bama football on YouTube. All right, so let's get this commercial ran through. Kyle, go ahead and take it away, brother.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Residence Inn, Ocean City, Maryland. Guests can book at residenceinnoc.com. Use the promo code LPR for special Bama football pricing up to 20% off. Also, go to the rogueshop.com. Use the promo code Bama. You get legal CBD. For me, personally, I like the topical oil. You know how intense my workouts are, right? So I like the topical oil. I like to rub that on my back, whatever, after those cinder blocks. So go to their website, cruise down, look through their website, and definitely check out rogueshop.com. And like I said, I like the topical. Again, the promo code is Bama. Also, think about becoming a fan funder right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Become a part of the Undefeated as low as $2.99 a month. That's 10 cents a day. How do you do this? Make sure you're logged into your account. This is on a computer. You can also do this on your phone and look for the tab that says membership. Once you click membership, you can see different options. You can see an upgrade button right there to the right if you want to go through the different levels. We have fan funder videos from the staff right here at Bama Football on YouTube. Very easy to navigate. Let us know if you have questions inside the comment box when trying to upgrade or renew your fan funder membership right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And of course, if you want to rock that undefeated gear, check out our merch store located at the bottom of the videos. We appreciate Patriot Life, Cynthia, Antoine, Caitlin, and to everybody else that supports us right here on Bama Football on YouTube.
Yes, sir. Y'all already know what time it is, man. Appreciate y'all for hanging out again. Once again, shout out to the sponsors, Residence Inn, Ocean City, Maryland, Rogueshop.com, and Demetrius Maynard of the Maynard Group. We definitely appreciate you all. And every member in the chat of the Undefeated, every fan funder, we greatly appreciate your contributions. And with that being said, let's dive into today's topic. The Smook Scoop on the radar. Let me see. I just got a message. I just got a message. So yeah, we got some stuff to look into after this segment today. I've been hot on this trail already when it came to this quarterback class of 25. But today we got some different players we want to highlight. Let me make sure I got the comments up. I want to make sure I'm looking at with everything. Who got some? We got some y'all inspired players for after practice today. Yes, William, we are. Goofball, what you got going on today? Hey, what's up, Goofball? Glad you in here, man. Deshaun Lofton, I want Deshaun Lee to commit so bad, and you was right about Travis Smith Jr. What I was right about with Travis Smith Jr. I honestly think we about to get that one too. That young man is different. It's hard to gauge Travis Smith. I'm telling you, his personality, it's hard to get a read on him because he's just so evenly keeled. This young man, his mentality is man, second to none. That's why I think he's going to be great, because if you look at what's shaping up in the wide receiver room in this 25 class and what's already there on campus, what's coming this fall with Ryan Williams, Rico Scott, adding Amari Jefferson, you look at Kendrick Law, Caleb Odom in this class. Who else, man? I mean, just so much talent. Jaron Hamilton is still there. Cole Adams still there. Kobe Prentice, like Emmanuel Henderson, Avery Hampton. Like, this room is stacked. And you got a guy like Travis Smith Jr., who, to me, I feel like he is really that attracts him. Being in a room full of dogs, showing that he's going to be the one, that is something to look at. So that wasn't part of my segment, but he's a guy that I'm excited about. And Deshaun Lee, he's on our segment today. I can't wait to get to that segment about him. But here we go. Let's jump into it. Today, there's a kid that's on the radar right now. He'll be on campus. He's actually on campus right now for a visit. I'm excited about this kid. We actually talked about this young man a few weeks ago, and I felt like we had lost him because things that I was hearing about, the new staff hadn't really reached out to him or even talked to him. He came for an unofficial a few weeks ago. Didn't have, not the best experience. It was just a plane. This was during a time where everything was still getting established with this new coaching staff. And I was able to speak to some of the coaching staff at his school and get a better feel of how he's feeling with the staff. And the fact that he's on campus today, it gives me great confidence that now he's going to see a clear direction of what this staff has to offer and what he could add to this next class if he decides to commit. Because I know this young man, I know his family, I know where he comes from, and an Alabama offer would definitely put some things in perspective and change the landscape of recruiting when it comes to his journey. And that young man goes by the name of Dalen Upshaw of Central Phoenix City High School in Central and Phoenix City, Alabama. The young man is a talent, a speedster, a burner. I think at the next level, you look at his size, 5'11", probably not going to grow much more, but 5'11", he's in that 5'8" to, that 5'9" to 6 foot range where we use those guys generally for slot receivers, but he also has the potential to play the Z. And when we dive into his film, yes, a lot of y'all be like, oh, he's only a 3-star. Wait until you watch the film. And this guy plays in the same region, the same classification as a matter of fact, the higher classification. He plays in the highest. Saraland is not in this classification. You're talking about the powers to be of the state. Carver Montgomery, Auburn High School, Opelika. Who is some of the schools up in the north in Birmingham that play 7? He comes from this region. Some of the top recruits out of this 24 class played with this young man, and he was one of the primary targets in this class. I am excited to dive into this film. So you look at this guy, you look at his talent, you probably like, how is he a 3-star? That's what I'm telling you. Thompson, Huntsville. I see y'all throwing the names out there. Enterprise is a solid school too. You got Zion Grady over at Enterprise. This is a region where this classification, they produce a lot of talent in the state of Alabama. And this young man is one of the top recruits. I like his game. I've been following him. Him, TK Norman. It's a lot of kids in that area. Montgomery, Phoenix City. They jump off the screen when you watch that film. And these are wide receivers. This isn't normal for Alabama to put out talented wide receivers of this quantity. Every class you see, maybe 2 or 3. This 25 class in particular, just imagine if Ryan Williams was in this class, right? You already had Cam Coleman and not Curtis Perry, but Uno Perry in this class that were kind of the headliners with Ryan Williams after he reclassified. Now just imagine if Ryan Williams was in this class with this class of the state of Alabama. I mean, just so many guys. So let's look at this film, y'all. Let's jump into it. I'm excited. Let's get into it. Mind you, y'all know me. I only watch a few clips, and then we kind of just let it roll. So here we go. Let's jump into it. Let me know if y'all can see it good. Do I need to take the banner off? If I need to take the banner off, I will. I think we're good. Let me see. All right, I think we're good. We're good. Give me some thumbs up in the chat or some emojis. Y'all is crazy, man. But to rub it on my back, y'all funny, bro. All right, let's jump into it. He's going to be at the top of the screen on his first play. I just want y'all to see how quickly he climbs. Just leaves the guy in the dust. This is state championship, too. He's fast. The young man is fast. That's one thing y'all are going to notice right off the rip. Right here at the bottom of the screen at the Z, what we would see in this offense as the Z. Look at him. He just climbs the pocket. Their quarterback is a guy too. Puts it in a good spot, makes a play on the ball, adjusts. I mean, 2 plays where he just beating a guy with speed, natural speed. Oh, stack him. I like the stutter. Look at this arm. Look at this throw by the quarterback. Goes up, high points the ball, makes the play after the catch. This is what I like about him. He gives me, and y'all know I get a lot of flack for hyping these guys up, right? A lot of people like, oh, he's drooling over players. I mean, what do you expect when you're looking at talent? I look at every player with a fresh look. Every player that gets sent to me, every piece of film I look at it from a fresh look. And with this fresh look, I'm getting Henry Ruggs type feel. Henry Ruggs wasn't as shifty coming out of high school, but he could burn you no matter where you placed him on the field. Is Dalen Upshaw? Oh, we got Dalen, Phoenix City. Stand up. I got to take a second to give you your recognition, son. As a graduate, as alumni of Central Phoenix City class of 2008, man, to see what you and those young men are doing right now, you, Isaiah, Cam, even before that, Justin, all you guys, I've been watching y'all since y'all was young, man. It's good to have you pull up. You, Rodarius, I mean, so many of y'all coming out of Central just putting on for the city. Keep doing what y'all doing, man. These kids, I'm trying to put Bama Nation on because they don't understand the type of talent that we producing out of the city, man. Even down the road in Russell County, Smith Station, we got plenty of talent in the area. Glenwood, everybody. We putting the state on notice. We putting the nation on notice. Come to Phoenix City. Come to the surrounding areas. You're going to get some talent. Dalen, much love, my boy. I know your family too. Them Upshaws, I love the Upshaws. They all family. They all family. I come from down the road, down that way, down 165. So I know what it's like, man. Appreciate you for pulling up, man. We're checking out your film. Look at him. Quick out. I mean, just gets the ball and makes plays. What do you do with a young man like this? What do you do with a young man like this? You put him in jet motion. You put him in situations where you just get the ball in his hands quick. Let him make a play. You don't go back. Yeah, I know. I didn't know if you want me to put that out there, man. I ain't know if you want me to put that out there. You know, we're trying to keep a professional approach to y'all young men. So, Day, you know what I'm saying? Day out here. Here we go. Look at him. In space. In space. Every time you put him in space, what do you see? And this is against Prattville High School. Y'all know Prattville is highly touted program. They put out a lot of talent. They're historically, from when I was in school, they used to put out a lot of guys coming out of Prattville. They actually had a nice run where it was Prattville and Hoover. That was kind of like the dominance in our region when we were 6A. Look at him. Look how quick he just stacks up on the DB. And if you don't get a hand on him, you're in trouble. You don't get a hand on him, and look who he did against Enterprise. You don't get a hand on him, you're in trouble. Dave, who you training with out there? Who's your personal development coach? We got to give him a shout out too. Are you out there with Spivey also? You out there with Coach Spivey, or who's your personal trainer guy? We would love to have you on if you open to that too, Dave. For real. We would love to have you on. It ain't got to be today. We'll set it up, get your insight after your visit. I know you're on campus, enjoying yourself. This young man, I mean, 5'11". Are you with Coach Spivey? Yeah, ask Coach Spivey about Hines, about Coach Smoot. That's big bro right there. That's big bro. We go back. I remember the early Longhorn days, before it was the Longhorns. D1 Savage type stuff. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you on the road to Tuscaloosa right now? Bad. Hey, listen, I'm gonna inbox you right now, Dalen. I'm about to inbox you right now while we live. We're gonna get you. We're gonna get something set up. We're gonna get something set up right now. I appreciate you for pulling up, man. We all about building relationships over here at Bama Football on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? We don't do nothing but want to provide the best opportunities and exposure for kids who have an interest in Bama. I'm about to inbox you right now, man. Much love, my guy. Is Coach Lyles with y'all too? Who's traveling with y'all? I know Tristan coming too. Is Coach Lyles with y'all too? That'd be cool if I could get you and Tristan on some type of questioning, or get y'all reactions to y'all visit sometime today. That'll be cool, man. Oh, let me text Coach Lyles. Let me find out you with Coach Lyles. I'm gonna kidnap y'all today, man. Dave, I'm excited about your opportunities, man. I really am. I know you didn't have the best experience that first time around, but I think today it's gonna change. I really do. For both you and Tristan, I really think y'all gonna see what this staff is doing. I really do. I really think y'all gonna have a good time. But back to the film, y'all. Y'all see him number 5. Watch how fast he climbs. Oh, safety, just getting lost in the sauce. Too much space. You leave him one-on-one with a safety. Oh, who is that against, man? Oh, man. That's crazy. Somebody ain't doing film study. Look at him. Gets the ball in his hands and just gets, oh, my God. He's slippery. And he has speed. Y'all. Uh-oh. What he doing to him? That's against Russ County. Who that is? It looked like, it might have been Carver. They had white. It looked like gold helmets. Look at him, man. And the quarterback just knows how to put it in the spot. He could have led you a little bit more. I think you beat the man too quick. He wasn't expecting you to open up that fast. I just want y'all, any space. This is what scouts are looking at. This is a young man you put in positions to be in space, right? And then once he's in space, it's like, just give him the ball. Try to get him the ball as quick as possible. You don't get, oh my God. Oh my God. What are we doing? Oh, score. There we go, man. All right, Daddy. All right, Daddy. I see you, Mr. Upshaw. I see you. Okay. Oh, and no fear. You got a safety clearly coming underneath you. Dedicated to getting the ball. That's my ball. If it's in my area, it's mine. I like the mentality. Too much space. Once again, finding the open spot, catching the ball, securing it. Look how quick this is another small technique that I like to look at with wide receivers. How quick do you secure, get your head around and start making plays? This way, find playmakers. He gets the space, boom, turn around. Look, I already identified where this guy was supposed to be moving from. Based off of how the coverage adjusts on me early in phase one, I know where to expect the resistance after the catch if I get the ball. Look, he dropping underneath. Oh, whoo, both of them went to the bubble. Who's the offensive coordinator over at Central? Who's the offense coordinator? And this is a 3-star. They're trying to tell me this young man is a 3-star. Get the hell out of here. Man. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, chat. I ain't the expert. I'm not the expert, but let's go. Let's run it up. Y'all know what we like to do. Let's give them some undefeated ratings. Let's get the stars on the screen. Give me some stars. I'm rating this young man a highly rated 4-star at a 90, 90.8, 91. Let's give him a 91 4-star rating right now. Coming into his senior year, let's give him a 91 4-star rating right now. Let's go. Come on, run it up, chat. I'm gonna highlight some of y'all comments. Let's do it right now. Give me the star emojis. Star emojis only. Let's go. 4-star is my rating. I'm gonna give him that 4-star. He giving me Robert Foster type feels though with that speed. Y'all remember how stretchy Robert Foster was? They said Gravedigger. Y'all think of Isaiah Bonds? I don't know about Bonds. He got a little bit more height and range than Bonds. Moonrocker saying 3-star. Oh, okay. I figured. I knew it was coming, Moonrocker. He was typing too fast. I knew it was coming. This guy's Kobe Prentice all over, 4-star. Hey, and a little bit bigger than Kobe already too, Al. Great assessment. On roster comparison is on point. I like that one. With his film, I know he can do it, but this highlight film does him no justice because I've seen this man just really get mixy in the in, quick in, out route, the squirrel route, the bubble screen. I've seen him get real mixy live in action. So this film does it no justice. He gave us a small sample of just his stretch ability. The type of over routes that Coach Kalen DeBoer and Nick Sheridan and Jamarcus Shepard are going to scheme up in this new pass scheme, he's going to fit perfectly. He's going to vibe with him, Avery Hampton, Ryan Williams, the guys that can stretch across the field and just get safeties lost as far as trying to account. Just wait. You might see a situation where you got 3 guys with the same similar skill sets, different sizes, same speed, around the same speed when it comes to talking about game speed. You're talking about you got an opportunity to get that type of wide receiver room together, and then putting a big old 6'5" guy like Caleb Odom or a 6'4" guy like Travis Smith Jr. out in ISO by themselves, or Cornell Farrakhan, another big body 6'1" guy. Come on, man. Too much space off the line is going to be crazy. You know what? I said water type early on because of his ability to just speed. You get what I'm saying? That speed is just crazy. But you look at it more, Robert Foster was just as fast, and he was a stretchy guy. Henry Ruggs, same type. I mean, Ruggs, if you really open it up, Ruggs was probably the fastest in the room. He was faster than Waddle. And Ruggs was a track guy too. Waddle was just shifty. Waddle get mixy real quick. I like it. I like it. Carla in the chat. What's up, sis? How you feeling? Coming in. Oh, yeah, our offensive charting gonna be crazy. We talking recruiting today, Fusion. I'm sorry, man. We ain't talking portal action. We ain't talking portal action today. So on the radar, my guy Dalen Upshaw, Day Upshaw. I ain't gonna call him Dalen no more. We're gonna call him Day Upshaw. Got Day Upshaw. He's actually on the road to Bama, to T-Town right now. About to commence his official, his first visit. No, his second visit, my fault. He's had a previous visit with Bama. Coming here to see what it's about. I told him I'm banking on it, y'all. I'm banking on good reports. Let's keep our fingers crossed. We got good reports coming. And you never know what this type of visit might do for a kid that's going to continue to climb the charts as far as his ratings. Like I said, you turn on the film, it's kind of hard to believe that he's only rated a 3-star. And a lot of times it's due to where they camp at. Next, another segment. We're going to talk about this kid. He's under the radar. To me, I don't know how he's under the radar. You turn on the film, like I said, we get sent some film about some dogs. I got some connects, guys, people that really have time to go and watch these games. Like I said, I'm just coming into the industry. So a lot of my ties that I came in with are limited to the area I come from. But you start getting over into Georgia, Florida, Texas, South Carolina, North Carolina, Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky. Like, we're starting to get some reach out here at Bama Football on YouTube. So, but we slide over to the state of Georgia. Yeah, I remember when I came up early on Daryl Duke Johnson. That young man, as soon as I saw his film, 17 seconds, boom. Let me try to get in this dude's ear. Saw that he was already ready for the Bama offer. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, soon as he got on the radar, I knew he would be a priority. This young man, the moment he becomes a priority, and I believe he has. I think he has become a priority. I think we're going to see some great things from him. And if we can get this commitment to add to this room, oh my God. And my question would be, what's the motive as far as what's the mindset about some of these positions? Our offense seems to be getting stacked with players in the room. I think a lot of these players are starting to see that the upside of being able to only play or needing to play 1 year, before they're eligible for the draft, and seeing how much value they can create for themselves, because Washington is probably going to have 4 or 5 guys get picked up in the draft this year after 1 year playing in Kalen DeBoer's system, right? I mean, who's to say it can't happen for the likes of Kobe Prentice, Jam Miller, CJ Dupree, Robbie Oots, Kendrick Law, Jeremy Bernard, who will be eligible for the draft. Jalen Hill will be a junior next year. A lot of guys will be coming up eligible for the draft. What type of value can they create in 1 year? This young man right here, if he commits, he'll be in a deep running back room. And I think he'll have a chance, if he sticks it out in this system, to have a great career and create some value for himself to go to the next level. And that young man goes by the name of Usmani Kramar, 5'11", 200-pound running back out of Leesburg, Georgia, Lee County High School, currently rated a 4-star on all major recruiting databases, right? You look at his size, college football size already, SEC running back size, fits the mold of Justice Haynes, Jam Miller, all the backs, Richard Young, the primary backs in that room. You look at Kevin Riley, even Kevin Riley fits that same mold. Robert Gillespie, this is the type of running back he goes after these guys. When we can get a big guy like Daniel Hill that can move, that can show that versatility, still has hands, we go get him. But guys like this, these are the mold fitting running backs that we love to go after. And it's been a solid showing for this class. He's 142 overall, right? Number 6 running back, number 24 player in Georgia. That's crazy that he's a 4-star. And you look at where some of the other guys was ranked, and that just goes to show you how inconsistent these rankings are. But when you look at the film, another guy, you don't question this ranking And you also question, like, okay, if he's a 4-star, how is this guy a 5-star? You get what I'm saying? That's why we don't put so much weight on these star rankings. I just look at the quality of what they produce. Let me look at some of y'all comments. It looks like we're getting a little active in the comments. What we said. Let me go up. I seen some. Who's in the portal? Boom, boom. We done with the portal talk. Okay, Coach G. Yeah, Coach Gillespie. My fault. Did I say Coach Gillespie? Or did I say something else? I thought somebody had a comment. Here we go. Let's jump into the young man's film. We're looking at hold on, my fault, y'all. My screen is acting weird right now. All right, my fault. Here we go. We're looking at Usmani Kramar. Let me go back. Let's check him out. Running back out of Leesburg, Georgia. Running from the top. Run that back, Turbo. Powerful runner. Just watch. Powerful runner. Strong kid. Very nifty, very shifty. Works good in space. That stride is something different. You get what I'm saying? Strong, long stride. Check him out. Strong runner. Definitely want to see him switch that ball to the outside hand, going up the sideline. Look at how his strides out. Doesn't look like he's moving very fast, but you look at everybody that's running next to him, and he's just pulling away. Very decisive. Oh, what? Did you? Where my belt at? Where my belt at? This young man. Let's run that back, Turbo. Run that back, Turbo. Run that back, Turbo. Oh. Eddie, you said you know him? Yeah, UGA, I think, offered this kid already. That's why I'm trying to figure out how he's under our radar. I would love to see us offer this young man. Look at him. Hit the hole. No hesitation. Balance. Flexibility. Look at his base when he's coming through the hole. Look at his base. Pad level, low pad level. Ooh, look at him. He's not skinny. He's not narrow with his footwork when he's making his cuts. His feet are he's always got a good base to be able to generate power to carry those moves through. Look. Nice balance. Look at his stride, man. Got a little scat personnel chasing him down. He just strides out on you. Comes out to the wide receiver position. Good hands. Oh. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing to these? What are we doing? Another reception. With disruptions. Contested catch. I like it. Focus. Another versatile back. Gives you Jam Miller type feels. On roster comparison. Gives you Jam Miller type feels. Actually, he looks a lot like Richard Young did coming out of high school. Richard Young was very highly touted. If you look at Richard Young's film, this young man is similar. Look at him at the slot. Not a jump ball to the running back. And a bean top. Not a jump. Oh, come on, Lord Jesus. Come on, Lord. Come on. Come on. Come on. Zamir White, nah, he way more shifty and nimble than Zamir. And Zamir used to run folks over, Shane. This kid has that ability, but look what he's highlighting. I like this film. Very versatile. He's highlighting his ability to put his foot in the ground, get north and south, and create yards after contact. Not necessarily running people over, just making plays, going around, going over, going through people. Look at him. Bouncing off of people. Lordy Jesus. Lordy Jesus. Help this. One more time. Oh man. If you want to, hey, put Booby in. That's Booby Miles right there for real, ain't it? Yeah, man. Hey, you know what? You know who else used to spin on you that people don't give him credit for? Trent Richardson, with that what we call that pit bull running style, right? That pigeon toe running style. Trent Richardson used to catch you slipping. Let's go, man. Woo! I like this young man's film, man. I like it. Just decisive. Look at him. Look how he hurdles. He just gets off the ground so quick. Y'all remember who used to do that? Najee Harris. Najee Harris used to get off the ground quick like that. And he wouldn't go straight up in the air. He's going like angled over you while going forward. This young man can straight out play, man. Usmani Kramar. Definitely. Come on, run it up, chat. I like the 4-star rating. I like the solid 4-star rating. I think by the end of his senior year, you continue to create versatility with what you can do out the backfield as a receiver, what you can do as my fault. That was definitely not the move right there. But what you can do out the backfield as a receiver, what you can do as a downhill running back, what you can do stretching it to the perimeter and getting upfield, putting your foot in the ground, sticking upfield. His footwork, his exchange, you definitely want to see him be able to exchange that ball exchange, be able to get it to the outside arm. You're not able to do it all the time, but when you have opportunity, go ahead and get that over. Those are small things. Would love to see some film with him in pass pro. Would love to see some film with him in pass pro, see how he stacks up. He has the build to be, the perfect size in pass pro in the SEC. You see guys like Jam Miller, Justice Haynes came in last year, solid in pass protection. Roydell Williams, also somebody that we saw grow during his tenure in pass pro, and Jace McClellan, somebody that we saw just was a solid in pass pro. That created value for him, and we know Coach Gillespie is huge on that. That's what created so much value for Brian Robinson early in his career. So you look at Usmani Kramar, I think we got a good chance with this kid. And look, we're looking at the ratings coming in. Y'all run him up. Y'all run him up. Caleb King giving him a 4-star rating. Shane giving him a 4-star. Wendy, come on. I like it. Antoine saying 4-star. Y'all run it up. I like to get everybody's in. Come on, run it up. And also, if you haven't already, run the likes up. We had 227 likes. That's awesome. Got 209 live in the chat. Share the stream. Take a second. If you're on Twitter, hit the share button. Share it. Say we live here talking Bama football, Bama recruiting. I think this is a good segment that gives the kids exposure. I love it. I've had a lot of messages from kids that saying, hey, coach, appreciate you for sharing my film. Much love. Love what you do. Love the energy. And that's all we're trying to do. We're trying to bring that energy. That's all we're trying to do. King Mario coming in. He going to be a 5-star, Michael? I agree. King Mario coming in with 5-star ratings. David coming in with 5 stars. Does he play in the high division he play against Buford Mill Creek? No, not in Leesburg, but that's the thing, man. You go to Georgia, some of these smaller regions that got some hidden talent, some hidden guys, and you find them onesies and twosies. Yeah, man. Oh, yeah, Al Sanders, Coach Al. You're 100% correct. I said this. Me and his mother talked. I said, yeah, somebody definitely going to get a steal because, he going to probably drop to day 3, and that's fine. That's fine. Somebody's going to get a steal with Jace McClellan, and he's going to have an awesome career. He's going to be able to, the load. He's going to have more time to maintain his body, right? Invest in his body, keep himself healthy, right? A lot of times in college, you don't get that time and space, and as technology continues to advance, things are changing. He's going to be privy to a lot of that front end stuff, that high end stuff now going to the NFL. Ruben Poole says 4-star. Yes. Eddie says a 5-star. Michael saying a 5-star. Yes. JT883 says Jace will earn a second contract. Facts. He will. He'll be another Josh Jacobs. Another steal. So now let's get back to our graphic of the day, man. This is a young man that is under the radar. Y'all heard me highlight. Where's my graphic for the day? Here we go. I got all these different windows open, y'all. Trying to navigate. Yeah, man. So uptrend alert. So 3 guys that I feel like Alabama is really closing ground on and making a push for. And I feel like we have a good chance with getting these commitments not necessarily flips or signees, but I feel like we're going to start seeing some of these names and getting these verbal commits. And it's 3 names that I'm excited about, y'all. 3 names that I'm very excited about. One of them we kind of talked about the other day. And give me a second. I got to go answer the door real quick, y'all. I'm going to run some B-roll for y'all. And I got to go answer this door real quick. I think one of our packages might be in. Let me see. Find some B-roll footage. Real quick, y'all. Real quick. I'm sorry, y'all. Coming. My fault, y'all. All right, y'all. I'm back. Appreciate y'all for being patient with your boy, man. Look, when the solo act, it'd be kind of hard to roll through stuff and just handle everything. And we got some important packages pulling up today. Y'all know I'm trying to still get settled here in T-Town, so a lot of my equipment for my studio is showing up. But yeah, appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all for being patient, sticking out. G-Boy Stone came through with a 4-star rating for our guy. Appreciate that, mug. Appreciate that. Hey, my wifey. What's up, girl? Coming in. Yo, my wife texted me. We was talking yesterday. She was like, I've been paying attention to these recruits a little bit. She was like, it's some good players coming out of it. I was like, okay, babe. Turning up. Becoming a real Bama wifey. You know what I'm saying? I love that. Much love to you, baby. Appreciate you for pulling up, checking me out in your busy work day. Much love to you. Here we go. What we was getting into? Oh, Dijon Lee. This is the next one. Uptrend alert. I need everybody in there right now in the chat. Uptrend alert. UPTA. Uptrend alert. Hashtag uptrend alert. This young man right here is a prospect that I feel like once we sign him or once we get his commitment, if we get his commitment, I think this starts to turn the tide for this class. All 3 of these names that I'm gonna mention, this starts to really turn the tide for this class. This young man, Dijon Lee, out of Mission Viejo, California, right? 6'3.5" corner, 180 pounds, college size already, big corner. You look at his film, you probably see him transition to safety, but I don't know because of his athleticism and the amount of quickness he displays, lateral quickness in coverage, his ability to stay in phase. You kind of bank on him being one of your boundary corner in the ISO situations, playing your big X receivers. Watching him travel, play bigger receivers is going to be a fun thing to watch. But also, I could see him moving to Husky or Rover, being one of those big corner guys that can cover the tight ends, cover the running backs out of the backfield, run support. This guy's film is very impressive. And I mean, Mission Viejo, they play some highly touted teams, some good programs, and they're in a competitive region. I want y'all to check out his film, and everybody in this chat, I believe, is excited about this name. If you've been paying attention to recruiting, you guys will know why I'm excited about this young man and his film. So let me go ahead and let me mute this up, make sure we ain't getting no copyrights, and then let me rewind it. And then we're going to share the tab, and we're going to check out his film, y'all. Hold on. Let's rewind. Let me know when it's up on the screen. Look like we're good. Let's run it. Find the ball. Look at him. High point. Hands. Find the ball, high pointed, and hands. And it's smooth. Watch his fluidity at the corner position. Watch his fluidity. Yeah. You gonna really throw a late pass in my lane? Come on, man. Just watch his fluidity. Got him at the top of the screen there. Watch him dissect this play. Break down on it. Oh my God. Look at the anticipation. Somebody's been watching film. IQ on 100. IQ on 100. Somebody's been watching film. He knew how to get that quarterback to go to that look. He has a D-line clearly that's really aggressive. Look at the D-line. Look at what he does. He sees that his D-line wins early. I guarantee you he saw that. He saw that his D-line won early. Getting quick pressure. Boom. Look. Ball's in the air. Huh. Wide receiver didn't run a great route. And look at him. Just makes plays. Just makes plays. That's him at the bottom of the screen. Look at him. I mean, a ball hawk. A ball hawk. A ball hawk. Almost secured it. This young man is a ball hawk. 6'3.5", guys. He's 6'3.5", and he's playing corner right now. You look at his fluidity. Look at how he plays. Look at his technique. He can transfer. He can be Minka Fitzpatrick at the next level. Look at him. Just a feel for the ball. Just a feel for the ball. Instincts. Of course, those wide receivers look like they ran 2 bad routes, but still, instincts. Sees the action coming out of the backfield. That's not his assignment. Too many times last year. And he's playing in a scheme kind of like a concept that he's going to see at Bama. If he commits to Bama, he's playing in a concept at that corner, match 3, right? He shadowing the cross, pulls off of it. We talked about this young man. This is what you're going to see. That's match 3 right here. Textbook. Textbook. Watch what happens in this play. I want y'all to pay attention. Match 3. If I got other football heads in the chat that understand the basics of what I'm talking about, tell me if I'm right or wrong. He's boundary ISO by himself. You got one high look, right? You can close it, walk him up because he's a big guy. You want him to get disruptive early in the phase. You don't want to give him too much space. You got a linebacker that might be a one-on-one situation with your running back if he flares out to the flats or gives you a flat route out there, right? He has to watch the running back. You saw that right here. Look at how he just passes it off. How many times last year watching Kool-Aid McKinstry, and this may not have been to his fault, right? But because of the type of scheme that we ran under Coach Sabin, how many times did we see our running backs crossing when they didn't need to? Knowing that an underneath crosser was coming from the opposite side. This is film work. This is IQ. This is technique. Crosses to the hash. He chops down on the hash, right? Immediately identifies the underneath. Look how he identifies this young man. Look. Gets in the play, disruptive, incomplete pass. Could have been a pick. Somebody said Mark Barron, Michael, 100%, 100% with that technique, 100%. Minka feels though with how he can play the ball, how rangy he is. Don't get lost. Don't get caught up in the screen look. Oh, physicality, drawing the ball loose, clean hit, technique, jumping out there. Ball is in the air. I'm breaking on it. Solid tackling. Look at him, jumping the route, jumping. Ball is in the air. He's not wasting time reacting to it. Watch the bait move. Look, watch the bait move. Are you crazy? I mean, just instincts, man. He puts himself in position to always make a play on the ball. Now he's showing off some of his athleticism. I don't know about y'all, but I'm watching this film, and it's almost as if I'm watching Caleb Downs again. Am I crazy for saying that? I'm watching this film right now, and even though he's not playing at safety, I'm getting Caleb. I feel like I'm watching Caleb Downs. I feel like I'm watching Caleb Downs, bigger Caleb Downs. Shoo, boy. Then he goes out there and plays wide receiver, bean top somebody. Athlete. Walk down, ISO. This mine's. This looks like a man lock type call. Aggressive. You want to come and create contact with me? I'm gonna be aggressive too. Invites the physicality. I like this. Oh, ball is in the air. Didn't get his head around to find it, but just kept his eyes locked in. Passed off the first receiver. and got his eyes locked in on the second receiver. Made an adjustment. Didn't get his head around to see. Ooh, nice physicality on the sideline. The young man likes to hit. That's clear. He likes to hit. That's clear. We're not mad at that. We're not mad at that by any means. Love to see it. Love to see it. Dijon Lee. Uptrend alert. I feel like Alabama has a great opportunity to make a play on this young man as far as gaining his verbal commitment here coming towards the summer. The crystal balls are saying that, you know, he's projected Bama. Bama's heating up on him, right? I'm crystal balling him to Bama. I really feel like this young man is going to be one of the ones to look forward to in this class that could really change the landscape of how we recruit and what this overall class rating will be. This young man right here, next guy that we're talking about, another guy in the secondary. I know we want to overhaul on the secondary for this 25 class. We're not as deep in that room right now with scholarship guys. We have talent there, 2 deep. I say 3. We're even 3 deep in some positions, right? But we're not deep as far as depth with scholarship guys. So targeting these guys in the secondary is going to be huge in this 25 class. And these guys are guys that I'm excited about. Next up, Grayson Littleton, another young man that when you turn on the film, you understand the 4-star rating, solidified. Almost wonder why he's not a 5-star. You see his national ranking at 236. A lot of these rankings aren't up to date. A lot of these rankings, oh, my fault. I got to go back. My fault, y'all. Y'all right. Let's get Dijon Lee, his star ratings. I'm sorry. My fault, chat. Y'all right. Run it up. What's our star ratings for Dijon Lee? What are we rating him, right? What are we rating him? We got Shane B with the 5-star rating for Dijon Lee. 6'4" safety. I don't think he's going to play. You know what? Dijon Lee might stay at corner, Chance. He might stay at corner at the next level. And I mean like at Rover. You know, Rover is like your strong safety / 5th corner on third corner on the field. So I think that's where he's going to fit perfectly. You look at his skill, his coverage skills set compared to other corners in this class. I think he has the opportunity to transition to college and play very well. That's all I'm saying. Michael, I like the 5-star. I like the 5-star ratings. I see y'all saying safety, but I'm telling you, check him out, man. Just look at his game highlights when he has like 12 to 15 plays in coverage. He's going against some highly touted receivers too. Couple 4-stars in this class that he's shown up against. You look at some of his 7-on-7 stuff, right? Even though we don't like to give a lot of weight to 7-on-7, a lot of credit. I think what you'll be satisfied with what he does at the second level, at the corner position. I think he's a perfect fit for Rover, which puts him as a safety at the college level. Rovers is the safety, but they're in the box, right? Put in a lot of situations to dissect things. So yeah, I agree. Safety, Rover, third corner on the field, star, right? Minka Fitzpatrick type skill set. Ball hawk, I love it. Need a 40 time. Shoot. Game speed over 40 for me when it comes to secondary guys. Once he gets somebody says 5-star, as long as he's a 4 or 5 guy. Shoot, does he look like a 4-6 guy? Does it? I mean, I'm looking at the game speed and the way he's breaking on some of these passes when they're in the air. It can't be no 5-second travel time. You get what I'm saying? He got to be doing something right. Yeah, Kyle Hamilton. Somebody was talking about that young man the other day. Kyle Hamilton was definitely highly touted coming out. I like him at that Rover position, Coach Al. So, yeah. I'm telling you, and looking at him at corner, I watched that film, and he's giving me Caleb Downs feels. Not necessarily the playing style, but the way he's always in position to be making a play, man. Mike, I saw you Mark Barron comparison. He's way more rangy than Barron. Barron wasn't as fast as this young man. Barron was nowhere near as fast as this young man. And Barron didn't play the ball as strong. Barron was just solid. Barron would jar the ball or lose. He was a physical specimen when he played. Rangy, though. Rangy. You saw Barron get better in coverage as he got in college. This young man right here is a coverage machine right now. Already, this guy can cover. Todd says he's giving him 4-star. I like those ratings. Appreciate y'all for participating. Much love to everybody in the chat that's participating, man. But next up, we got Grayson Littleton. Grayson Littleton. Out of Tampa, Florida. Wharton High School in Tampa, Florida. 6 foot 180. Prototypical college cornerback size. I mean, 4-star rated, 90 overall. Number 236 player in the country. The 24th cornerback in his class, and number 30 player in the state of Florida. Y'all know the state of Florida is full of talent. A lot of guys in that state, a lot of highly touted prospects. So that's pretty high to be the number 24 corner in this class. Y'all seen some of the talent we've already highlighted in this class. So this young man definitely, the ratings are starting to line up a little bit. Let's look at his film. Let's jump into it. And then we got one more after this, and then we're going to get out of here. 35 offers as of March 9th this year. And he starts off with a return highlight. Oh, Jesus. We might be on to something. Okay, Grayson. Chop, chop, chop. Look. Not the high five. Love it. Says we got a pass break up here. Find the ball. Technique on point. Technique on point. I like this play. If I had my brother Darren Daniels in here watching right now out of Columbus, Georgia, he would be so hyped watching this play right here. He would be so hyped watching this play. This one play right here, chat. Undefeated. Look how he gets his head around and finds the ball. Literally. Flight path. His ability to maintain speed in that motion, that's something you want to see in young corners. Oh my God, he got a little speed on him too, chat. Undefeated, he got a little speed on him. King Mario, yeah, he's fast. Give me them Jalen Mbakwe feels, man. Uh-oh. Look at him. ISO, press, look. Got beat off the line, but look at his recovery. He trusts his speed, y'all. He relies on technique. When he makes a mistake, he really trusts his speed. You see that early. Look at him. Perfect technique. He got a hand on him early. A solid jab. Just rode him into the route. It was a weak release. Still was able to maintain. Uh-oh. Bad punt, catching off the bounce. Instincts. Making him look silly. That kid's fast. This kid is fast. Mbakwe. I'm telling y'all. Mbakwe. Antoine, you know who I said off rip? I didn't even say Everett. I like the way he played. Watch how he plays off of this. Watch how he chases down. Tell me this ain't Levi Wallace in the spring game that year when he started getting that hype. Levi Wallace was making crazy plays in that spring game. I want you to look at his coverage ability, though, man. Look at his aggressiveness. Y'all know who is aggressive like this? Javier Arenas. He was way smaller, but Javier Arenas was aggressive on the line of scrimmage. I used to want to play like Javier, but I started getting too tall. Look at his tracking ability. Woo. Oh, Jesus. Y'all know them little guys. They're not going to wrap up all the time. When they get an opportunity to catch somebody, dude try to run them over too. And he 180 right now. 180 right now. Shout out to the 227 likes on the stream and the 213 in the chat right now. Appreciate y'all for hanging out. ISO. No over the top help. Let's see. Coming off that. Don't block me then. Come up and run support. Quick screen. I like it. Dissecting plays early. You know what else I like about this young man? He understands the value in special team clips. They probably play in a league that don't have a lot of pass-heavy teams, so he didn't get a lot of opportunities to play the ball. You know, they look at his ratings, look at his skill set. I mean, just shut it down then. Don't wait for the block. Go ahead and beat them to the point. Get in there. Get your body into play. You might not be able to wrap up every time. Get your body out there. Throw it across your body if you want to. Did he catch that? Wide receiver caught it. Ooh, I mean, he comes up with some ferocity. I mean, run support is there. He's good on establishing leverage, getting off of blocks. I like this young man. I like his play. I like his film, y'all. I like that film. I like Grace's in Littleton out of Tampa, Florida, class of 2025 corner. Let's give him his ratings, y'all. Come on, undefeated. Let's show him some love. What we rating him at? I'm liking the 4-star rating. I can't take nothing from it. I don't know about y'all. Y'all know I ain't the expert. Y'all undefeated. Y'all the experts. That's Grayson Littleton, cornerback out of Tampa, Florida. What's up, undefeated Roll Tide? What's up, Demetrius Maynard of the Maynard Group in the chat? One of our sponsors, y'all. Y'all show him some love, man. Big Money Meech. David says 4 stars. I mean, I like the rating. I don't think it's too much. King Mario, you holding that fourth? You're holding that fourth one? I can agree. Definitely want to see a little bit more. Highly touted. If anybody's giving him the 3 stars, is like on the brink of a 4-star. Want to see some. I mean, he did everything you want to see out of a corner, though. He probably plays in a league that doesn't have pass-heavy teams. Run support was solid to me. Chance says 3.5. Oh, you rough. I'm gonna give him a 4. I'm gonna give him a 4-star. That's what Coach Smoot gonna run with. I like the 4-star rating that he's got. Maybe he peaks, begins to climb if he gets to a few camps. I would like to see some like workout stuff, but you look at what he put on film for his highlight. He shows you value. Special teams, both kick return, punt return, and kickoff. He's showing he's not opposed to being on kickoff team. That creates value for a young man when they understand that part. And it's not like he's an overlooked recruit. This guy's a highly touted 4-star. So for him to see the importance of putting special teams work on his film, that's good. Michael says solid 4-star. Nicole says 4-star. I like it. Ruben in the chat. Okay. That was weird. Didn't know that was going to play like that. But who we got next? So we still looking at ratings. I'm still looking at y'all ratings. Michael said 4-star. I like it. Low 4-star, Michael. Oh, don't do my boy like that. I think Grayson Littleton is one of those guys you get on roster. You see him pick up weight. You see him just be kind of like Rodarius Morgan. Red Morgan out of Central Phoenix City. The way he's impacted his in the first early weeks of his time at Alabama. Getting in early. Grayson is one of those guys I think is going to be an early enrollee wherever he commits to. You get a guy like him, IQ guy. Same with Dijon Lee. You get IQ guys in systems early, in the weight room early. They usually pan out when that spring and that fall going into that true freshman year happens. You saw it with Malachi Moore. You saw it with Caleb Downs. I mean, all of these kids they get enrolled early and they begin to make plays. You see it early on. I don't see it happening any different for Grayson Littleton. Last but not least, a guy that we were talking about earlier, somebody that I'm really excited to know that has sparked a serious interest in Alabama. And you're talking about a kid that can really Jacayla Fogg. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. We talked about Jacayla Fogg being on campus today. He's actually one of the guys that I'm ready to get in contact with. I feel like if I'm being graced to be some type of influence on what these guys are looking at when it comes to University of Alabama, I'm definitely going to maximize it. Auntie Janet in the chat finally done showed up. I know you've been busy out there working, Auntie, so I ain't gonna hold you to it. Welcome in. We love when Auntie Janet is in the chat at all times. She is the auntie of the chat, and she is royalty. So whenever she pulls up and says something to us, we're gonna acknowledge Auntie Janet. Here we go. A name that I'm excited about. Ty Hayes put me on the spot this morning and asked me about him. This is a young man I believe will be committing to the University of Alabama. If I had to crystal ball it right now, I'm thinking he's coming to Alabama. He's going to commit David Sanders Jr. highly talented. Just recently came off of a visit. Have some smart interactions with the young man. Very well spoken young man. Knows he's that dude. Knows he's going to be next when it comes to some of the the next great offensive linemen to come through the college ranks. You look at the 5-star rating. Definitely the number 1 offensive tackle, number 1 offensive lineman in his class, number 2 player rated nationally. They say he's a tackle, but you can see him playing guard or tackle. The young man is a dog. Ain't no questions about it. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like you turn on the film, which is what we're about to do, and you're gonna see why. And it's not gonna take long for you to see why. It's not gonna take long for you to see why. Let's jump into it. David Sanders Jr. Yeah, look, we don't even have to wait. I think the 5-star ratings are solid. We're not even gonna have to do that for David Sanders. This young man, he's uptrend alert for us. Hashtag uptrend alert. Yeah, Caleb. Yeah. A lot of these kids have been waiting on these Bama offers, y'all. I'm about to quote it. I got to quote it. I've been waiting for it. I ain't even gonna lie. Give me 2 seconds, chat. Mm-hmm. It's a different feel when them boys get on campus and start talking to these coaches and they start putting their gear on. They start talking to these players. It's a different feel, I'm telling y'all right now. But let's jump into it. David Sanders Jr. Here you go, brother. My youngin', my young bull. Athletic, gets out in space. Gets out in space. You know what? For him to be 6'6", 270, he doesn't look 6'6", 270. It's like having LeBron out there at offensive tackle. You look at his film off rip. I start looking at his athleticism. Evan Neal. I'm talking about recent guys. Evan Neal. You look at his way, the way he gets out in space and his aggressiveness in space. Look at Jaden Roberts' film them first 3 or 4 games from last season. He gives you the same feel. Jonah Williams' technique, execution, ability to just establish himself. Look at him. And for a tall guy, he gets low. He gets out of his stance quick. Look how quick he fires off out of his stance. Low drive, pad level, finishing plays. He's not a big sloppy guy. I think he's standing at 270, 280 right now. Athletic. Just the type of tackle you want. And this is what I'm saying, y'all. A guy like David Sanders, this is the size you want a guy like Caden Proctor. And Caden Proctor is about 80 pounds off from being at this weight to be able to move like this in space. And this style of offense, yes, he's going to put on about 15, 20 more pounds, get up 285, 290 range. But that's what you want, man. Look at how he just could get on the block, turn his hips, seal the edges for it, direct the running back by using his hips. His technique, he's so sound with his technique. You see why the 5-star ratings are there. Right there, right here at the left tackle position. Check him out. Looks like we're going to have some pass pro here. Nope. Another run block. Just buries the guy. Let's see some pass pro. I haven't watched all the film yet. Just solidifies everything, man. Look how he doesn't stand straight up. You would expect a 6'6" guy to be standing straight up out of his stance. Kind of got to slow it down now. Let's see what he does. Ooh, okay. This is what I'm saying. Light on his feet. Watch this move here. Light on his feet. Athleticism at his peak right now. Athleticism. Look at how light he is, man. Look at how light he is, man, on his feet. Of course, he's going to put on some weight. He's only a junior. He's going into his senior year. Cam Robinson. Hey, King Mario. Or who said that? Who said the Cam Robinson comparison? You just put me on notice. Travis, you just put me on notice. Thank you for reminding me of another great that this guy, not as heavy as Cam was coming. Well, actually, no. Let's look it up. I believe Cam Robinson was around the same weight coming out of high school. 6'5", 265, 270, right? If I'm not mistaken. I do believe so, Caleb. I do believe he was in the chat yesterday. I wasn't able to either confirm nor deny if that was the actual David Sanders. And if it was, I think he was enjoying the segment when we were kind of highlighting his name and doing that. But Travis, can you double tap me? Cam Robinson also came out at a time when you had to be heavy like this. If you think that guys at 330 are going to have success at tackle in this day and age of college football going into the league, it's going to be rough for them because edges are getting smaller and stronger, right? So as offensive lineman, it's not crazy to be 285, 290 as an offensive tackle. I think he'll easily stack on weight, especially come to Bama. Straight dog, I'm telling you. He left Bama at 330. Hey, I think you get a guy like this, man, his frame, it won't be hard to put weight on him. And he's young. He's going into his senior year. I want y'all to remember that. He's going into his senior year. He's not a senior yet. He's going into his senior year. He got a whole summer of workouts and everything that he's going to be doing. Just watch how he moves. Engage, moving, engage. Never behind, never overextending. That's what you want to see from a tall guy. Very patient. I want to see some one-on-one reps from camps. That's what I'm gonna go research today. David Sanders is a dude, man. Out there in Providence. Getting out in space again. Yo, this says a lot. Look how he built his momentum up. He's a little bit behind on getting out there to even be trusted to get out in space like this. Tells you about his athleticism. This is the offensive lineman looking like a tight end trying to get out and make a block. Travis, I'm glad you said this because people don't understand the fact that Caden Proctor has so much work in order to get acquainted to this system and what's going to be required for the offensive tackles in this new system under Kalen DeBoer. They don't understand that not only one is he going to have to drop weight, but he's going to have to display a different level of athleticism that you can't find anywhere on his film, high school or college. Go find me a clip of Caden Proctor getting out of space as a guard or a tackle, right? And putting a hat on the helmet at a high rate. Go find me one. What's up, Kimberly? How you feeling? King Mario, I believe he does. Matt Abbott, it's funny you say that. Because you look at the region he plays in. Yes, some of these clips, you can see some smaller guys, but go look at his camp film. Go look at some of the clips that he's been posting against other five-star defensive ends and defensive tackles in those one-on-ones. This ain't no fluke, buddy. Put some respect on this young man's name, Matt. Stop being a hater all your life. Yeah. Rewind to that Texas game, and Caden was getting cooked almost every play. Granted, he's a freshman, but doggone it. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Too heavy. Can't move. You got defensive ends and outside linebackers that are 235, 255 in that range, and they're just blowing past them. Can't even get a hand on them. And in high school, he was able to overpower everybody, get his hands on everybody. 6'6", 6'5". I think Caden Proctor is 6'6", 6'7". With the reach, yes, get your hands on him, bully him. In college, guys don't know in technique. You know what I'm saying? Telling y'all, we got us a special. As far as space, blocking 180 pounds, like King Mario, that's what I'm saying. Why do people not acknowledge that? You get what I'm saying? This kid just that last play is a testament to his athleticism. I want to look at it again. Look at him. Look at his athleticism. Get out in space, patience. He sees he's late, right? Still, and it's a clean hit. My God, that was awesome. Very much so. Now watch, wide split. Look at his kick. Look at his kick. Look at his kick. Look how much ground he covers out of his kick. His kick slide. Look how much ground he covers out of his kick slide. One step, that's about 3 yards, right? One step, that's about 3 yards. Then he gets his feet back on him to chop real good. Engages. Technique. I don't care how big that guy is. That's technique. That's execution. Sound technique. And then that's another thing. It's not like he's just trying to just maul everybody. Technique. Every snap. Every clip that we're watching. Active hands. Coming up. Ready to jam. Patience. Into the stance. Sitting down. Come on, man. Poetic injustice. I can see that. It'll get better. I mean, look at this. Look at this rep. You just poetic injustice. Look at what you said. Look at literally what you said before this clip. And then look what happens this next play. I saw exactly what you just talked about. I saw it corrected the next play. Literally the next play. We talk about his nose being on top. You get what I'm saying? Balance. And then strength to withstand the first attack. I'm not an offensive lineman coach, right? I just pay attention when offensive line coaches and people with personnel who have experience in this, I pay attention to what they're looking for. If I hear coach say patience and his ability to get his feet back under him, maintain a solid base, sitting in his stance, engaging, passing up the first attack. Michael, I agree. A little DJ Fluker, I feel you on that one. I give you that. I like his Jonah Williams presence though. You get what I'm saying? Jonah Williams was another, tall guy that played out there at tackle. Wasn't too heavy. Very athletic. Look at his stance. This guy's 6'6". Poetic. This is what I'm saying. Flexibility. Look at the kick. Look. Oh, man. Explosive, man. Explosiveness and balance. He's an athlete. 6'6". We're going to go back to his card in a second. Oh, he got out of that stance kind of early. See, this is where you see the youth in him, right? Look at that kick, right? Look at how his pad level is out of this kick. And then look at the next one. Look how he gradually stands up. Watch how straight up he comes out of this one. And I guarantee you he said it too. Anticipating. He already saw it. You see how quick he came up instead of gradually, right? He just came up so quick. I guarantee you that's something that he even noticed. Look at his pad level on that one. Look at it. Poetic. This kid, man. This young man he has a lot of upside. I'm not even gonna lie. He has a lot of upside. I like this young man. 6'6", 270, going into his senior year. Definitely going to see him put on 15 to 20 pounds coming in as a true freshman. That first spring, I guarantee you he gets 15 pounds on. Guaranteed. Playing tackle, 285. Guaranteed. And he's going to be behind a lot of guys that he's going to be a developmental talent, right? Not going to be forced to be looked at his first year as a true freshman. As highly talented as he is, will get time to develop, get time to start working at the 285, 290 range, come in as a sophomore and have a solid career as a 3-year starter. I believe this is one guy that gets into the lineup his second year. He's a for sure. If he commits to Bama, he gets into the lineup for sure in his second year. 100%. Because you got to think that'll be the likes of Caden Proctor his third year. Does he slide the guard into his third year with guys like this coming in? Another guy that I'm excited about, Ty Haywood, right? We don't have to do star ratings with this 5-star here. This guy's a 5-star on every major platform. We're not going to question that. I believe the upside to this young man's career is higher than most, right? And there are guys that are not as good, but also have an upside. He's that good and has even more climbing that I believe he's going to be able to achieve with his career progression. Just my personal opinion. And y'all know I ain't sunshine pumping. That dude is a solid talent. I don't see how anybody could second guess that. Like that kid is a solid 5-star, a very solid 5-star. I'm gonna give him his 5 stars, and I'm gonna give him his flowers while he here. You get what I'm saying? So, uptrend alert. You guys saw it. We had some solid guys. Dejon Lee. I feel like Alabama is making the right moves with him. Grayson Littleton is coming up. We're starting to make a little push with him, right? In the secondary with guys that we need. We need to build some depth there. Get this class solidified there. And then also offensive tackle, offensive lineman number 1, offensive lineman in this 2025 class, and David Sanders Jr. I can't wait to see what this journey looks like with covering those guys. And I mean, these guys, they have a whole senior year to put different things on film. And we got a whole year to watch them, a whole season to watch them and see how they develop. So it's going to be fun following a lot of these guys. Don't forget, Day Upshaw out of Central Phoenix City, 3-star wide receiver, 5'11", 180, 85 pounds, speedster, stretch the field, get open, put the ball in his hands, watch him go to work. Definitely on the radar now. And a guy under the radar, Usmani Kramar, running back out of Leesburg, Georgia. Can't wait to see what his journey turns into. Seeing him get an opportunity to get on campus here to see how that turns out. Can't wait to follow these guys and stay close on the recruiting trail with these guys, right? Undefeated. Appreciate y'all for hanging out with your boy today. As you all know, we have an opportunity. We will be able to interview offensive players and staff after their practice today. We actually got a spring scrimmage coming up. I want to say Thursday. We have a scrimmage, if I'm not mistaken. I'm gonna have to look at the schedule again. Don't beat me up if I'm wrong, y'all. Don't beat me up if I'm wrong. Y'all know Coach Smoot be having a whole bunch of stuff going on. Listen, make sure y'all follow me on all my social platforms at Coach Smoot. That's Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook. You know, we don't do much on Facebook, but we do have our personal page. My personal page, you'll see it sharing a lot of my Facebook page content. YouTube at Coach Smoot. We do the vlogs, the daily, not daily vlogs, but the IRL content. We do edits over there. Day in the life of situations. We'll also be getting ready to do the build up for our recruiting segments over here for the lives and VODs that we'll be putting on Bama Football on YouTube. We're building them up through Coach Smoot's channel. So if you aren't a follower, go ahead and hit your boy with the follow, man. We at 1K. We finally broke 1K followers over there on YouTube. Awesome. As Bama Football on YouTube continues to grow, we plan to continue to grow that side of the platform. I can't wait to see what this relationship continues to build, not just for my brand, but for all the other panelists. You got Ty Hayes on there. That's a content creator and Bama football, not necessarily Bama, but he covers multiple teams and gives takes on multiple college football as a variety. You got Jant Sports, who's a content creator, mostly does fan reactions with the Bills as an Alabama fan. Then you got Coach Sean, up and coming, not necessarily a content creator, but we're trying to get Coach Sean on the radio, get him a radio segment, right? Then you got Jake Merrill, who's up and coming, starting to engage in the content creation world, jumping on the recruiting side with myself, but he's kind of like our Northwest guy, well connected. He just moved to Florida, so having those connections back in the Southeast, you know, and then he's going to start building that Florida database, building those Florida connections. Who am I missing? I think that's everybody on the staff. Then you got, of course, Kyle Henderson, our boss man, the founder of the channel himself, Mr. Bama Football himself. Always good and appreciative to be a part of the team with him. You know, when he came and made the offer to me, it wasn't a question about if I could do it, it's about when. And I made the decision, took a leap of faith, and I haven't turned back since. And it's probably been the best decision I've made in my early career as a content creator. And is Will still hanging around? I'm not sure what's going on with Will, man. He's been busy, you know. That's another guy. I haven't been able to, converse with him a lot, but he's tied in with the recruiting aspect. He gets out to a lot of the camps, and he's also tied in with a lot of the major recruiting databases. He's already, I guess, established in what I'm trying to be established in. So, you know, just everybody finding their lane, man. And I'm going about it a different route than what most people have. So I'm just taking it day by day and building relationships. At the end of the day, building relationships. And you know, I love how y'all call me the commitment whisperer, but it's all about building relationships, man. And these guys trust me. When they give me information, I don't release it until they're ready. So other people, they'll jump the gun and make predictions, and it kind of messes up their momentum of how they want to do things. But you know, it is what it is. That's what this industry is about, establishing relationships. Because with this, even with the 24 signees, Noah Carter, Peyton Woodyard, some guys that are already on the roster, I plan on continuing to cover these guys as they grow, you know, and as media access becomes available for these guys again. We want to be the first ones that they trust and able to come to and share their thoughts and stories with. So that's what we're doing. We're building relationships. So if you got any recruits that you want Coach Smook and the staff to check out, send them to me, coachsmook@gmail.com, with the, you know, have the Smook Scoop on them. We'll do our own evaluation. If they make the cut, they make the cut. You know, we usually want to try to get any recruits on the platform. That's usually what we do on Thursdays and Fridays. Tuesdays, we're looking at the next year's class, the upcoming class. And then Thursdays, we'll go 2 years out. So Thursday, we'll highlight some class of 26 recruits. So if you want a recruit looked at, or you want to put them on the radar for Bama football, hey, send them to me at coachsmook@gmail.com. We're always looking for that type of content, right? What else can I say? Shout out to our sponsors once again, Residence Inn in Ocean City, Maryland. Also, shout out to RogueShop.com, a CBD company, you know, always there holding it down for us. And then Demetrius Maynard of the Maynard Group, shout out to him, Mr. Business Mogul himself, man. Appreciate what you do. And all of the undefeated, all of the fan funders, we appreciate you guys for supporting. Got some great news today. Going to be looking at an apartment. You all know my apartment search has been a headache, but you know, hopefully God is going to grant some things today. Going to be able to close on something and be in our place by this weekend, earlier than expected. Shout out to Patriot Life with the 5 gifted memberships. Shout out to Patriot Life. He's always taking the head on making sure that we gain more memberships. And as you all pick these up, man, make sure that you all are sharing the love and, you know, passing it on by buying at least one membership, gifting somebody else a membership, pay it forward. That's what we preach in our community, paying it forward. You know, we appreciate the support. As you all know, this channel is free to watch, but it's not free to operate. You got a bunch of panelists that do a great job and put a lot of effort into doing what we do here. So we appreciate every one of you that takes the time out and donates monetarily. But everybody that wants to support on the personal side, hit up my socials, man. We always accepting gifts, and we also do giveaways. I'm actually on the road to 4K on Twitter. I think I'm like 16 followers away. So if you're on Twitter, hit your boy up, man. Hit your boy up. Hit me with that follow. That's where I put a lot of the Smook Scoop. Y'all see, we get real entertaining. Jermichael Garrett will be here Thursday. We got Jermichael Garrett out of Ocean. He down there on the coast, Gulf Coast. I just had to retweet that. What's this? Okay, I was just checking messages. But yeah, what was I looking for on Twitter, y'all? I was trying to see how many followers. Oh snap. We 14 away. We 14 away from somebody just unfollowed me. They so ghetto. That was so ghetto. I literally just came on my Twitter and watched. Okay, they follow me back. Somebody just followed me back. We 13 away. We 13 away from 4. Who playing with my mind, bro? You know what? I ain't even gonna play. I ain't even gonna watch it. Somebody being real ghetto. They playing around, following me, unfollowing me. I don't care. I don't even care. Keep playing with my emotions. When we do the giveaway, the Cash App giveaway, you won't get the lunch. You won't get treated to lunch since you want to play. And I do it with all my followers. So I got this little spinning wheel thing, and I put it on the spinning wheel and I select it. So we'll do that live sometime once we hit 4K. Y'all get my 4K up on Twitter. Instagram also at Coach Smoot. We got to get the numbers up. I don't even know what my Instagram following look like. I think I'm just now hitting like 300. I'm at 369. Let's try to get to 400 by the end of the week, y'all. And yeah, all of these recruits, y'all see me tag them. Whenever I tag their handles, make sure y'all go follow them, man. Show them that Bama love. It means a lot during this recruiting process. Yeah. What, Travis, what you said? What? You said, did I stroke out? I don't get it. Anyway, appreciate y'all for hanging out today, man. It's been fun. As always, I'm your boy, Coach Smoot of Bama Football on YouTube, your recruiting insider, team reporter, all of that in the box, junior producer, direct play personnel, whatever you want to call me. Just don't call me out my name. And for today, man, this marvelous Tuesday, this terrific Tuesday, y'all, go out and continue to strive towards your goals. I'm telling you, I'm in the business of goal conquering right now, and I'm in the business of linking up with people who want to conquer their goals and reach those goals. So if you're trying to do that, connect with your boy on all the socials. Look for the positivity, look for the drive, look for the confidence to continue to flourish. And I hope that it inspires you all to stay confident and continue to push towards your goals. Hey, I appreciate y'all for sticking around today. Enjoy every recruit that came through, or every recruit that film that we watched. I enjoyed it thoroughly. Can't wait to see what you guys' experience and journeys will be when it comes to possibly becoming a member of the Alabama Crimson Tide. I'm your boy, Coach Smoot. I'm out. Roll Tide, baby.